Huang Li was stunned on the spot. Who would have thought Gao Wenyue would come back? Huang Li moved her mouth, wanting to say, "No matter how much you flatter me, I won't change my mind." But the young girl in front of her was smiling happily, only saying she was visiting for a meal, without mentioning anything about giving gifts. Huang Li hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "All right then, come with me." Gao Wenyue had helped her, so Huang Li sighed softly in her heart. At the same time, she made up her mind. Since Gao Wenyue's request couldn't be fulfilled, she would treat her even better. Thinking of this, Huang Li turned around with a smile and said, "Xiao Gao, tonight I'll show you my cooking skills. Let you craft." Gao Wenyue smiled and replied, "Great, I'll be lucky today." Huang Li rode her bike, taking Gao Wenyue through the streets of Beijing. They first went to a vegetable market. Huang Li parked her bike and went to buy vegetables confidently. Gao Wenyue raised her can of yellow peaches and said, "Annie Huang, I'm only bringing this as a gift, so I don't have to spend money on other things." Her straightforward words made Huang Li pause. Now she really had no reason to refuse Gao Wenyue's canned peaches. Nowadays, when visiting someone's home for a meal, no one would go empty-handed. After all, in this era of shortages, no family is easy to support. Moreover, there's no reason to eat for free. Huang Li opened her mouth several times but finally just shook her head helplessly and said, "Little girl, what can I say about you?" Although they had only known each other for a short time, it felt like they had known each other for a long time. Their conversation was full of familiarity. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Annie Huang, I don't know why, but even though we just met, I feel very close to you. Talking to you is easy and comfortable." Her words were sincere and touched Huang Li's heart. At the vegetable market, she was carefully choosing vegetables with full effort. "Annie Huang, that's enough. Don't buy any more." Under Gao Wenyue's interference, Huang Li stopped shopping. Even so, Huang Li still bought 2 mesh bags of vegetables. Then, Huang Li took Gao Wenyue to the government staff housing. Huang Li lives in the staff housing, where there is a check and registration at the gate. This process is familiar to Gao Wenyue, just like at her family's housing on the frontier. Gao Wenyue confidently accepted the guard's inspection at the gate and was used to filling out the registration form. Huang Li couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xiao Gao, you seem very familiar with the registration process?" Gao Wenyue looked back and explained, "Yes, I've seen it many times, so I learned how to do it." Before Huang Li could ask again, Gao Wenyue took the initiative to say, "I live in the military district staff housing. We also have to go through the registration process when entering or leaving." Huang Li nodded understandingly, knowing that the security in the military district housing is quite strict. People in this era naturally respect soldiers, and Huang Li felt the same. She smiled and asked, "Xiao Gao, are you a military family member?" In Huang Li's view, if Gao Wenyue said she lived in the staff housing, it must mean her parents are soldiers and she is a military child. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "My husband is a soldier. He's stationed at the frontier, and I followed him there." Huang Li's smile paused subtly, and her eyes filled with a hint of disbelief. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but laugh and say, "Why? Do you judge people by their appearance? Don't look at my age. I'm already married and followed my husband to the frontier. I do business just to make a living." From Huang Li's expression, Gao Wenyue could tell what she was thinking. Many people misunderstood this in the frontier, and Gao Wenyue knew that too. That's why she deliberately explained just now. Because, in this era, people naturally admire soldiers. And they also hold military spouses in high regard. If soldiers guard the nation, then military spouses guard their families. Without a family, how can there be a nation? Sure enough, upon learning that Gao Wenyue was a military spouse, Huang Li looked at her with admiration. Although Gao Wenyue casually mentioned following her husband to the frontier, Huang Li knew that her decision to do so showed her strong character and resilience. Huang Li now saw Gao Wenyue as a respectful younger person and treated her more affectionately. Gao Wenyue keenly sensed this and took a step forward, gently holding Huang Li's arm and affectionately said, "Aunt Huang, would you like me to tell you some stories about the soldiers on the frontier?" Huang Li did not refuse Gao Wenyue's closeness. She kindly replied, "Sure, I haven't been to the frontier before."
Tell me about it.
"I went to the frontier after I got married. You can see snowy mountains from the train and vast grasslands too." Gao Wenyue first described the scenery along the way to the frontier, which was carefully arranged by Lu Xiangye. In just 2 or 3 days, she had seen most of the beautiful sights of the country. Gao Wenyue's storytelling was very lively, and Huang Li was captivated by her descriptions of the scenery. As Huang Li showed a longing expression, Gao Wenyue suddenly changed the subject and said, "But even with such beautiful scenery, the frontier is still quite poor. Most of the people there live in poverty, which is quite obvious in our family compound." When mentioning the poverty of the frontier, Huang Li naturally knew this well-known fact. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Gao Wenyue suddenly asked seriously, "And Huang, do you know why I came to Beijing to do business?" Huang Li instinctively asked, "Why?" Gao Wenyue looked determined and said, "Because I want to use my own strength to provide jobs for the military wives, improve their quality of life, and let them not regret coming to the frontier." As soon as she finished speaking, everything around fell silent. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from outside Huang Li's house. Looking toward the sound, they saw a middle-aged man in a black zhongshan suit standing at the door. Lu Changyi entered the house with a cheerful laugh, loudly praising, "Young comrade, you spoke very well just now. You have ambition."
It was Huang Li.
She looked at Gao Wenyue with admiration. Lu Changyi was Huang Li's husband, and both of them admired Gao Wenyue very much. Gao Wenyue calmly accepted the gazes from the middle-aged couple in front of her. She was telling the truth. She originally wanted to gain favor in front of Huang Li, so she said those words. Then, a clear female voice also sounded. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Gao Wenyue was facing away from the door at this moment. When she heard the noise, she turned her head to look. When their eyes met, both of them showed surprise. "Wenyue? Wanting? Why are you at my house? Are you Aunt Huang's daughter?" Gao Wenyue and Lu Wanting burst out laughing, their joy evident. Neither of them expected such a special connection. Even though Gao Wenyue had hoped to get close to Lu Wanting and Huang Li, she didn't expect that the two people she met in Beijing would turn out to be mother and daughter. Now here they were all together. Huang Li and Lu Changyi looked at each other in surprise. They hadn't expected their daughter to know Gao Wenyue. Lu Wanting kept saying it was fate. She reached out and linked her arm with Gao Wenyue, saying, "Wenyue, I haven't even paid you yet. The canned yellow peaches I bought are already gone." She playfully stuck out her tongue with a silly smile. Gao Wenyue ignored the money issue and asked Lu Wanting, "How does it taste?" Lu Wanting immediately made an exaggerated expression and said, "Delicious. Sweet but not greasy, sticky and fragrant. Truly a taste of heaven." Her lively gestures were funny, but clearly showed how much she enjoyed the canned yellow peaches. Gao Wenyue nodded happily, confident about her canned peaches. Huang Li, puzzled, asked, "Are they really that good?" Huang Li and Lu Changyi only had Lu Wanting as their child. After she was born, they had considered having another child in a couple of years to keep her company. Unfortunately, Huang Li's health was damaged, and they couldn't have more children later. So, Huang Li and Lu Changyi spoiled Lu Wanting as their only child. Spoiling her didn't mean making her spoiled or bossy. It meant giving her the best in terms of material things. During this material-scarce time, Lu Wanting never went hungry. She was very picky about food and wouldn't eat anything she disliked. Huang Li knew her daughter's picky tastes well. She wondered how good the canned yellow peaches had to be to get Lu Wanting's praise. Lu Changyi also shared this thought. They both looked at the 2 cans of yellow peaches on the table, which Gao Wenyue had placed there since she entered. Seeing their gaze, Lu Wanting also looked at the cans on the table. Her eyes widened with excitement, and she stared eagerly at the delicious food. Lu Wanting's desire for canned yellow peaches was obvious. Without her saying a word, her excited expression said it all. Huang Li glanced at Lu Wanting and scolded, "You little girl, didn't you say you've already eaten? Why are you still so eager?" Lu Wanting chuckled and replied, I haven't had enough. I want to eat more. Lu Wanting has a habit. When she likes a delicious food, she keeps eating until she gets tired of it. Huang Li knew this very well. Gao Wenyue stepped in at the right moment and said, "Then let's open the can and eat together." Lu Wanting nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, I'll open the can." As she spoke, a graceful figure had already walked toward the table, faster than she spoke. Lu Wanting. Huang Li quickly stopped Lu Wanting and said with a scolding tone, "Child, dinner is almost ready. Why are you snacking now?" Lu Changyi, who always loved his daughter, also looked disapproving and added, "That's right. Mom made a lot of dishes. Save your appetite for the food." After speaking, the couple looked at Gao Wenyue with embarrassed expressions, as if saying, "Our daughter is a bit naive. Please forgive her." At the same time, they secretly wondered if they had spoiled Lu Wanting too much. The two girls in front of them were about the same age, but Gao Wenyue always seemed sharp and capable, while Lu Wanting was still a naive girl eager for snacks. Gao Wenyue saw through Huang Li and Lu Changyi's thoughts. She liked Lu Wanting very much. Not everyone could live so freely, and she had strong support from her parents. Lu Wanting, after being scolded by her parents, pouted unhappily, but didn't insist on eating the yellow peach can. She knew her limits. Gao Wenyue saw this and said nothing more. Some words are better left unsaid. Lu Wanting's mood changed quickly. She soon smiled and walked over happily to Gao Wenyue. "Wenyue, you said you want to do business, but are you planning to sell the yellow peach can to my mom?" Lu Wanting whispered, squeezing beside Gao Wenyue. At first, Lu Wanting didn't understand why Gao Wenyue appeared at her house. Now, the topic centered on the yellow peach can, and Lu Wanting realized what was going on. Gao Wenyue nodded confidently and said, "Yes, I want to bring the yellow peach cans to Beijing to sell. Didn't you tell me that the trade union's benefits are good?" Lu Wanting chuckled softly and said, "Oh my, you are so brave. I mentioned that the benefits at the General Union are good, and you want to sell things there. If I said Tiananmen Square is a good place to sell things, would you go sell things there?" Gao Wenyue blinked playfully and said, "That's not impossible." Their voices were quiet, but since there were only 4 people in a room, Huang Li and Lu Changyi naturally heard their conversation. Lu Changyi joked with a smile, "It seems this little Gao is your precious daughter who brought you here."
Huang Li sighed and said, "That girl."
The food was quickly served. Huang Li prepared 4 dishes. One was braised Christian carp, full of color, aroma, and flavor. Another was scrambled eggs with green peppers, with the smell of eggs and the spicy taste of green peppers making it very appetizing. A third was tomato and egg soup, looking light but actually rich in ingredients. The last was sweet and sour pork ribs, with a mix of sweet and sour flavors that made people hungry. When Lu Changyi brought out a Peking duck and placed it on the table, he simply said, "Add 1 more dish." Seeing the right moment, Gao Wenyue said, "These 5 dishes are not enough. Why not open a can of food? It will make 6 dishes." Lu Wanting's eyes lit up instantly. She eagerly looked at Huang Li, hoping she would agree. Huang Li hesitated and asked, "Can snacks also count as a dish?" Gao Wenyue immediately replied, "Of course they count." In later times, canned yellow peaches became very popular across the country. They were considered a dessert at banquets and even used as a remedy for illness. In her previous life, Gao Wenyue saw her employees specifically buy canned yellow peaches when they had a cold or fever. One employee said that whenever she caught a cold or had a fever, she would eat a can of yellow peaches, then rest with her head covered, and she would be fine the next day. Gao Wenyue had heard about this before. Canned yellow peaches became popular nationwide. When they first started selling, they weren't cheap, and many families couldn't afford to eat them all the time. They would only buy them when their children were sick. This was a common practice, although it wasn't scientifically proven it actually worked, because Gao Wenyue had tried it herself. She understood it as, when people feel unwell, eating something sweet and getting energy helps them recover naturally. In the quiet living room, Lu Wanting looked at Gao Wenyue, then turned to Huang Li and Lu Changyi. To Huang Li and Lu Changyi, the canned yellow peaches were brought by Gao Wenyue, and she had the right to decide what to do with them. In this era, no family would openly open and eat the food they brought in front of guests. That would be very rude. Seeing everyone silent, Lu Wanting simply walked to the table and opened 2 cans of yellow peaches. Having already eaten 2 cans of peaches earlier that morning, Lu Wanting was quite familiar with opening the can now. Gao Wenyue also naturally went to the kitchen to get a plate, choosing a large soup bowl and a soup spoon. Huang Li and Lu Changyi exchanged glances. Since the cans were already open, they said nothing more. Soon, the meal officially started. Lu Wanting was the first to focus on the bowl of peaches. As the bright orange peaches entered her mouth, Lu Wanting closed her eyes happily, enjoying the delicious taste. The sweet but not overwhelming flavor spread on her tongue. Huang Li jokingly asked, "Is it really that good? Look at your face." Huang Li still thought her daughter was overreacting, believing Lu Wanting was just excited about something new. Lu Changyi reached out and said, "Let me try this can of peaches." Lu Changyi was a very open-minded parent. As long as Lu Wanting's requests weren't too much, he usually agreed and supported her. Now, he naturally wanted to cooperate with his daughter. Just as he put a piece of peach in his mouth, his eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. He turned to look at Gao Wenyue in amazement. Gao Wenyue smiled silently. Her can of peaches had once again impressed a guest. Huang Li made a surprised sound and said, "What are you two doing? Is it really that exaggerated?" While speaking, Huang Li took a piece of peach with her unused chopsticks, curious because Lu Wanting and Lu Changyi had been acting so eagerly. Huang Li's actions showed she was eager to try, but she still ate gracefully. The other 3 people at the table all watched Huang Li, waiting for her opinion after trying the peaches. Huang Li also looked amazed, and her heart was stirred with excitement. The flavor of the peaches had won over Huang Li's taste buds. She believed that such delicious food would be loved by the employees of their union and the common people. In their eyes, Huang Li sighed softly and said, "It's so good. Such a pity." She didn't say what she was feeling sorry about. The people present were all smart. Everyone understood what she meant. Lu Wanting quickly looked at Gao Wenyue, her innocent eyes showing sympathy. Even Lu Changyi, who holds a high position, couldn't help but feel regretful. It was a pity that such good food wasn't available for the common people to enjoy. However, government procurement involves many complicated procedures. Sometimes pulling one thread can affect the whole system. People tend to stick to the rules and avoid being the first to break the peace, and Huang Li was the same. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "If it's delicious, it's worth it. It's not a loss until the very end." This showed Gao Wenyue's attitude. Her determined look told everyone present that she wouldn't give up easily on selling canned peaches. Lu Changyi looked at her with admiration and immediately stood up. He said, "Comrade Xiao Gao, it's good to see such ambition at your young age. Let me recommend a place for you. I know the director of the Municipal Party Committee guest house well. They are now offering meal packages, and you could sell your canned peaches to them," Lu Changyi said proactively. Hearing this, Huang Li and Lu Wanting looked at Lu Changyi in surprise. His words showed he truly appreciated Gao Wenyue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. Officials who have been in politics for a long time tend to protect their reputation. They are cautious about forming connections and don't want to owe favors easily. Gao Wenyue stood silently, knowing that Lu Changyi's willingness to speak was already a big gesture. But Gao Wenyue also had her own principles. Seeing Lu Wanting's surprised expression, Gao Wenyue refused Lu Changyi. She said, "Uncle Lu, thank you for your kindness. Our Gao family canned peaches won't only be sold to the General Union. We plan to sell them at the Municipal Party Committee guest house in the future." She paused and added, "But our first partnership will be with the General Union. That won't change." Gao Wenyue had her own business ideas. When selling a product, making a strong first impression is very important. Just like Gao's marinated dishes, which found a key partner in the frontier, Gao's canned peaches should do the same. The Beijing Municipal Party Committee guest house is well known, but its significance differs from those in the frontier. In Beijing, it's necessary to find more representative and authoritative partners. Gao Wenyue was very firm on this point. Her refusal was clear and decisive. The three people opposite her were stunned. Huang Li asked uncertainly, Gao's canned peaches? Gao Wenyue nodded confidently. Lu Wanting quickly realized and gave a small, awkward laugh. She said, You still blame me for copying names? Did you base yours on Gao's pickle meat shop? Suddenly, Lu Wanting exclaimed, speaking of Gao's pickled meat, it's right next to your place. When you and my idol are in the same area. Both of you have the surname Gao. Hearing this reminder, Huang Li and Lu Changyi became even more convinced of their guesses. Gao Wenyu waved her hands and said playfully, I am the owner of Gao's pickled meat shop. My name is Gao Wenyu.
Ah!
A sharp, loud scream echoed through the government staff compound. You. Lu Wanting pointed excitedly at Gao Wenyu, but she was too surprised to say more. Gao Wenyu raised an eyebrow and said with a playful smile, So, those 2 cans of yellow peaches are a thank you for liking me. You don't need to feel pressured. Lu Wanting felt both shy and embarrassed. She had just spoken so many admiring words in front of her idol. Gao Wenyu's words confirmed the guesses in Huang Li and Lu Changyi's hearts.
Liu Changyi mattered, no wonder.
No wonder this young girl in front of them spoke so eloquently. She was Gao Wenyu, the creator of Gao's pickled meat shop in the border area. Huang Li and Lu Changyi both felt that their thoughts were right all along. After all, only the owner of Gao's pickled meat shop would have such courage and confidence to sell products directly to the union. Huang Li's mind was starting to shift. She knew about Gao's pickled meat shop's reputation and was hesitating. And she was hesitating about what exactly. Gao Wenyu understood very well. Gao Wenyu took the opportunity to press further, saying, Aunt Huang, if your union decides to purchase our yellow peach cans, I will definitely offer a discount on the price. Also, for every bottle of our canned peaches sold externally, we will donate 1 dime to help the elderly, children, the sick, and the disabled. What? Selling 1 can and donating a dime? Lu Wanting shouted loudly. Even though Lu Wanting's family was well off, she was still shocked by this condition. In her view, such delicious yellow peach cans would surely sell well, and Gao Wenyu would end up donating a lot of money. Gao Wenyu nodded confidently and said, yes. Her firm tone made the 3 people sitting at the table look at each other in surprise. Gao Wenyu continued, and this donation isn't only for orders from the union. It applies to our partners' orders as well. Our Gao's enterprise will publish the sales figures in the newspaper in real time. This donation is aimed at helping the elderly, children, the sick, and people with disabilities. Our Gao company will assign dedicated staff to manage this work, setting eligibility criteria for assistance. Eligible citizens can then receive aid funds. Gao Wenyu had already thought this through. She created a fund under Gao Company, which not only helps those in need, but also boosts the company's social reputation and enhances its brand image. Lu Changyi asked excitedly, Have you thought about how to implement the aid funds? Gao Wenyu glanced at Lu Changyi and didn't mind that he overlooked the sale of canned peaches. She explained yes. The aid funds will be divided into 3 levels, 30 yuan, 50 yuan, and 100 yuan. The level is based on the actual situation of the applicants. For example, if a young child can't go to school because of poverty, they can receive 30 yuan. The more difficult the situation, the higher the aid level. As she spoke, Gao Wenyu frowned slightly and added, These are just examples. We still need to discuss the specific plan. Lu Changyi shook his head and said, It's already perfect. In Lu Changyi's opinion, Gao Wenyu's plan is very good and practical. Huang Li, standing nearby, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Seeing this, Gao Wenyu said, Aunt Huang, give our Gao company a chance. Wang Ting suddenly stood up and hugged Huang Li's shoulder, saying, Mom, with such delicious food and great benefits, you won't refuse again, right?
Huang Li didn't reply.
She hesitated even more now. Wang Ting shook Huang Li's shoulder and pouted, Mom, isn't the union always talking about benefits? Gao Wenyu is actually giving real money back to the people. Isn't that enough? Gao Wenyu didn't say anything more, but kept her eyes on Huang Li, waiting. Huang Li, feeling the 3 pairs of eyes on her, finally made up her mind. She patted her chest and said, "All right, I'll go to the municipal committee to talk to the leaders." Gao Wenyue's smile grew even wider. Wang Ting happily jumped up and cheered, "Long live." After dinner, Gao Wenyue returned to the municipal guest house. There, Chen Fong and Zhou Qing were still waiting for her. They were waiting for her and for news. Once they saw her, they naturally wanted to know if there was good news. Chen Fong and Zhou Qing were pleased to hear that Huang Li was willing to recommend canned peaches to the higher-ups. You really have to handle this," Chen Fong said. "Our boss is truly impressive," Zhou Qing said. At this moment, Zhou Qing was completely convinced by Gao Wenyue's abilities. He now saw himself as a full member of Gao's company. Just as Gao Wenyue was about to enter the room, Chen Fong called out to her. "Wenyu, today Xiao Yi called looking for you. Please call him back. He's waiting for your call." Gao Wenyue quickly looked at her watch. It was almost midnight, and they had been talking for a while. Seeing Gao Wenyue's expression, Chen Fong knew she was worried about Xiao Yi. He nervously rubbed his nose and said, "I just forgot." Chen Fong had been focused on the progress with the union and forgot to mention Xiao Yi's call. Gao Wenyue hurriedly headed toward the front desk of the guest house, leaving only her back behind Chen Fong. When the phone rang, it was answered immediately. Gao Wenyue didn't even hear the second ring. "This is Xiao Yi," a deep, husky male voice said on the other end. Before Gao Wenyue could speak, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Hearing Xiao Yi's voice made her feel very at ease. "It's me," Gao Wenyue said softly. "I know, dear. Did you just get back?" Xiao Yi's forehead was deeply furrowed, showing his concern. Gao Wenyue quickly replied, "No, I came back quite early. I was just discussing some things with my brother-in-law and Joda." Xiao Yi finally let out a sigh of relief, relaxing as if a burden had been lifted. Still, Xiao Yi repeatedly reminded her, "Honey, next time you go out, bring Zhou Qing with you." Gao Wenyue naturally agreed happily. They talked on the phone for a long time until Gao Wenyue sneezed.
"Ashu."
"Honey, go back to sleep quickly." Gao Wenyue looked around. The front desk of the municipal guest house was closed at night. Only a small desk lamp was on, prepared for guests making calls. Guests could leave their phone bills at the front desk after finishing their calls and then leave. At this moment, she was alone here. "Darling, I miss you." After saying this, Gao Wenyue quickly hung up, not giving Xiao Yi a chance to speak. It wasn't because she was shy, she just wanted to tease that man a little. After hanging up, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but wonder what Xiao Yi's reaction would be right now. Thinking of this, Gao Wenyue's lips slightly curved upward, and her almond-shaped eyes were full of smiles. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiangye, who was 1,000 miles away, was smiling like a big fool. Lu Xiangye still held his phone in his hand, his mouth wide open, smiling very brightly. "Lu, Commander Lu, hello. It's so scary," the duty soldier in the guard room thought to himself. "You should know, Lu Xiangye is famous for his cold face in the army." Suddenly seeing him smile so brightly, the soldier felt a chill down his spine. Lu Xiangye quickly reined in his smile and pretended to be calm as he left. That night, the little married couple, separated by distance, slept unusually soundly. The next morning, Lu Wanning found Gao Wenyue and said, "Wenyue, my mom said there's news." It turned out that after Gao Wenyue left last night, Huang Li went to work on canned yellow peaches, and now she had some initial results. Gao Wenyue's face lit up with joy. She quickly asked, "Do you need me to do anything?" Lu Wanting asked curiously, "How do you know there's something for you to do?" Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Because you said there's news, not good news. Also, if it's a settled matter, Aunt Huang would come to find me, not you." Lu Wanting couldn't help but give Gao Wenyue a thumbs up. She truly is her idol, so clever. Gao Wenyue gently waved Lu Wanting's hand and urged, "Stop joking, just tell me." Lu Wanting then said, "My mom said she's convinced the city committee leaders and they're willing to meet your product first." This was pretty much what Gao Wenyue had guessed. Gao Wenyue quickly took a few cans of canned yellow peaches and headed to the city committee building, followed by 3 people, Chen Fong, Zhou Qing, and Lu Wanting, who had taken a leave of absence. "Wanting, I can go by myself." Gao Wenyue was very touched by Lu Wanting's initiative to ask for leave. She believed that in times of trouble, friends are important, and she felt that now. Lu Wanting insisted on taking leave, thinking she was quite familiar with the people at the city committee. She had often visited Lu Chang'e at the committee building since she was young, and many people there knew her. Maybe she could help. Sure enough, the security guard at the city committee building recognized Lu Wanting and let her in without question. Chen Fong and Zhou Qing naturally didn't follow. They waited outside the building, silently praying. Hope for good news. Lu Wanting confidently led Gao Wenyue into a large office. Inside, 2 people were seated, Huang Li and a middle-aged man. Uncle Su, long time no see. You're still so handsome. Lu Wanting cheerfully called out from the doorway. The man dressed in a black suit burst into laughter and immediately stood up. Wanting, come in quickly. Su Qinghua waved her over. Gao Wenyue carefully looked at Su Qinghua. The man exuded a gentle, scholarly aura, making him look slightly younger than his age. But Gao Wenyue knew that anyone sitting in this office wouldn't be so kind and gentle at heart. Lu Wanting smiled brightly and reached out to pull Gao Wenyue inside, still mindful of her main purpose for coming. Gao Wenyue looked down at her fair wrist beneath her hand, and her smile deepened. Su Qinghua saw Gao Wenyue clearly. He had already guessed her intentions but didn't show it on his face. Wanting is getting more beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend at work? Uncle Su has someone for you. Stop it, Uncle Su. Today we're here for serious business, no time for chatting about personal stuff, Lu Wanting interrupted before he finished. He only smiled lightly, clearly caring for her like a younger family member. Huang Li glared at Lu Wanting and scolded, Wanting, how can you talk to Uncle Su like that? She then turned to Su Qinghua and said, Old leader, sorry about that. This girl has been spoiled by me and old Lu. She's always outspoken. Su Qinghua waved dismissively and said, I think Wanting has a good personality, honest and straightforward. I like her this way. He genuinely liked Lu Wanting's character. He had watched her grow up and knew her well. Huang Li spoke as if she disliked Lu Wanting, but when she heard her leader praise her daughter, her smile couldn't hide her pride. Probably all parents are like this. No matter how much they dislike their children, deep down they still protect and support them. When others praise their children, parents can't help but feel happy inside. Gao Wenyue watched this scene. Her parents only showed such affection for Gao Hongyan, never for her. In her past life, before she died, Gao Wenyue understood one thing. Not all parents love their children, and not all can be fair. During the interaction among a few people, Gao Wenyue stood quietly, not in a hurry to speak. Su Qinghua watched this scene carefully. He had just been talking to Lu Wanting but was also secretly observing Gao Wenyue with his peripheral vision. Su knows Huang Li's personality well. If Gao Wenyue can make Huang Li break her principles to fight for a chance for her, it shows she is not simple. When Su looked at Gao Wenyue with a scrutinizing gaze, she calmly accepted the attention. Gao Wenyue smiled slightly and said, Hello, Leader Su. I am Gao Wenyue. Su asked, Are you the owner of the Gao's marinated meat shop? Gao nodded and said, Yes, I am. Su straightforwardly said, I've heard about your purpose. Can I see your canned yellow peaches? Since Su holds a high position, he handles many tasks daily. Even this conversation was squeezed into his busy schedule. So, Su decided to be quick and direct. Gao immediately took out the canned yellow peaches. When she left the municipal party committee guest house, she specially went to the kitchen to borrow bowls and chopsticks to bring along, so the leader could taste the food. It wouldn't do to serve it with hands. Huang Li and Su Qinghua noticed this detail, and their good impression of Gao Wenyue grew silently. After Su finished a piece of canned yellow peach, he didn't comment but asked, Boss Gao, how much does this can sell for? Gao Wenyue glanced at Su Qinghua. His expression was calm, as if he had just said something very ordinary. However, everyone present understood that a seemingly casual remark could determine whether this cooperation could be successful. Gao Wenyue didn't hesitate and said, I was originally planning to price it at 4 yuan per can. But for you, Leader Su, I'll give a discount, 3.88 yuan per can. Next to her, Lu Wanting was surprised, opening her mouth wide. Selling a can of yellow peaches at 388 yuan was quite expensive. After all, no matter how delicious yellow peaches are, they are not meat or grain. Compared to Lu Wanting's surprise, Huang Li and Su Qinghua remained calm. Their job was procurement, and they were used to seeing various product prices and costs. For ordinary people in Beijing, 3.88 yuan per can of yellow peaches was not considered expensive. Huang Li and Su Qinghua knew this very well. Su Qinghua didn't speak, seeming to be thinking. Huang Li had worked under Su for many years, so she naturally understood her old leader well. At this moment, Su Qinghua's behavior shows he is thinking about whether the canned yellow peaches are worth buying. So, Huang Li asked proactively, Xiao Gao, is there any room to negotiate the price? Gao Wenyue paused, her beautiful face showing hesitation, and her eyebrows slightly furrowed. In fact, Gao Wenyue wasn't really conflicted, but she still put on this kind of appearance. Business is like a battlefield. It all depends on acting skills. This scene caught Su Qinghua's eye, and he was momentarily unsure about Gao Wenyue's personality. After all, no matter how delicious the yellow peaches are, the main ingredient is just yellow peaches. It is well known that in the border areas, yellow peaches are very cheap. Gao Wenyue looked hesitant and said to Huang Li, and Huang, I also want to lower the price, but I have costs to consider. While speaking, Gao Wenyue pointed to the ingredients list on the canned peaches and said, look, my product has been tested by the Industry Bureau, and the ingredients are absolutely safe. You can check the list too. She held the canned peaches close to Huang Li and Su Qinghua and said, the top ingredient is yellow peaches, and the second is white sugar. Honestly, it takes more than a pound of white sugar to make one jar. More than a pound of white sugar?
Wang Li exclaimed in surprise.
Lu Wanting immediately said, I was just thinking since this is not meat, I was wrong. The price of white sugar is the same as pork. This jar of peaches is much more expensive than pork. Huang Li, standing nearby, couldn't help but nod. Although Su Qinghua didn't speak, he believed what Gao Wenyue said. Because all three of them had tasted the canned peaches, and if the raw materials weren't good enough, how could it taste so delicious? Gao Wenyue's eyes were clear and sincere. She blinked, and a hint of cleverness flashed in her eyes. Seeing that Huang Li and Su Qinghua remained silent, Gao Wenyue continued, and Huang, although yellow peaches are cheap, making them into canned peaches costs more. There are labor costs and venue fees. Su Qinghua suddenly asked, how much do you pay your workers? Gao Wenyue looked at Su Qinghua and said, 1 yuan a day. Lu Wanting was shocked, opening her mouth wide. That salary isn't low even in Beijing, let alone in the border areas. Huang Li and Su Qinghua were also very surprised. Gao Wenyue just smiled and explained, our workers are carefully selected. Those who become formal employees of Gao's company are treated well. Also, most of the workers I hire are military spouses. Su Qinghua was unaware of this point, and his eyebrows slightly raised. Huang Li timely explained, he forgot to tell the old leader, Xiao Gao is a military spouse. She's originally from Rongqing and worked at a textile factory there. She married a soldier and followed him to the frontier to start a business. Su Qinghua asked, why do you want to hire military spouses as your employees? Even though Su Qinghua had some guesses, he still wanted Gao Wenyue to speak honestly herself. Gao Wenyue slightly smiled and said, because I want to improve the lives of military spouses. Giving them a job can help make their families better off. Soldiers guarding the border face tough conditions. They risk their lives to protect the country. Although their pay isn't low, most soldiers in the frontier come from poor backgrounds. Their salary not only supports their small family, but may also support a larger family. Her eyes sparkled as she continued, my real goal is to help the families of soldiers. I want military spouses to earn fair pay for their hard work. The office was silent. The remaining 3 people watched Gao Wenyue intently. Even though Huang Li had heard her speak like this before, she couldn't help but admire Gao Wenyue again. Lu Wanting immediately exclaimed, Wenyue, you truly are my idol. At this moment, Lu Wanting's admiration for Gao Wenyue grew. Her idol was not only wise but also generous.
Suddenly, Su Qinghua smiled.
It was his first genuine smile at Gao Wenyue, full of appreciation and friendliness. Gao Wenyue sincerely said, "You don't need to look at me like that. I don't think I'm that great. I've seen life in the frontier military. The military spouses there are truly remarkable." This was heartfelt. All the military spouses in the family compound supported their families with their fragile bodies. Su Qinghua said, "You are also one of the frontier military spouses." Gao Wenyue was surprised. Then she smiled brightly and said, "Yes, I am proud of my identity as a military spouse. I am proud of my husband." As she spoke, Gao Wenyue's mind flashed with Lu Xiangye's image. A few days after leaving the frontier, she already missed him. Huang Li looked at Su Qinghua and asked, "Old leader, have you thought about it?" Su Qinghua's recent actions gave everyone present a strong feeling. Gao Wenyue was about to persuade him. However, Su Qinghua said, "Boss Gao, I truly admire your broad mind. I personally appreciate your character and conduct. But this has nothing to do with our current cooperation." No one expected Su Qinghua to suddenly change his tone, and his smile disappeared. Gao Wenyue also put away her smile and said, "You're right. Official matters are separate from personal ones. Let's focus on discussing this cooperation first." Su Qinghua hesitated slightly and said, "It's good that you think that way. I need to consider this cooperation a bit more." As someone in his position, Su Qinghua had many things to think about. A project involving the purchase of welfare supplies also concerned the survival of the displaced companies and employees, so he had to think carefully. What else is there to think about? Su Qinghua, I think you're going backwards. A loud voice came from outside the door. This shout made everyone in the office turn to look. Lu Wanting's face showed a look of glee. Huang Li had a faint smile, and Su Qinghua looked helpless, rubbing his forehead and sighing. Gao Wenyue felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. After all, Gao Wenyue dealt with many voices daily in her business, and although she believed her memory was good, she didn't dare be sure who the voice belonged to. But soon, the person appeared. An elderly man dressed in a long gown appeared at the office door. Gao Wenyue immediately thought of the old man she met that day at the alley entrance. When she looked up, the person she saw was exactly as she had expected. Gao Wenyue was surprised that the 2 bottles of canned yellow peaches she kindly gave the old man that day ended up helping her. The old man she met at the alley was Su Qinghua's father. That day, he had caught a cold after being blown by the wind at night. The sick old man felt his mouth was bitter and tasteless. He didn't want to eat anything. His family was anxious and worried, but he kept saying he couldn't eat, until he accidentally saw the canned yellow peaches he brought home. The bright orange cans looked tempting, and he inexplicably opened one. He quickly ate a can of yellow peaches and, feeling ill, he suddenly felt better. He gained strength and felt comfortable all over. "Qinghua, this yellow peach canned food is good. You should buy things from this young comrade," the old man said earnestly. The elderly man had experienced the goodness of canned yellow peaches himself and wanted to fight for a chance for Gao Wenyue. Su Qinghua didn't expect there to be such a story behind it. He knew his father had been sick these past few days and had visited him several times after work. He vividly remembered how the old man looked weak and refused to eat. Su Qinghua looked back at the canned yellow peaches in Gao Wenyue's hand and couldn't help but wonder, can such a small jar of canned peaches really have healing effects? Gao Wenyue noticed Su Qinghua's doubt and slightly smiled as she explained, "Leader, I already mentioned that our canned peaches are made with plenty of white sugar. When someone is sick, eating a bit of sweet and sour peaches can stimulate the appetite, and the sugar provides energy, which naturally helps lift the spirit." At that moment, everyone present suddenly understood. In that instant, the canned peaches took on a higher meaning. Gao Wenyue spoke at the right time. "Leader, I think the trade union often has care projects like sending gifts to the elderly in nursing homes and old workers' homes. Giving them canned peaches would be more practical." Huang Li was reminded by Gao Wenyue and immediately said, "That's right. Every time we buy pastries and snacks, although they accept them with smiles, few actually finish them. It's not that the elderly waste food, they just can't get used to certain tastes. Some leave the food for others, or give it to family members. But what if there are foods that the elderly can eat and like? Su Qinghua immediately made a decision. He looked at Gao Wenyue and asked, "Boss Gao, I've decided to order your canned peaches. Can you give us a better price?" "Oh, that would be wonderful," Huang Li said happily. "That's the way." The elderly man laughed heartily. "Oh, my, Wenyue, you did it." Lu Wanning danced happily. Only Gao Wenyue remained calm, maintaining her initial composure. To her, this was just the beginning of the negotiation, which involved money. Just when everyone thought Gao Wenyue would agree to lower the price for this order, she firmly refused. Gao Wenyue said, "Leader, maybe we can lower the price a little in other regions, but in Beijing the price must stay at 3.88 yuan, no discounts." Su Qinghua was stunned. Sitting in his position, he hadn't heard anyone say no to him in a long time. Usually it was Su Qinghua who said no to others. This was the first time in years that someone had told him no. Huang Li and Lu Wanting immediately became anxious. In their view, Gao Wenyue should know when to stop. Gao Wenyue's firm refusal to Su Qinghua worried them. What if she messed up the hard-won order? They knew that it was only after much effort that Su Qinghua agreed to the deal. Moreover, Gao Wenyue's words implied that she could offer discounts to partners in other regions, but not to those in Beijing. Wasn't that a form of regional discrimination? Su Qinghua's face darkened. He thought Gao Wenyue was deliberately raising prices. Even the elderly man anxiously reached out and nudged Gao Wenyue's elbow, saying, "Young comrade, know when to stop. Earning a little less is okay." To them, Gao Wenyue was refusing to give a better price just to make more profit. Gao Wenyue chuckled and said, "Grandpa, I really can't lower the price." She looked seriously at Su Qinghua and said, "Our Gao company offers free home delivery. If you can arrange to pick up the goods from the border yourself, we can lower the price and maybe lower it again." Her last words sounded a bit joking, and she looked a bit helpless. After all, transporting canned peaches from the border to Beijing adds to the cost. Unbeknownst to them, the people across the table were stunned. Huang Li asked in shock, "What does free home delivery mean?" Su Qinghua asked in disbelief, "Delivered to the door?" They both thought that after agreeing on the price, the union would have to send people and money to the border to fetch the canned peaches, and Lu Wanting and the elderly man shared the same idea. Gao Wenyue shook her head repeatedly and said, "That's not how our Gao company operates. We personally deliver the goods to our partners. Delivery to your door means we bring the goods directly to you, so you don't have to worry about transportation." Suddenly, the office fell silent, and the remaining few looked at each other in surprise. If they previously thought that 3.88 yuan per bottle for canned peaches was a bit expensive, now they felt it was actually quite cheap. Su Qinghua asked simply, "Do you have a transportation team?" Gao Wenyue paused and said, "We do in the border area. We are currently building a long-distance transport team." Transport has always been a key part of Gao Wenyue's business plans, and she had long wanted to establish her own fleet. By the end of this negotiation, Su Qinghua was almost eager to agree to everything. After all, Gao Wenyue had shown her greatest sincerity, and as a high-ranking leader, Su Qinghua couldn't fall behind. When the train arrived at the station, Gao Wenyue returned to the border area with her big order. As soon as Gao Wenyue stepped out of the train station, she saw that green figure, the tall posture and slender waist. A slight smile appeared on Gao Wenyue's face. She quickened her pace and walked outside.
Diankie.
When Lu Xiangye heard the voice, a figure approached him. The station was busy with people. At the station entrance, Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue hugged each other. Their bold actions and good looks immediately drew many comments. "Wow, look at them. So brave." "Yeah, hugging in front of so many people, they're really passionate." It was that female comrade who took the initiative first. "I saw it clearly. TSK, so beautiful," and she took the initiative to hug him. "I really envy that man." Lu Xiangye had excellent hearing. He heard all the comments clearly. He tightened his embrace around Gao Wenyue, trying to block out the noise. Gao Wenyue looked up at Lu Xiangye, her almond-shaped eyes full of smiles. She heard everything, of course. But Gao Wenyue didn't care at all. She had seen young couples kissing openly on the streets after the millennium. An embrace in front of so many people was considered quite conservative. They had been apart for many days and missed each other terribly. They wished they could ingrain each other into their bones. Lu Xiangye whispered softly in Gao Wenyue's ear, "Wife, I miss you too. I miss you so much." Finally, he said what he hadn't finished on that phone call. What was in his heart? Chun Fong and Zhou Qing stood nearby. Chun Fong watched with a smile, and Zhou Qing was happy for both his good friend and his boss. Lu Xiangye quickly took Gao Wenyue home. On the way, he met a few familiar military wives in the residential area. He looked like he wanted to avoid contact. Lu Xiangye returned to his cold, distant expression, causing Li Fengying to mutter softly, "What's wrong with Commander Lu? His wife is back, and he's still got that cold face." Someone chuckled and said, "You're blocking Commander Lu's way. Do you think he can have a good attitude toward you?" Li Fengying was stunned. She only wanted to ease her relationship with Gao Wenyue, so she approached her when she saw her. How did she block Commander Lu? Someone pushed Li Fengying and said, "Oh, you still haven't figured it out?" The young couple hadn't seen each other for so long. "Don't you understand now?" Li Fengying finally realized this and blushed with embarrassment. Lu Xiangye pulled Gao Wenyue quickly toward their yard, walking briskly. As soon as they entered the house, he shut the door behind them. Gao Wenyue giggled at Lu Xiangye's eager and playful look. She deliberately touched his chest and said, "Are you in a rush?" Lu Xiangye reached out and took Gao Wenyue's hand, placing her delicate fingertips on his lips and kissing them. He smirked mischievously and asked, "Wife, aren't you curious or eager?" Gao Wenyue hesitated. Of course she was. During her time in Beijing, Gao Wenyue missed Lu Xiangye both emotionally and physically. She had become more open about intimacy and was beginning to enjoy it fully. Seeing Gao Wenyue's expression, Lu Xiangye knew her answer. Soon, Gao Wenyue wrapped her arms around Lu Xiangye's neck, showing her feelings through her actions. Lu Xiangye bent down and kissed her passionately. He had been holding back for a long time. Gao Wenyue responded warmly, always following her heart in such matters. Lu Xiangye quickly lifted Gao Wenyue into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. "Wait, let's take a shower first." The train carried many different smells, and Gao Wenyue felt she was dirty and couldn't accept being close to Lu Xiangye smelling like that. Lu Xiangye paused, glanced helplessly at the woman in his arms. Even though she was clearly attracted, with her eyes full of affection and longing, she still insisted on showering first. It was Gao Wenyue's habit. Even now, with her forehead showing veins from holding back, Lu Xiangye carried her toward the bathroom. Gao Wenyue smiled brightly and said sweetly, "Husband, you're so good." As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle kiss landed on Lu Xiangye's lips. His heart instantly felt fulfilled. He lowered his head and affectionately pressed his forehead to hers, saying, "I'll help you take a shower later." What he meant by helping was actually washing her thoroughly, so he could enjoy her afterward. Gao Wenyue later understood this, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The bedroom was filled with a warm, intimate scent after their closeness, making Lu Xiangye more and more eager. Ignoring Gao Wenyue's pleas, he continued to indulge in their passion. Gao Wenyue had a dream. In her dream, she was half asleep and half awake, unsure what time it was. It wasn't until late morning that Gao Wenyue finally woke up slowly. Ouch, that hurts so much. Gao Wenyue holds her small waist, afraid to move at all. Last night was so enjoyable that her waist feels very sore now. Gao Wenyue feels like her waist isn't really hers anymore. She slowly moves her body, trying to ease the pain. Suddenly, a pair of large hands rest gently on her waist, giving a massage that's just right to relieve her soreness. It's Lu Xiangye. From the moment Gao Wenyue woke up, Lu Xiangye had already noticed. As Gao Wenyue moved, Lu Xiangye understood what was happening. Gao Wenyue sighs happily, even closing her eyes to enjoy the feeling of relief in her waist. Lu Xiangye chuckles and teases, "Is it really that comfortable?" The happiness on Gao Wenyue's face is clear, and Lu Xiangye naturally sees it. But men often like to test a woman's limits, and Lu Xiangye is no exception. Honey, was last night comfortable for you? Lu Xiangye's deep voice sounds in Gao Wenyue's ear. Gao Wenyue instantly opens her eyes and shyly shouts, "Stop it." Seeing Gao Wenyue regain her spirit, Lu Xiangye reaches out and pulls her into his arms, continuing to ask, "Honey, you haven't answered my question." Gao Wenyue keeps her lips sealed, thinking that these two things are unrelated and comparing them makes no sense. Fortunately, Lu Xiangye seems to be just joking around. When Gao Wenyue refuses to answer, he doesn't press further. That evening, Gao Wenyue prepares many dishes, saying she wants to invite Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang to dinner. When Lu Xiangye goes to the army to invite Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang, both are confused, especially since the person inviting them is the stern-faced Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye simply says, "My wife gave me that order. Just go. You two leaders shouldn't worry about a young girl like her." Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang exchange glances. Gao Wenyue isn't just a young girl. She's successful enough in her business that no one dares to underestimate her. In fact, even Lu Xiangye himself is curious about what Gao Wenyue wants to discuss with the two military leaders. After Gao Wenyue regained her strength in the afternoon, she started preparing dinner. She seemed to be aiming for a full banquet, like a grand feast. She specifically went to the city to buy ingredients because the supply store's vegetables no longer met her needs. Lu Xiangye suppresses his curiosity and quietly follows his wife, watching her buy and prepare. With Lu Xiangye as ready-made free labor, Gao Wenyue only needs to do some talking to buy things. The rest of the carrying is handled by this man. She bought over 3 jin of pork hock, 2 in total, along with a big goose, chicken, and soft-shelled turtle. Even Lu Xiangye was surprised. Was his wife planning a grand feast tonight? It's no wonder he thought so, because Gao Wenyue's expression at this moment looked like she was deliberately showing off her kindness. She looked at Lu Xiangye with a funny smile and asked, "Is it that obvious?" Lu Xiangye nodded seriously and said, "Yes. Now I finally understand why Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang are afraid to come for dinner. Inviting someone for no reason usually means there's something going on, but Gao Wenyue wondered what they were up to." She chuckled and said, "Can those two big leaders really be afraid of me, a little girl?" Lu Xiangye's lips curled slightly as he said, "Honey, I just said that to tease them." Gao Wenyue immediately praised, "Well done." She also bought Maotai liquor for bottles at 7 yuan each. This time, Gao Wenyue used Lu Xiangye's vouchers. The military district always provides vouchers for their benefits, but the last time Gao Wenyue bought Maotai, she wasn't very familiar with Lu Xiangye, and they weren't officially married yet. She didn't think about using his vouchers then. Now that their relationship has grown closer, Gao Wenyue naturally took out the vouchers from the metal box without hesitation. Although Lu Xiangye didn't say anything, he couldn't hide his smile when he saw Gao Wenyue going straight for the vouchers. Back home, the two immediately started cooking. Every time Gao Wenyue cooks, Lu Xiangye naturally takes on the job of lighting the fire. First, she prepared braised pork hock with soy sauce. The pork needed to be blanched to remove the fishy smell. During this first step, Gao Wenyue added rice wine and scallions to help remove the smell. Next, she heated oil and added various seasonings. Gao Wenyue specially prepared a sauce for the braised pork hock. When the pork was fried until golden, she added the sauce to braise it. After boiling on high heat, she turned it to low and simmered slowly. After 2 hours, the aroma of the braised meat filled the yard, stronger than usual. Even Lu Xiangye couldn't help but say, "This braised pork hock smells better than usual." Gao Wenyue smiled warmly and said, "Of course. The previous dishes were small snacks, but these are real hearty dishes." The large pork knuckle, made entirely of meat, naturally smells very delicious. A fragrant aroma wafted from Lu's kitchen. A group of men, just back from work at the military unit, stopped in their tracks when they smelled it. This smell was too tempting. They could tell immediately that Gao Wenyue was cooking at home. The men in the family compound couldn't help but envy Lu Xiangye. Not only did his wife look beautiful, but she was also good at running a business. And on top of that, she was an excellent cook. Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang exchanged glances, both sharing the same thought. Luckily, they agreed to Gao Wenyue's invitation. Otherwise, they might miss out on such delicious food. When a table full of tasty dishes was set out, the two top leaders of the military district were stunned. Was tonight's dinner this lavish? Commissar Wang couldn't resist joking. Xiao Gao, are you throwing us a grand banquet? Gao Wenyu looked at the two leaders with a cheerful smile. Her sly grin didn't seem unkind. Instead, it made them more curious. Even Commander Jiang, usually serious, was intrigued by Gao Wenyu. He pointed at the table full of dishes and asked, Xiao Gao, you must have a purpose. I just don't know what you're really after. To everyone's surprise, Gao Wenyu played it coy. She just smiled and said, you two are wise. I have something I need your help with. But it's not urgent. Let's eat first. She warmly invited the two to sit down. She said, I put a lot of effort into these dishes. Let's eat quickly before they get cold. Commander Jiang glanced at Commissar Wang. The table was filled with dishes like braised pork knuckles, braised turtle, braised chicken, and iron pot goose, each one a special holiday dish, all on Gao Wenyue's dinner table tonight. Commissar Wang had already been tempted by the delicious smell in the living room. He sat down decisively and said, who cares if it's a grand banquet? We're here now, let's eat first. Commander Jiang immediately looked angry at Wang, but unfortunately, he had already picked up a piece of turtle and started eating. Gao Wenyue went over to pour drinks for the two men. Her way of hosting was naturally impeccable. When Commissar Wang saw the Maotai liquor, he joked with a smile, Xiao Gao, you really went all out today. Lu Xiangye stepped in at the right moment and said, my wife's sincerity today is truly enough. Just as Commander Jiang sat down, he glanced at Lu Xiangye and snorted, saying, I see. You two are putting on a show here? Lu Xiangye replied seriously, this is called a wife following her husband's lead.
Ha ha ha.
After 3 rounds of drinks, Gao Wenyue began to reveal her purpose for tonight.
What?
You want to buy a large liberation truck? Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang exclaimed in surprise, both looking shocked at Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue nodded confidently. She wanted to establish a transportation team for Gao's company, so naturally, she needed to buy trucks. In this era, it was necessary to buy large trucks of the Liberation brand. However, these trucks were limited in number, mostly supplied to military units or state-owned enterprises. Few private companies could afford such trucks. Even if private companies wanted to buy large trucks, they had to go through connections, and Gao Wenyue was currently doing just that. Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang didn't expect that the leaders of 2 military districts would be openly asked for favors by a young officer, especially since Gao Wenyue was so fearless and composed. Gao Wenyue had already thought about it. Among all her contacts, approaching Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang was the easiest and most convenient way to buy large trucks. Suddenly, Commander Jiang smiled and knocked on the table, saying, don't forget, even if these liberation trucks are limited in number, what makes you think we can get them for you? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiangye was about to speak. Commander. Gao Wenyue quickly reached out and tugged on Lu Xiangye's sleeve. She shook her head slightly, signaling him not to rush, that she could handle it herself. Lu Xiangye looked steadily at Gao Wenyue. How capable was his wife? He didn't really know. He only knew that Gao Wenyue was a very independent woman. When she faced problems, she always relied on her own abilities to solve them. She didn't depend on others. In fact, Gao Wenyue didn't need to ask for help. She could solve problems on her own, just like during her trip to Beijing. Lu Xiangye sighed quietly in his heart. He wanted to help Gao Wenyue, and the trip to Beijing was part of that. If he had asked that person for help, Gao Wenyue wouldn't have had to struggle for so many days in Beijing. But unfortunately, Gao Wenyue didn't agree. His wife was too capable, which made Lu Xiangye both happy and a little worried. In the end, he followed Gao Wenyue's wishes. He had never gone against his wife's decisions. When Lu Xiangye stopped speaking, Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang on the opposite side were quite surprised. Everyone in the army knew about Captain Lu's temper. He is very firm and stubborn. When he gets angry, he doesn't listen to even the senior leaders. But despite this, he listens to his wife. Gao Wenyue was the first to stand up. She picked up the wine bottle and refilled the glasses of the two people in front of her. When the glasses were full, Gao Wenyue raised her own glass and said, "Two leaders, I will toast you first." At the dinner table, the host politely offers a toast, so Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang naturally accept. Not only do they drink, but they also finish their drinks. After drinking a glass, Gao Wenyue said, "Commander Jiang, you asked me why. Now I will tell you the reason." The two on the other side immediately perked up their ears. Even Lu Xiangye looked over. Gao Wenyue said, "In the short term, I provided jobs for the military wives in the family compound, giving every household a chance to improve their lives. In the long term, I contributed to the economic development of the border areas. I believe, whether for public or private reasons, you should support me." Gao Wenyue spoke confidently, her voice like a stone dropping into a calm lake, causing big ripples. Recently, the family compound has undergone huge changes. Every household has become busy. The women are working outside to earn money, and the men complain that when they come home, there's no hot food waiting. But from their smiles, it's clear they are happy that their wives are working and earning money. After all, why complain about earning money? With money, the household's living conditions can improve. Although the military wives work outside during the day, when they return home, the house often smells of delicious food. For those with young children, they can't go out to work because they need to take care of their kids. Gao Wenyue came up with ideas for them, suggesting they follow the example of Wang Xiuli and Ma Chunhua from before. The military wives working outside earn wages, which they give to the wives at home. This way, those working can focus on earning money, and those at home can also make a little. Now, the family compound is full of laughter everywhere, a phenomenon that never happened before. All of this is thanks to Gao Wenyue. This is also why Gao Wenyue dares to ask for a big truck, her confidence. In the beginning, Gao Wenyue wanted to hire the military wives to pick peaches in the mountains, and Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang even arranged for military vehicles to support their work. Today, military wives have more stable jobs, so they naturally support their families more strongly. Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang quickly agreed to Gao Wenyue's request, which Gao Wenyue had expected. Commissar Wang clapped his hand and said, "Xiao Gao, you've done a great thing for our family compound. I can definitely get you a liberation truck." Gao Wenyue smiled and raised, saying, "2 trucks." Suddenly, the chopsticks in Commander Jiang's hand fell to the ground. Even Lu Xiangye was surprised and looked at Gao Wenyue. Only Gao Wenyue remained calm from start to finish. In the 1980s, a liberation truck cost 40,000 yuan. In this era, 40,000 yuan was a huge amount, but Gao Wenyue bought 2 trucks without hesitation. It was understandable that the 3 men present were surprised. However, Gao Wenyue thought that if she had needed to keep some funds for other uses, she would buy 2 more trucks. She wanted to make good use of her newly established connections. Unfortunately, Gao Wenyue only borrowed 200,000 yuan from the bank. She had spent some money at the Gao family base and invested in making canned peaches, which cost manpower and resources. So, buying 2 large liberation trucks was the biggest purchase within her current budget. Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang exchanged a glance, sharing a silent understanding. Commissar Wang spoke first, "Xiao Gao, I need to be honest with you." Gao Wenyue humbly replied, "Please go ahead." Wang said, "Getting 2 trucks for you isn't a problem, but we can't offer you a discount on the price." Commander Jiang added, "As far as I know, each liberation truck costs 40,000 yuan. Lu Xiangye's eyebrows immediately furrowed. He knew Gao Wenyue had borrowed 200,000 yuan from the bank, but money borrowed must be repaid. If she could get a discount when buying the trucks, she would save real money. Before Lu Xiangye could speak, Gao Wenyue reached out and covered his hand, stopping him from speaking. She decisively said, "I know the price. As long as the leaders can get me 2 trucks, I will be very grateful." Gao Wenyue thought for a moment and added, "Even if the price is a bit high, it doesn't matter as long as I can buy the trucks." For Gao Wenyue, achieving her goal was the most important thing. Buying the trucks was the key. Any extra money spent on the price, she would earn back eventually. In the short term, Profit or loss didn't matter much to her. Commander Wang couldn't help but say, "All right, if you say so, I feel reassured.
I'll go find someone to handle this matter."
Gao Wenyue quickly bought a large truck. When she withdrew 80,000 yuan from the bank in one go, the commotion alarmed the bank manager and Zhou Ping. Gao Wenyue disappeared for a while, and everyone thought she was too ashamed to show herself after the peach incident. After all, everyone saw Peach being pulled into the factory, but no one saw her buy it. The heaps of peaches would surely rot. No one expected that when Gao Wenyue reappeared, she had bought 2 large trucks. Su Qingzhou had completely forgotten about Gao Wenyue. Recently, he had been in frequent contact with Wang's company, and Wang Zhonglin was starting to loosen up, making him feel close to reclaiming the orders Gao Wenyue held. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open forcefully. Who dares to be so bold? Su Qingzhou frowned, about to scold, but then he saw He Xiong, full of anger. "Oh, brother He, why so angry?
Who upset you?"
Recently, Su Qingzhou was somewhat dissatisfied with He Xiong. He had connected with He Xiong to get on the big boat of the He family. But lately, He Xiong had been ignoring him and hadn't introduced him to the He family members. Su Qingzhou was quite unhappy about this. He Xiong rushed forward and grabbed Su Qingzhou by the collar, shouting angrily, "Didn't you say the factory building at the Gao site was rented by them? But I found out Gao Wenyue bought it herself?" Su Qingzhou was slightly stunned. He reached out to pull He Xiong's hand off his collar, but He Xiong was choking him, and he was getting hard to breathe. "Brother He, let's talk nicely. I don't know if Gao Wenyue bought that factory, but even if she did, so what? Peach can't sell her peaches, and it's a dead end," Su Qingzhou said confidently. He Xiong looked at him coldly, his dark eyes glowing faintly. Though he still looked young, he radiated a cold, sinister aura. Su Qingzhou was slightly shaken. Such a He Xiong made even a middle-aged man like him feel uneasy. He Xiong sneered coldly, "That dead end has already been cleared. She even bought 2 large trucks." "What?" Su Qingzhou exclaimed in surprise. He Xiong had already sensed something was wrong. The people he sent out had been guarding outside Gao's factory. Gao Wenyue has done a good job securing the defense system at the Gao base, mainly because Lu Xiongye arranged for 2 military dogs. The 2 dogs guard the entrance, and there are guards working night shifts inside the factory. The information inside is tightly sealed. Despite this, the noise of a large truck entering the factory is quite loud. He Xiong, wanting to investigate, naturally found out about Gao Wenyue buying a car. Although He Xiong didn't know what Gao Wenyue planned to do, he had a feeling she had a big move hidden. Thinking of this, He Xiong quietly whispered a few words into Su Qingzhou's ear. Su Qingzhou's eyes widened instantly, and he trembled as he said, This can't be." He Xiong glanced at Su Qingzhou and said, "Then just wait and see Gao Wenyue win. The small moves you made against her before, can she still accept you after she turns things around?" Su Qingzhou suddenly felt stuck.
He was in a difficult position now.
He had thought He Xiong was young and easy to control, but he didn't expect this young man to look young but be so cruel-hearted. In the end, Su Qingzhou agreed to He Xiong's suggestion. He silently told himself, "If you don't have a tough heart, you can't make money." At this moment, Gao Wenyue was inside the factory with the military wives, loading goods. All the canned yellow peaches in the warehouse were being packed into large trucks. The military wives didn't expect that they had been making canned yellow peaches for days. They were worried while working, wondering who they would sell so many cans to. But after Gao Wenyue left for a few days, she said the canned peaches had been sold, and they were sold to the Beijing General Union. The military wives admired Gao Wenyue even more. This time, the Beijing General Union ordered 10,000 sets, which meant Gao Wenyue's order brought in 38,800 yuan in profit. Of course, this included all costs and expenses. But for Gao's canned goods, this was already fantastic news. Lu Anning stood inside the factory, unable to believe that Gao Wenyue went to Beijing and secured an order of over 30,000 units. As the finance officer, no one knew the numbers better than her. Chen Fong walked over and said, "Actually, you can squeeze it in one truck." Lu Anning immediately said, "Then just squeeze it in." We can save on a truck's fuel. The couple's words were approved by Zhou Qing and Ma Chunhua, who nodded repeatedly. Only Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "No squeezing."
Why? 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 Why?
Four voices spoke in unison, all staring intently at Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue glanced at the four people across from her and said, "You only think about saving fuel, but have you considered food safety? We are transporting glass jars, and if they are packed together, they can easily bump into each other and break. Moreover, the roads in this era are full of potholes, unlike the smooth cement or asphalt roads built later." Gao Wenyue is deeply worried about the safety of the glass jars. Even though the jars are wrapped in a thin film and padded with straw, Gao Wenyue suddenly thought of a solution. She shouted, "Cotton!" The few people who just understood her were now confused by her loud shout. Chenfang asked, "We're talking about the car, so what does cotton have to do with it?" Gao Wenyue quickly explained, "There's no time to explain everything now. Brother-in-law, go quickly and get some cotton, then buy some fabric. Make sure it's the cheapest." Chen Fong has one good trait. He always obeys Gao Wenyue's orders. As soon as he heard her, he turned around and left. Gao Wenyue and the military wives started making quilts. She filled the fabric with cotton, making soft little quilts. When these small quilts wrapped around the glass jars, 10,000 cans of yellow peaches fit perfectly into 2 big trucks. Gao Wenyue looked at the 2 large trucks in the yard and smiled with satisfaction. She handed the drivers of the 2 trucks to Zhou Qing and Chenfang. Gao Wenyue said, "This time, it's thanks to Brother Zhou and brother-in-law. Our business is just starting, so everyone will have more and mixed tasks at first. Later, I will improve and clarify everything step by step." That's Gao boss's cleverness. Every time she asks someone to do something, her words inspire and motivate them. She first praises their effort and promises benefits for next time. Zhou Qing said casually, "No problem. I've driven this truck before, so it's not difficult for me." As soon as he finished, everyone looked at Chenfang. Chenfang can drive, but he's never driven a big truck. Although he just did a few test runs outside, his driving skills are good. But just thinking about the yellow peach cans worth thousands of yuan inside the truck made Chenfang a little nervous. It's a mental barrier caused by lack of experience. Lu Xiongye volunteered, "I'll drive this time. I've been resting recently." Gao Wenyue was about to say no, but she heard Lu Xiongye whisper in her ear, "Wife, safety first. Brother Zhou and I are skilled enough to keep the cargo safe." Gao Wenyue paused for a moment, understanding Lu Xiongye's meaning. Before he left, Gao Wenyue repeatedly told him to be careful. Losing things was minor, safety was the most important. 2 large trucks set off in the middle of the night. Lu Xiongye rested this time, and his guards also took a break. It was a poor family background, and even during holidays, the boy didn't want to go home because train tickets were too expensive. Instead, he sent the money for the tickets back home. Lu Xiongye took the guard along. He asked the guard to follow Zhou Qing in one truck, while he and Chenfang drove another. The driver was driving, and the person in the front seat was there to keep company and watch over the canned goods in the back. Gao Wenyue specially prepared 100 yuan, which was her salary for the guard. The big trucks left, but the military wives couldn't sleep happily because the canned goods had sold out. Everyone cleaned the warehouse thoroughly, inside and out, and also washed all the steaming pots. Seeing everyone busy, Gao Wenyue said, "Thank you all for your hard work recently. I will give you a bonus. You can go to the finance office to receive 5 yuan. This was something Gao Wenyue had decided long ago. She had already told Lu Anning about it before coming. It was also the purpose of Lu Anning's visit to the factory. She brought a bag of small change to give everyone a bonus. Lu Anning called everyone over and said, "Sisters-in-law, put down your work for now and come here to get your bonus." The military wives looked at each other in surprise, standing still without moving. Gao Wenyue asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Yang Jing reminded her, "Boss, you already paid us our wages a few days ago." Although Gao Wenyue wasn't at the frontier 2 days ago, she specifically called back to remind Lu Anning to pay the workers on time. The payday for Gao's company was the 10th of each month. Gao Wenyue set this date, and even when she wasn't at the company, She made sure Lu Anning paid on time. Just a few days ago, these military wives received their first month's wages. But just now, Gao Wenyue unexpectedly gave each of them an extra 5 yuan bonus. Gao Wenyue's generosity surprised everyone. She looked at Yang Jing and said, I know. Today's bonus is extra, to reward everyone for their hard work these days. Yang Jing exclaimed, It's not hard work. What's hard about it? We're just earning wages for our work. Gao Wenyue smiled and was about to turn away when she noticed everyone hadn't moved. The development of the situation was different from Gao Wenyue's expectations. The military wives were still happy before receiving their bonuses. Miss Yang, what's wrong? Gao Wenyue asked curiously. Yang Jing sincerely said, Boss, we know you treat us well, but we can't accept this bonus. Yes, we can't take this bonus. We've already received our salaries, so we shouldn't take the bonus. Not allowed to take it. The military wives excitedly shouted, their emotions running high. Gao Wenyue quickly reached out to calm everyone and asked, Everyone, don't get too excited. What's really going on? Yang Jing, as the group's leader, stepped forward and said, Boss, your salary is already good enough. We've just received our wages, so we don't want the bonus. Gao Wenyue explained, Salary is salary, bonus is bonus. They are two different things. Yang Jing shook her head and said, How can they be different? We understand. We all heard that you bought 2 big trucks to sell canned yellow peaches. Those trucks are expensive, so we should save some money. Gao Wenyue understood. The group was trying to save her money, worried that she might be financially strained after buying the trucks. Gao Wenyue was very touched. The military wives truly saw her as a part of Gao's company. Otherwise, they wouldn't be thinking this way for her. There is mutual understanding between a business and its employees. When you treat them well, they will genuinely care about the company. Gao Wenyue said seriously, I appreciate everyone's kindness. I understand. But don't worry, I can afford to give out the bonuses. They are deserved. Gao Wenyue insisted on paying the bonuses, and the military wives then went to receive theirs. Later, Lu Anning found Gao Wenyue. Lu Anning said, Wenyue, you're doing the right thing. Hearing this, Gao Wenyue smiled. Just yesterday, she and Lu Anning had a disagreement over the bonus issue. Gao Wenyue insisted on giving the bonuses, but Lu Anning believed it wasn't necessary anymore. Lu Anning opposed it not because she was stingy, but because of cost considerations. Lu Anning was the finance manager of Gao's company, responsible for all financial matters. She was very familiar with the employees' salary details. She had just distributed the salaries to the staff a few days ago. In her view, the military wives' salaries were already quite high, and there was no need for the company to give out this bonus. Gao Wenyue was a generous boss, and Lu Anning had always been clear about that. But Lu Anning is the company's accountant. She needs to remind Gao Wenyue that although they are earning money now, borrowing 20,000 yuan from the bank and spending it gradually means they will have to pay it back later. Just now, Lu Anning suddenly realized that giving this bonus to Gao Wenyue was the right choice. Because these military spouses deserve it. Moreover, after the bonus was given out, even though it was supposed to be their rest time, no one was resting. They were all voluntarily finding things to do. It might seem like Gao Wenyue lost money by giving out the bonus, but she gained a lot in return. When Lu Anning praised her, Gao Wenyue just smiled and said, Big sister, I was about to buy groceries. Why don't you come with me? Following Gao Wenyue's example, Lu Anning left Chen Jianxing at a neighbor's house. She took care of the child for most of the day and paid 10 yuan each month. This gave her time to check the accounts at Gao's base and branch. Lu Anning thought Gao Wenyue was just buying some vegetables, but she didn't expect her to buy large pork hocks, more than 10 of them. Gao Wenyue started cooking a big pot of braised pork at the old shop, using 2 stoves at once. The braised pork took half a day to cook. The smell of seasoned meat filled the yard, and neighbors nearby poked their heads out, thinking Gao's restaurant was developing a new dish. Meanwhile, little Chen Jiansheng was playing next door, fussing to come back. He was still unsteady on his feet but could already eat meat. When he smelled the aroma, he kept trying to go to the kitchen. Lu Anning held Chen Jiansheng and said, This pork hock smells so good. I'm craving it. During the meal, the military spouses took out their own dry food, but Gao Wenyue brought over the big pork hock. So fragrant. Someone couldn't help but comment. Ma Chanhua smiled and said, "Everyone, come quickly. Our boss is giving us extra food." Yang Jing smiled and said, "I've been craving this braised dish." When Yang Jing approached the wooden bucket, she froze. She saw the big pork hock. Pork meat costs only 0.79 yuan per jin, and Gao Wenyue braised 18 of those big hocks. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Sisters-in-law, don't just stand there. Come try my braised pork hock." Gao Wenyue knew that even if she paid her military spouses high wages or gave large bonuses, the money they received would mostly be saved. That money might be used for emergencies, spent on their children or their husbands. But very little of it would be spent on themselves. This reflects the qualities of women in this era. Gao Wenyue cannot be judged. She simply tries her best to treat her employees well, like preparing delicious meals for them. Actually, the value of 5 yuan is more substantial than a large ham, but the military wives are clearly more excited than last night. After all, 5 yuan is just a number, while a real ham is genuine meat that they can truly eat and enjoy. The military wives are covered in oil from eating, and everyone's face is filled with happy smiles. Our boss is so kind. This ham is so delicious. I've decided, from now on I want to work with the boss forever. Me too. I want to work until I'm old. Me three. The wives express their determination while eating. Ma Chanhua looks at these wives and thinks of herself back then. Gao Wenyue is so kind. Working for her is a happy thing. The feelings of these wives are something Ma Chanhua has experienced before. Now, Ma Chanhua and the wives are both employees of Gao's company, but there is a difference between employees. These wives are employees of Gao's company, but Ma Chanhua is being trained as a cook. Most importantly, Ma Chanhua also owns shares in Gao's old preserved vegetable shop, and she feels she should contribute more. So today, Ma Chanhua is not just delivering vegetables, she is also trying to win people's hearts. Her main goal is Gao Wenyue. When Gao Wenyue hears everyone praising her, even though she considers herself thick-skinned, she feels a bit shy and doesn't want to stay any longer. Then, Gao Wenyue takes a big ham and heads to Qinglin Mountain, where she finds Hu Qing. "Uncle Hu, have you eaten yet?" Gao Wenyue asks with a smile. Hu Ping is pruning peach branches when he hears her voice and turns to look. The moment he sees Gao Wenyue, his face is full of a smile. Earlier that morning, Hu Ping already knew that the canned yellow peaches in the warehouse had been sold to Beijing, which relieved a big worry in his heart. Since Hu Qing decided to join Gao's company, his mood has been up and down. At first, Hu Qing thought the mountain full of peaches would be too busy to harvest, but Gao Wenyue brought a group of military wives to pick yellow peaches using military trucks. Moreover, those wives all became official employees of Gao's company. Later, Hu Qing worried that the harvested peaches might not sell well, but Gao Wenyue came up with a different idea, making canned yellow peaches. The canned peaches are delicious, but Hu Qing still worries, who will buy so many cans of yellow peaches? All these difficult problems were solved by Gao Wenyue. Hu Qing sincerely admired this young female comrade. Thinking of this, Hu Qing smiled so much that his eyes narrowed and said, "The boss is here."
"I haven't eaten yet."
"I'll eat after finishing this batch." The last batch of yellow peaches had all been sold out, and a new batch had appeared in the mountains. Hu Qing estimated that harvesting would start soon. Today, he specifically cleared the peach tree branches to make harvesting easier later. Sure enough, Gao Wenyue helped and said, "Tomorrow, I will arrange for everyone to come and pick the peaches again. Uncle Hu will handle the arrangements." Hu Qing chuckled and said, "All right, you can rest assured." Gao Wenyue nodded. She felt very confident with Hu Ji in charge of Qinglin Mountain. That's also why she was willing to pay Hu Ji a high salary. Capable people can organize things well, which makes her feel at ease. This is Gao Wenyue's principle of hiring. She prefers to pay a high price to hire a good worker rather than a low price for someone who can't do the job. While they cleaned the branches together, Gao Wenyue reminded Uncle Hu, During these days of picking yellow peaches, you need to watch the mountain carefully to prevent any signs of fire at night. Gao Wenyue knew that one should always be cautious. No matter how secretive she kept the canned peaches, it wouldn't escape the notice of those with bad intentions. Moreover, she believed that soon someone would find out about the Gao family's canned peaches. If the Gao family's canned peaches aroused jealousy, someone might be tempted to cause trouble. Causing trouble for the Gao family's canned peaches would naturally start at the source. Setting a fire in the mountains would be the easiest way. With Gao Wenyue's warning, Hu Qing nodded carefully. Every mountain has fire prevention measures. These are essential firefighting facilities. But Hu Qing decided he wouldn't go home for the next few days. He planned to stay in the mountains until the peach harvest was finished. After clearing the branches, Hu Qing returned to his small forest ranger cabin. Today, he brought plain rice. Hu Qing had received his salary a couple days ago. It was the first time he earned over 100 yuan, and his wife was very happy. This morning, when he left home, Hu Qing's wife specially steamed plain rice and fried sliced meat for him to take. However, these dishes, which seemed very good to ordinary people, were not enough in front of the big elbow. Gao Wenyue brought a big ham to Hu Qing, smiling as she said, "Today, I added extra food for everyone. This is for you. Thank you. I feel embarrassed." Hu Qing feels that his current job is similar to his previous one, but his pay is much better now. People say that having a stable job means good benefits, but working at Gao Wenyue's place feels even better. This is Hu Qing's personal experience. At least, Hu Qing has worked in a stable position for decades and has never tasted a big piece of pork. Just as Hu Qing was enjoying the delicious pork and thinking about how tasty it was, 5 yuan appeared in front of him. Gao Wenyue said, "Today, I gave everyone a bonus to reward your hard work recently. Each person gets 5 yuan. This is for Uncle Hu." Cough cough. Hu Qing was suddenly choked and quickly gestured that he didn't need it. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Everyone else has theirs, so you should have yours too, and you must accept it." After saying that, Gao Wenyue left without paying attention to Hu Ping, who was calling after her repeatedly. At the foot of Qinglin Mountain, Gao Wenyue met an unexpected person. "Why are you here?" Gao Wenyue's brow furrowed slightly as she saw He Xiong. Since the incident at the pickled vegetable shop, Gao Wenyue had sent He Xiong to jail. She knew later He Xiong was rescued by He Ping. After all, He Ping's father was not willing to intervene directly, so the only person He family could find was He Ping. Before releasing He Xiong, He Ping had told Gao Wenyue about it. At that time, Gao Wenyue wondered if He Xiong might suddenly come back to seek revenge. But He Xiong didn't. Gao Wenyue secretly observed for a long time, and this person never appeared. He was clearly on the frontier but had never shown himself. Someone who hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly reappeared in everyone's sight. Something unusual was definitely happening. At that moment, Gao Wenyue thought a lot. Her face kept changing, and she had been secretly watching He Xiong. He Xiong had changed, his eyes darkened, looking very much like a lurking snake. At this moment, Gao Wenyue was sure that this person had been waiting for the right moment to strike at her. He Xiong quietly admired Gao Wenyue's changing expressions. He enjoyed this feeling. Unfortunately, he thought his intimidation was too weak. If he could completely crush Gao Wenyue under his foot, that would be more interesting. Haha. He Xiong suddenly laughed, his laughter carrying a gloomy tone. Gao Wenyue was tired of playing riddles with He Xiong. Seeing she couldn't get an answer, she simply turned to leave. He Xiong thought Gao Wenyue would have many questions for him, but after asking one question and getting no response, she left. "Wait, aren't you curious why I am here?" He Xiong stopped Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue glanced at He Xiong and said, "Are you curious? You won't tell me the reason, so why should I waste my time here with you?" This is Gao Wenyue's cleverness. She never does things without a clear result. He Xiong suddenly smiled, and Gao Wenyue remained as straightforward and bold as always. Her fiery personality made He Xiong love and hate her at the same time. Just as Gao Wenyue was about to go around He Xiong, he reached out and stopped her. Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and looked at He Xiong, coldly saying, "Move aside." Not only did He Xiong not move, but he also stepped closer to Gao Wenyue and said, "Your temper is still so fiery. I wonder if your husband had an accident on the road, would you cry?" He Xiong's face got closer as he stared intently at her beautiful face. Gao Wenyue suddenly asked, "What did you do?" He Xiong smiled and said, "Gao Wenyue, are you afraid too?" Gao Wenyue immediately grabbed He Xiong's arm and asked, "What did you do to him?" She felt a faint sense of unease, and her heartbeat sped up. He Xiong laughed loudly. He liked seeing Gao Wenyue scared. It gave him great pleasure. He was thinking that he might be sick, as all he could think about now was Gao Wenyue. He Xiong was acting like a pervert, secretly spying on Gao Wenyue. As long as she was unhappy, he felt happy. But at this moment, the worry on Gao Wenyue's face was especially glaring to him. He wished that Lu Xiangye would die on the road this time. So He Xiong just chuckled and said, just joking, "Why are you so anxious? Are you eager to become a widow?" Gao Wenyue's hands slowly clenched, and she looked at He Xiong with a fierce expression. Because of the pain, He Xiong's face started to distort, but he was still smiling. Gao Wenyue looked at his distorted face and coldly said, "If anything happens to him, I won't let you go." Her eyes were full of determination. She couldn't accept anything happening to Lu Xiangye. Gao Wenyue thought He Xiong must be crazy. He was now willing to do anything to achieve his goal. After leaving Qinglin Mountain, Gao Wenyue quickly headed to the train station. She was going to Beijing, waiting there for Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye was still on the way, without a phone at this moment, so Gao Wenyue couldn't contact him. She could only go to Beijing and wait for him. Gao Wenyue sat alone on the train. This time, she had no mood to enjoy the scenery outside. Her mind was full of Lu Xiangye. 5 days later, Gao Wenyue met Lu Xiangye in Beijing. "Wife, why are you here?" Lu Xiangye asked in surprise. Gao Wenyue quickly stepped forward and hugged Lu Xiangye, almost running into his arms. Lu Xiangye immediately embraced her back, and they shared a public hug outside the General Union. "Wow, Sister Wenyue is so bold," Lu Wanting whispered in shock. Passers-by stopped to look at the hugging couple, but the two only cared about each other, ignoring everything else. "Are you okay?" Gao Wenyue hurriedly pulled away from Lu Xiangye's embrace and reached out to check on his body. Lu Xiangye held her hands and said, I'm fine, and the cargo is fine too." Gao Wenyue's face changed. It was clear they had encountered trouble. She shook her head and said, "The cargo isn't more important than your safety." During these 5 days, Gao Wenyue was most worried about Lu Xiangye's safety. She thought about calling the police but had no proof. They couldn't do anything to He Xiong, so all she could do was wait. Gao Wenyue hated this waiting. She used to dislike He Xiong, but now her feelings had grown into disgust and even hatred. If something happened to Lu Xiangye, Gao Wenyue swore she wouldn't let He Xiong get away easily. It turned out that Lu Xiangye and Zhou Qing had noticed someone following them when they left the border. Lu Xiangye and Zhou Qing were both top soldiers, so dealing with a few robbers was easy. They quickly stopped and set a trap to catch the followers. Gao Wenyue asked, "Where are those people?" Lu Xiangye said, "They've been taken to the local police station." Gao Wenyue said fiercely, "They should have been beaten up first before being handed over." Lu Xiangye nodded and replied, "They got a good lesson." However, Lu Xiangye didn't realize that those people had caused his wife so much worry. At this moment, Lu Xiangye felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have held back. Gao Wenyue asked again, "What did they say?" Lu Xiangye already knew what He Xiong had told Gao Wenyue. He immediately understood that those people had been targeting them. Because if it was just theft, they would have been followed later on. But those people had been tracking them since they left the border, or more precisely, since they started following them from the Gao family base. This could only mean that those people were after Gao Wenyue. Unfortunately, those were people at the end of their road. No matter how the police questioned them, they insisted no one was behind the scenes giving orders. Lu Xiangye was worried about Gao Wenyue. He wanted to go back and visit He Xiong. But Gao Wenyue said, "No rush. We'll stay in Beijing for a few days and prepare a big gift for him." Those secretly watching Gao Wenyue hoped she would fall completely this time, but she refused to meet their wishes. 2 trucks of yellow peach cans were delivered intact to the General Workers' Union entrance. Huang Li and the logistics team began inventory.
Boss Gao, the goods are ready.
Exactly 10,000 cans of yellow peaches, not a single one missing, Huang Li said with a smile. At first, Huang Li was worried because the distance from the frontier to Beijing was so far. She didn't know when their 10,000 cans would arrive. But soon after Gao Wenyue returned, she called the General Workers' Union to say the goods were ready and they could start delivering from the frontier. Huang Li was surprised when she received the call. She didn't expect that in just 5 days, the cans would be brought to the union's door. Now, Huang Li had to respectfully call Gao Wenyue Boss Gao. When facing someone strong, people naturally use respectful titles to show respect. It's human nature, regardless of age. Gao Wenyue just smiled and said, "Aunt Huang, just call me Wenyue."
Wanli pausa.
Before, Gao Wenyue had asked her for favors, and she could call her little Gao because of her age. But now, things were different. Gao Wenyue was a partner of the union, and even Su Qinghua called her boss Gao. Huang Li hesitated, unsure how to change her way of addressing her. Gao Wenyue continued kindly, "And Huang, your family's Wan Ting still calls me sister.
Just call me Wenyue.
Treat me as a junior." When Gao Wenyue saw Huang Li again, she still called her Aunt Huang. Huang Li saw this and simply called out Wenyue. The union was indeed one of the best welfare organizations in Beijing. In the morning, Gao Wenyue delivered the cans, and in the afternoon, they transferred 38,800 yuan to her bank account. Gao Wenyue carefully checked the bank transfer. This money was earned through the hard work of Gao's enterprise recently. She wanted to make sure the funds were real and arrived safely. Then, Gao Wenyue headed to a newspaper office in Beijing. Lu Xiangye has been always by Gao Wenyue's side. No matter what Gao Wenyue wants to do, Lu Xiangye stays close to her. First, Gao Wenyue went to the newspaper office. She wanted to advertise Gao's canned food using the name of the General Union. This was approved by Huang Li and Su Qinghua, since the money for the advertisement was paid by Gao Wenyue herself. For Huang Li and Su Qinghua, they felt lucky. They didn't have to spend any effort or resources, but could get free publicity.
They were very happy about it.
Of course, Gao Wenyue didn't want them to take all the credit. She asked Su Qinghua to introduce her to an editor. Su Qinghua agreed easily. It was just a matter of talking. Gao Wenyue met the editor at the People's Daily. Her request was simple, to put Gao's canned food slogan in the newspaper's commercial ad section. Border Specialties Yellow Peach cans 1 bite of yellow peach, 1 sip of honey. Gao Wenyue still used this slogan. She linked Gao's canned food with the General Union and then explained her plan to donate a dime for each bottle sold. Li Yu, an editor at the People's Daily, was sent by his leaders to handle Gao Wenyue's advertising. When Li Yu saw the 3 slogans, he was very surprised. At first glance, the slogans sounded catchy, but only Li Yu knew how successful they really were. He was still amazed by the slogans when he heard Gao Wenyue talk about the donation plan. Donate? Donate money? Li Yu asked in surprise. Gao Wenyue nodded confidently and said, "Yes. For each bottle sold, we will donate a dime. Our Gao company will set up a support fund to help ordinary people with the donated money." Gao Wenyue sold 10,000 bottles through her cooperation with the General Union, meaning she would donate 1,000 yuan. In a time when many people still couldn't eat well or stay warm, Gao Wenyue was able to donate 1,000 yuan at once. Li Yu finally understood why he was sent to interview for a newspaper ad space. Remember, this is the People's Daily, and many business owners queue up daily to buy ad space. In Beijing, having money doesn't always guarantee you a chance to use the newspaper's resources. The commercial section of the People's Daily is very limited, and only a few advertisements can be published. But everything Gao Wenyue said met the newspaper's strict requirements. Moreover, this matter is fundamentally about public welfare, which is a good thing that benefits ordinary people. Li Yu is a passionate young man, and Gao Wenyue later realized this. When it came to donating money, Li Yu was very excited. He even volunteered to continue managing the follow-up of this project, wanting to track the progress of the donations. Gao and Yue naturally agreed happily. They agreed to review the sales of Gao's canned goods each month, and the expenses of the Gao Foundation could be made transparent and open. On the media side, they could help promote Gao's company once a month and also share the progress of the donations. This gave Gao Wenyue more opportunities for future cooperation. So, when Liu said the advertising cost was 1,000 yuan, Gao Wenyue cheerfully agreed. Spending 1,000 yuan on a year of advertising seemed reasonable to Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue wanted to treat Liu to a meal, but he kept refusing because he was eager to go back and write articles. Liu left quickly, and Gao Wenyue stood there smiling, feeling that most people in this world are good. She also helped reduce some work for Gao's company. In just 3 days, a new food trend appeared in Beijing. A canned yellow peach suddenly became popular in government offices and nursing homes. Yellow peach canned food became a luxury item, and people started asking everywhere where to buy it. Liu did not disappoint Gao Wenyue. He ran ads for Gao's canned goods for 3 days straight, and on the 3rd day, he included the contact information for ordering. After that, Gao Wenyue began a long process of taking orders. The example set by the General Union had a big impact. Gao Wenyue, along with Chen Fong and Zhou Qing, visited other ordering units one after another. Even large organizations that had already called to place orders were visited in person by Gao Wenyue. Her fresh approach made a strong impression. Gao Wenyue received many orders for Gao's canned goods in Beijing. The large organizations were not shy about ordering yellow peach canned food. They even worried about running out. Gao Wenyue was ready to accept as many orders as possible. The entire Qinglin mountain was filled with yellow peaches, enough to meet their demand. She also received an order from Beijing Municipal Committee Guesthouse, with Lu Wanting following along eagerly. Lu Wanting clearly saw what had been happening these days and was very impressed with Gao Wenyue. At this moment, Lu Wanting finally understood why Gao Wenyue insisted on selling canned peaches to the union first. Now, the success was a result of the union's influence. The leaders of the municipal guest house did not expect that the owner of the popular canned peaches was actually staying there. Thanks to Lu Wanting's introduction, the leaders of the Beijing municipal guest house learned that Gao Wenyue was not only the owner of the canned peaches, but also the owner of the Border Gao's marinated meat shop. With this connection, the leaders treated Gao Wenyue very politely. After all, Gao Wenyue was the first to innovate the management model of the guest house. Seeing the other side's politeness, Gao Wenyue spoke a bit more. She suggested, "I recommend you consider sustainable ordering for your supplies, bundling the canned peaches with the current roast duck set meal. As for the price, it would be best to offer a significant discount." The other person was surprised. He initially wanted to ask Gao Wenyue about selling the set meal, but before he could, Gao Wenyue offered help proactively. Lu Wanting nearby asked confusedly, "But our roast duck isn't selling well. Why bundle it with the peaches for a discount? If sold separately, the peaches might sell better." As an employee of the guest house, Lu Wanting knew the guests' preferences. These guests were not short of money, but they weren't fools either. In simple terms, they could buy the 2.88 yuan roast duck set or the 3.88 yuan canned peaches, but they wanted value for their money. The products themselves needed to be attractive. Lu Wanting thought the canned peaches were appealing, but the roast duck set was not. The leader smiled without speaking, just shook his head slightly. Lu Wanting looked puzzled, unable to get an answer from the leader, so she looked up at Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue smiled slightly and explained, "For the guest house, selling products is secondary. What's more important is that the products help improve the guest house's reputation." Lu Wanting nodded as if she understood, though not completely. The leader's smile grew wider, and he generously signed a continuous order contract with Gao Wenyue. The Beijing Municipal Guest House ordered 500 bottles of canned peaches from Gao Wenyue, enough for a month. They would place orders there every month in the future. Gao Wenyue looked at the contract in her hand, feeling that her advice had been worthwhile. Lu Wanting did not leave. She still had doubts in her mind. Gao Wenyue looked at Lu Wanting, who seemed hesitant. She smiled and said, "Wanting, are you wondering why the roast duck set meal sells so poorly? Why does the guest house still sell it? Even ordering canned yellow peaches to lower the price and sell them together? Lu Wanting nodded repeatedly. This was indeed her confusion. Gao Wenyue straightforwardly explained, because we are in Beijing. Roast duck is a special dish of Beijing. Since the municipal guest house deals with food, they can't give up on selling roast duck. If a city's municipal guest house doesn't sell roast duck, will visitors from outside Beijing still want to eat it when they come here? Lu Wanting understood. As a Beijing native, she knew this was the right thing to do, just like Gao Wenyue, who is working on making the border area's yellow peaches a local specialty. Everyone is working hard to improve and build their hometowns. Gao Wenyue didn't argue. Now, she fully considered the border region as her home. She stayed in Beijing for a few days, secured orders from major companies, and that marked the official start of their Gao family's canned food business. On the way back, Gao Wenyue traveled in a large truck. Chen Fong and Zhou Qing, who had sharp eyes, pulled the young service soldiers to another vehicle, while Gao Wenyue sat alone with Lu Xiangye in a separate car. The return trip was much faster. Gao Wenyue looked at the man driving beside her, and also wanted to learn how to drive. She could drive, but she didn't know how to handle the big truck. Lu Xiangye raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you really want to learn?" Gao Wenyue nodded confidently. Soon, a large truck drove steadily ahead, followed by another big truck swaying from side to side. Keep your eyes on the road. Look far ahead. Turn the steering wheel gently, considering the weight of the truck. Under Lu Xiangye's guidance, Gao Wenyue quickly learned how to drive the big truck. Finally, the second truck managed to keep up with the first. Gao Wenyue proudly looked at Lu Xiangye, who said with pride, "My wife is amazing." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "It's because your teacher is good. It's because my wife has a better sense of understanding. It's because my husband taught me better." When Gao Wenyue returned to the border region, she no longer quietly made canned yellow peaches. Instead, she openly opened a factory to produce them. In fact, even if Gao Wenyue hadn't made a big splash, the border area was already stirring with excitement. The popular canned yellow peaches in Beijing have already spread to the border regions. However, canned yellow peaches are very valuable there. People keep talking about how delicious they are, and a bottle can sell for 6 yuan. Even Gao Wenyue was surprised for a moment when she heard this. She sells goods from the border to Beijing, then people bring them back to sell in the border areas, and the price has nearly doubled. Soon, everyone in the border region found out that the popular canned yellow peaches in Beijing were actually made by Gao Wenyue. The day after Gao Wenyue returned to the border, the local newspaper published news about Gao's canned peaches. This was her way of advertising and showing that Gao's canned peaches were officially for sale. While Gao Wenyue was away, the Gao factory kept producing steadily. Military wives went up the mountain to pick yellow peaches and then returned to the factory to make the cans. Hu Qing and Yang Jing played big roles in leading this work. Of course, Gao Wenyue was in Beijing, but she never stopped giving instructions by phone, guiding everything behind the scenes. The canned yellow peaches sold in the border region for 2.38 yuan per bottle. On the day they officially went on sale, Gao's canned peaches became very popular. Gao's canned peaches were sold in 2 ways. One was by ordering, with Gao's company delivering directly to homes. The other was in stores, where customers paid on the spot. Considering the needs of buyers, Gao Wenyue also opened a shop in the border region called Gao's Canned Peaches. Before that, Gao Wenyue had already decided to let Aunt He handle buying a house and decorating it. In the border region, Aunt He was very skilled at buying houses and decorating. Gao Wenyue looked at the Gao's Canned Peaches shop and nodded. Aunt He's taste was very good, and the shop was decorated beautifully. Bright orange canned peaches were displayed inside, and passers-by couldn't help but glance at them more. Aunt He smiled and said, "Boss, when will we start selling the canned peaches? Many customers are asking." Gao Wenyue looked at the eager passers-by outside and smiled. "We can start right now." Gao Wenyue brought Yang Jing over, and they worked together selling Gao's canned peaches. "Oh, at last I can buy this canned peach." "Exactly. I've waited for days. My little grandson is going to eat it. This canned peach is so tasty. My relatives brought a bottle from Beijing, and it's really sweet. According to people from Beijing, eating this canned food when sick is very good. I came to buy a jar to try." Customers in line were chatting excitedly. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Everyone, please line up properly. Everyone can buy one." Yang Jing looked surprised at the long line behind her. The yellow peach can cost 38 yuan, which she thought was very expensive. Yet, these people were eager to buy it. Then, Yang Jing understood. These people must be living comfortably. Before, Yang Jing never dared to think about buying such an expensive yellow peach can. Now, she earns 30 yuan a month. If she could buy one can each month for her children, she would be willing. On the first day Gao's canned food shop opened, there were 3 lines at the cash register. At closing time, Gao Wenyue started counting the money. As her fingers moved quickly over the abacus, Yang Jing and Aunt He held their breath. They had worked all day selling cans and wanted to know how well they did. It felt like a long time before Gao Wenyue finally said, "I've finished counting." Today, Gao's canned food shop sold 712 jars, earning a total of 1,694.56 yuan. "Oh my goodness, we made so much money in just one day," Yang Jing exclaimed in surprise. Yang Jing had collected money all day. She knew the shop made a good profit. But when she found out they earned nearly 1,700 yuan in just one day, she was still amazed. Should she have known this? Gao Wenyue always had a plan in her work. This year, when she opened the new shop, Gao Wenyue brought Aunt He and Yang Jing along. Being able to stay in the shop and discuss finances was because they trusted her. Yang Jing hadn't fully realized this yet, but Aunt He already guessed. Aunt He was the cook at Gao's branch of the preserved vegetable shop. She held part of the branch's profits and managed the shop's accounts, so she was like the manager. On the day Gao's canned food shop opened, Aunt He thought it was normal for her and Gao Wenyue to be there. But if Yang Jing was there, it meant something was unusual. Sure enough, Gao Wenyue then announced that Yang Jing would be the shop manager. This was a careful decision by Gao Wenyue. After observing for a while, she believed Yang Jing was the best choice for the new shop manager. Since Gao Wenyue decided to hire military spouses to work at Gao's company, Yang Jing had performed very well. She had strong leadership skills. At the same time, Yang Jing is quite outgoing and eloquent. She is very suitable to be a store manager. "Let me be the manager?" Yang Jing asked in surprise. Gao Wenyue nodded confidently. She specifically brought Yang Jing here today to see how she performs when greeting customers. Fortunately, Yang Jing's performance was as good as always, and she is good at handling accounts. Gao Wenyue smiled and asked sister-in-law, "Do you have confidence?" Yang Jing first looked at Gao Wenyue, seeing that she was sincere. She nodded firmly and said, "Yes. Since the boss asked me to do it, I will. If I do poorly, please criticize and correct me, and I will try to improve." Gao Wenyue was pleased and said, "All right, I will stay at the new store for a while and teach you for a few days."
Gao Wenyue admired Yang Jing's personality.
To her, ambitious people have energy and drive, and she is willing to give employees like her chances to move up. Next to them, Grandma He smiled and said, "Little Yang, learn well from the boss." I also learned by following the boss. Grandma He is now a capable store manager and also a chef who holds a secret recipe. Her monthly income now matches what their family earned in a year before. All these changes were brought by Gao Wenyue. Looking at Gao Wenyue, Grandma He couldn't help but say, "Wenyue, tonight a Ping is coming to my house for dinner. You should come too." Gao Wenyue was surprised and asked, "Is the leader back?" Gao Wenyue hadn't seen He Ping for a long time. If Grandma He hadn't mentioned it, she would have thought He Ping was still on a business trip in Pengcheng. Then she realized that, as the saying goes, a new official often makes big changes. After taking office, He Ping would definitely come back to stir things up in the border area. It's unlikely he would stay in Pengcheng for a trip. As soon as Grandma He spoke, she began to regret secretly. She knew her brother's feelings. Originally, this dinner was arranged by Grandma He for He Ping. She wanted to persuade her brother to go on a blind date. But if Gao Wenyue went, would He Ping agree to a date? Soon. Grandma He had no doubts because Gao Wenyue refused her. Gao Wenyue said, "Grandma He, I have something to do tonight. I will visit the leader in a couple of days." Gao Wenyue is a considerate person and wouldn't join such family gatherings. By now, night had fallen. Lu Xiangye was waiting outside the new store, ready to pick up his wife and take her home. Mrs. He looked at the two people's silhouettes and sighed. Even she had to admit that Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye were a good match. Lu Xiangye was very outstanding. Anyone with eyes could see that. Most importantly, Gao Wenyue liked Lu Xiangye. This made He Ping, who liked Gao Wenyue, lose hope. However, Mrs. He still didn't understand her brother. The young couple had just left. Gao Wenyue reached out and hugged Lu Xiangye's waist, asking, "Where are we going?" Gao Wenyue noticed that Lu Xiangye was not heading home. They were going toward the city. Lu Xiangye turned back and said, "To get revenge." Gao Wenyue suddenly felt confused in the wind. She grabbed the man's clothes. Could a soldier like Lu Xiangye say something like that? But without Gao Wenyue asking again, she knew the man was telling the truth. Lu Xiangye took Gao Wenyue to a hidden courtyard. The red light shining from inside made Gao Wenyue realize something was wrong. Gao Wenyue's almond-shaped eyes were full of doubt. This place looked like a shady spot. In ancient times, there were brothels. In the new millennium, there are nightclubs. Even in this poor era, poverty was the main situation for most people. But those with money and power still had entertainment needs. Gao Wenyue knew this well. She wasn't curious about such places, but she wondered how Lu Xiangye brought her here. Seeing Gao Wenyue's confusion, Lu Xiangye lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "He Xiong is inside." Lu Xiangye wanted Gao Wenyue to take revenge herself. He wouldn't allow anyone to bully his wife. He Xiong, taking advantage of Lu Xiangye being away at the border, dared to threaten Gao Wenyue, making her travel thousands of miles to Beijing out of fear. During those days, Gao Wenyue's mental worries were deeply felt by Lu Xiangye. Thinking of this, Lu Xiangye's dark eyes darkened. He looked up toward the direction of the courtyard, showing a cold light in his gaze. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile slightly. So that was the reason. A true gentleman doesn't forgive enemies. Even if Gao Wenyue didn't see herself as a gentleman, she wouldn't forget the grudge with He Xiong. They waited outside the courtyard. As night fell, a few men began entering. The courtyard, which was just faintly lit, grew brighter. The ambiguous pink light reflected on Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye's faces. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but glance back at Lu Xiangye. The man still looked cold and distant. If they weren't sitting so close together right now, she would have thought he was completely calm. Late at night, people started coming out one after another. He Xiong staggered out from inside. A young man tried to help him, but He Xiong pushed him away. "Young master, take it slow.
Get lost."
It was clear He Xiong had drunk a lot. He was unsteady on his feet. Despite that, He Xiong still wanted to drive. He had taken his family's small car. "What should we do?" Gao Wenyue asked, unable to hold back her concern. There were more than one person in He Xiong's car. The young man who was with him didn't let He Xiong drive. He pushed He Xiong into the back seat, while he sat in the driver's seat. Gao Wenyue didn't need to think hard. This was definitely arranged by the people in the yard. Since He Xiong was from the He family, they wouldn't let him drunk and driving home. If anything happened to He Xiong on the road, their yard's reputation would be ruined secretly. Lu Xiangye looked down at Gao Wenyue and said, "Don't worry. Wait here for me." He quickly went and returned. He took Gao Wenyue to a narrow alley exit where He Xiong's car was parked. Ugh ugh ugh. As Gao Wenyue approached the car, she heard muffled struggling sounds. When she got closer, she saw that He Xiong had a black bag over his head and was on the ground. The struggling was coming from He Xiong, and the young man who was driving had already been knocked out by Lu Xiangye. Who are you?" "I am from the He family. I'm my uncle. My uncle is the mayor." He Xiong's cries for help continued. Gao Wenyue watched coldly as he looked terrified, scared, and helpless. At that moment, the anger in Gao Wenyue's heart suddenly eased. Just now, she was confused about why Lu Xiangye had knocked out the driver, but He Xiong. Now Gao Wenyue finally understood. Because making He Xiong stay awake but not letting him know what was about to happen, That feeling of helplessness was deadly for He Xiong and the most effective. Lu Xiongye handed Gao Wenyu something. She looked down and saw it was a pair of nunchucks. The usually cold man gave Gao Wenyu a subtle signal with his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Gao Wenyue's lips curved into a slight smile. She reached out and took the nunchaku.
Bang!
Ugh, it hurts. Gao Wenyue didn't hold back her strength. She swung the whip repeatedly at He Xiong, and eventually, she even kicked him the ground. He Xiong was beaten badly and lay on the ground, barely breathing. Only then did Gao Wenyue feel relieved. She is never soft when dealing with enemies. It was midnight now, and they were again at the alley entrance. He Xiong's cries of pain lasted a long time before attracting people's attention. In fact, such noise should have quickly drawn attention. Society was quite safe during this time, but many people didn't want to get involved or dared not to. That's why Gao Wenyue could beat He Xiong for so long without interruption. Before anyone arrived, Lu Xiongye quickly pulled Gao Wenyue away from the scene. The night wind in the borderlands was cool, but Gao Wenyue's heart was warm. She tightly hugged Lu Xiongye's waist, resting her head on his back, feeling very attached to the man in front of her. They didn't get home until late at night. As soon as they entered, Gao Wenyue turned and snuggled into Lu Xiongye's arms. Lu Xiongye instinctively reached out to hold her. He asked softly, "Are you cold?" Gao Wenyue rested her head on Lu Xiongye's chest, able to hear his steady heartbeat, full of rhythm. She gently shook her head and said, "I just want to hold you." Lu Xiongye smiled upon hearing this and leaned down to kiss her. Gao Wenyue responded passionately, wanting only to kiss Lu Xiongye and stay close to him. For Gao Wenyue's initiative, Lu Xiongye was eager too. He quickly swept her into his arms. The room's temperature gradually rose as their bodies tangled together, with clothes scattered on the floor. This time, Gao Wenyue didn't rush to suggest taking a shower. Lu Xiongye took the initiative to bring her to the bathroom. Gao Wenyue had installed a large mirror in the bathroom, mainly to admire her figure, but it also made it easier for Lu Xiongye. They tangled for a long time in the bathroom. Lu Xiongye liked standing in front of the full-length mirror with Gao Wenyue. He could see her face, as beautiful as a peach blossom, and also see her lovely figure reflected in the mirror. Gao Wenyue was floating in midair, only able to cling tightly to Lu Xiongye. After 2 hours, a passionate and lengthy encounter finally came to an end. Gao Wenyue was covered in sweat, with tears still hanging at the corner of her eyes, a result of her recent emotional breakdown. Lu Xiongye held her in his arms, gently kissing away her tears with tender affection. At this moment, Gao Wenyue was too exhausted to move. She pushed away Lu Xiongye's warm body in annoyance, saying she was too hot. Lu Xiongye chuckled softly and said, "Wife, you're so practical, finished, and then you complain." Gao Wenyue hummed twice, not wanting to speak because she was too tired. Although she didn't say anything, her attitude was clearly obvious. Lu Xiongye laughed happily. He lowered his head and buried his face in Gao Wenyue's neck, his warm breath making her skin tingle.
It's hot,"
she murmured instinctively. Unknowingly, her voice had become hoarse. Her soft, gentle whisper made Lu Xiongye's heart stir again, just as he was about to rest. Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiongye were very close, and she immediately felt his body change. Tired and unable to keep her eyes open, Gao Wenyue suddenly opened her eyes wide, her almond-shaped eyes full of surprise. "Lu Xiongye, don't be impulsive." She trembled as she called out. Lu Xiongye shook his head and said, "Wife, I just want to take you to wash up." Gao Wenyue asked suspiciously, "Then why?" She didn't finish her question, but she could clearly feel the boldness from that area. Lu Xiongye looked down, admiring his wife's blushing face. He said innocently, "Wife, he just really likes you." Gao Wenyue was choked and stammered, "No, I don't want it anymore." She felt that things were getting out of hand. Lu Xiongye looked serious and said, "Wife, I really just want to help you take a bath." Seeing his sincere expression, Gao Wenyue hesitated but agreed. All right then. After all, her cleanliness obsession made it hard for her to sleep. But once Lu Xiongye took her into the bathroom, He started setting fires everywhere. Lu Xiangye, you promised only to help me wash. Gao Wenyue shouted in frustration. Lu Xiangye looked serious and said, Wife, I am helping you wash. As soon as he finished speaking, passionate kisses followed. In her heart, Gao Wenyue wondered, who is this kind of good person who bathes like this? Lu Xiangye didn't do anything more to Gao Wenyue, but he had already ignited the fire. He teased her until she couldn't resist, and her eyes were full of affection. Ultimately, Gao Wenyue reached out and gently wrapped her arms around Lu Xiangye's neck, leaning into him. Lu Xiangye lowered his head and softly chuckled, saying, Wife, this is you taking the initiative. Gao Wenyue, with her charming eyes, glared at Lu Xiangye and said, Hurry up, no more talking. Yes, ma'am. By dawn, the two finished their deep conversation. Gao Wenyue was exhausted and could barely keep her eyes open. She left everything else to Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye carefully tidied her up from head to toe, making sure she was clean and refreshed before they both went to sleep together. That day, neither of them got up for work. They just stayed in each other's arms and slept. Gao Wenyue woke up in Lu Xiangye's arms and saw his handsome face, with his dark eyes looking at her. A small smile appeared on Gao Wenyue's lips as she lazily said, Husband, good morning. Lu Xiangye leaned down and kissed her lips, replying, Good morning, wife. The midday sun was very bright, so Gao Wenyue closed her eyes and simply enjoyed the morning kiss. After a long while, until Gao Wenyue was almost out of breath, Lu Xiangye finally let go of her. He said, Wife, lie down a bit longer. I'll go cook first. Gao Wenyue obediently nodded, but in truth, she couldn't get up even if she wanted to. She felt her back was almost broken. Last night's happiness made her feel the pain now. From the kitchen, there were sounds of rustling, indicating Lu Xiangye was cooking. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but think that Lu Xiangye was the one doing all the work, yet he still looked energetic and had the strength to cook. She truly admired him for that. Soon, a fragrant bowl of tomato and egg noodles was ready. Lu Xiangye wanted to bring it into the room for Gao Wenyue to eat, but she refused. Gao Wenyue didn't like eating in bed. She thought it would dirty her sheets. Lu Xiangye was used to this. His wife always liked to keep things clean. Most men in this era only showered every few days, or were quite messy. Many people found it hard to even wash their face after a long day. In this situation, Lu Xiangye's habit of showering daily really pleased Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue was very particular about cleanliness. No matter how late she worked, she always wanted to shower before bed, especially after intimate moments. Lu Xiangye was always very clean among the men in the army. After noticing Gao Wenyue's obsessive cleanliness, he paid even more attention to his personal hygiene. Sometimes, in a relationship, being willing to accommodate your partner's habits is the key to making the bond stronger. Gao Wenyue knew that Lu Xiangye had been quietly adjusting to her habits, and that was part of why she fell in love with him. Lu Xiangye had always done many things quietly behind the scenes for Gao Wenyue. When Gao Wenyue just got out of bed, her legs felt weak. A big hand reached out, and Lu Xiangye immediately picked her up. With Lu Xiangye's help, Gao Wenyue finished her morning routine and finally sat comfortably at the dining table. The fragrant red tomato and egg noodles in front of her made Gao Wenyue feel very hungry. Where's your noodles? Gao Wenyue looked up at Lu Xiangye and asked. Lu Xiangye said in the kitchen, You eat first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiangye went to the kitchen to serve food. He also cooked 2 stir-fried dishes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes and green pepper scrambled eggs. During the meal, Lu Xiangye kept offering Gao Wenyue eggs from his bowl and plate. Because the Lu family rarely cooked, besides the vegetables grown in the yard, eggs were the most common ingredient at home. So, the most nutritious part of this lunch was the eggs Lu Xiangye made. His intention was clear. He wanted Gao Wenyue to eat the most nutritious eggs. Gao Wenyue happily accepted Lu Xiangye's kindness. Until her bowl was overflowing, she quickly said, That's enough. I can't eat any more. Lu Xiangye raised an eyebrow and said, Didn't you say you're tired? Eat more to boost your energy. Gao Wenyue took a day off for herself and stayed home, enjoying a cozy day with Lu Xiangye. In the evening, they went for a walk and chatted. In the autumn of the frontier, the falling leaves were sparse, and the sky was so blue that it seemed like you could reach out and touch the clouds. Gao Wenyu reached out and linked her arm with Lu Xiangye's as they walked near the residential area, looking like a perfect couple. Passers-by couldn't help but turn to look at them. Commander Jiang and Commissar Wang happened to finish work at the same time and saw Gao Wenyu and Lu Xiangye. Commander Jiang snorted and said, "That kid, I wondered why he asked for a day off today." Commissar Wang smiled and replied, "He's just spending time with his wife. Nothing wrong with that. If he kept staying in the army for extra training like before, then you'd have something to worry about." Commander Jiang thought carefully and believed this was the reason. His words were overheard by Captain Wu and by Yong behind him, who nodded in agreement. By then, the news had spread wildly through the city. The young master of the He family was beaten up at the alley entrance, and it was in such a place. People guessed that He Xiong was beaten because of his womanizing. The He family suffered silently, unable to find the attacker quickly, and only hurried to suppress the rumors spreading across the city. The He family members stayed at the hospital caring for He Xiong, who was badly bruised, with visible purple and blue marks all over his skin and his face swollen. His parents asked about his condition kindly, while He Qinghua stood nearby with a serious face, silent. Aunt He also came, pretending to visit but actually happy to see others unhappy. She was pleased when she saw the second branch's people upset. Amidst the chatter, He Ping arrived at the ward, summoned by He Qinghua. He Ping looked calmly at everyone inside the room. The noisy group suddenly fell silent. He Ping had changed a lot over the past year. Everyone noticed and softened their hostility toward him. Actually, He Ping had always been like this. Before, he worked at the Municipal Party Committee guest house, and his position didn't attract much attention. Now that he was promoted, no one dared to underestimate him. Recently, He Ping had made big moves in Pengcheng, and since returning to the border area, he had been very decisive and accomplished several major tasks. Now, He Ping was a trusted subordinate of the mayor, often seen behind the mayor. People secretly whispered that He Ping was close to surpassing his father, Vice Mayor He, in status. When this influential figure arrived at the hospital, even He Qinghua couldn't help but look at him carefully. He Ping directly said, "I've arranged for people to calm the rumors. This matter is over. As for you." He looked coldly at He Xiong and said expressionlessly, "You should be discharged now and go home. You are not allowed to go out for a while." The room fell silent. Everyone dared not speak. Some were anxious and restless, but still didn't dare openly challenge He Ping in front of He Qinghua. Everyone was watching He Qinghua, waiting for his decision. And he saw this and said with a half-smile, "The rumors are already so bad. Why don't you go home and hide? Do you really want to stay here and make a fool of yourself?" "You." Zheng Xiaoli angrily pointed at Granny He. Recently, their second house had been badly bullied by Granny He's brother and sister. Zheng Xiaoli quickly stepped forward to hold Zheng Xiaoli back. She tried to soothe her, saying, "Sister, don't get so upset. Why argue with the kids? She has never liked a Xiong since she was young, and it's always been like this." Although Zheng Xiaoli appeared to be persuading Zheng Xiaoli, her expression showed helplessness, but her eyes were full of resentment towards Granny He. Granny He paused. She couldn't stand hearing such words. Whenever she heard such sarcastic remarks, she felt suffocated. He Ping's calm eyes showed a hint of change. He walked over to Granny He. He Ping stood protectively in front of Granny He, glaring sharply at the two sisters from Zheng's family. Zheng Xiaoli immediately shut her mouth. She was loyal to He Ping, her stepson, who was not easy to deal with. Zheng Xiaoli pretended to look weak and lowered her eyes. If her child hadn't been lost, she wouldn't be so concerned about He Ping's attitude, nor would she be defending He Xiong. As He Xiong's aunt and stepmother, Zheng Xiaoli naturally loved He Xiong from the bottom of her heart. Even knowing what Zheng Xiaoli had done in the past, Zheng Xiaoli now had to grit her teeth and gamble on He Xiong's future. After all, He Xiong was her nephew. Only if He Xiong was well, would her future old age be secure. Zheng Xiaoli couldn't have more children. She was planning for her retirement. She knew that Granny, he and her brother and sister wouldn't care for her. Zheng Xiaoli rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. She was very upset that her precious son was beaten so badly, and now He Ping wanted He Xiong to be discharged from the hospital. Just as Zheng Xiaoli was about to argue, Granny He cut her off with her words. Granny He had been staring at He Ping's back, lost in thought. Every time she clashed with the He family, her brother would stand in front of her to protect her. This time, Granny He decided to stand up for herself. She reached out and pushed aside He Ping. Taking a step forward, she sneered and said, "Comrade Zheng, what do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean I've always disliked He Xiong? Why don't I like He Xiong? Don't you know? Do I need to remind you of what happened back then?" Granny He looked coldly at everyone in the ward. She had learned her lesson. In the past, if she faced such situations, she would turn around and leave. But now, she wouldn't do that. She had a voice, and she wanted to say it loudly. These people made her uncomfortable, and she wouldn't let them have the upper hand. Talking about the past, He Qinggua's face darkened. Ultimately, he owed his eldest daughter a debt. Zheng Xiaoli quickly put on a pleading expression and said, "Why bring up the past, little girl? We were just talking about a Xiong." And he turned to Zheng Xiaoli and said, "Didn't you bring up the past first? I'm just speaking about the facts." Zheng Xiaoli choked, her cheeks clenched in anger. He Ping felt relieved and said, "Big sister, you did very well." And he took a deep breath and said, "I'm still learning from Wenyu." And he followed Gao Wenyu around, working with her. She noticed that Gao Wenyu never let herself be treated unfairly, and over time, she was influenced by her. Hearing Gao Wenyu's name, He Ping suddenly fell silent. Next to her, and he opened her mouth but cursed herself silently for bringing up the wrong topic. When Xiong He was sent home, he suddenly disappeared, and the He family was searching everywhere for him. At this moment, at the entrance of the Gao canned food shop, a man with a dark, intense aura stood in the middle. Gao Wenyu looked calmly at Xiong He, who was now in a very miserable state. Xiong He, with a fierce face, asked, "Gao Wenyu, was it you last night?" Gao Wenyu looked at him calmly and asked, "What are you talking about?" Xiong He sneered and said, "Don't pretend, I know it was you." Gao Wenyu showed a confused expression and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Did someone hit you?"
Good job.
When she said the last part, Gao Wenyu looked pleased and a little smug. Xiong He looked at her suspiciously, trying to read her expression. When Xiong He was first, he thought the attack was against the He family, but he was beaten badly. Later, he realized it was aimed at him. The person was determined to hurt him. In the border area, only Gao Wenyu could hate Xiong He this much. Xiong He knew very well what he had done. The person he had found was in the police station, and after Gao Wenyu returned to the border, he was beaten. It was definitely Gao Wenyu's deliberate revenge. But now, Gao Wenyu's expression didn't seem fake, which made Xiong He, who was quite sure, feel a little uncertain. Gao Wenyu was in a good mood now. She wouldn't admit anything anyway. Xiong He's suspicion only lasted a moment. He stepped forward and reached out to grab Gao Wenyu. She quickly stepped back and slapped his hand away. Snap! The sharp sound was very harsh. Xiong He was hit on his injured hand and immediately grimaced in pain. Gao Wenyu's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly enjoying herself. He Xiong still insisted on his previous belief, saying, "Gao Wenyu, it must be you." Gao Wenyu waved her hands and said, "Whatever you think, I suggest you check your brain when you have time." This was a clear insult, implying that He Xiong had a problem with his mind, and only Gao Wenyu dared to say such a thing to him. After speaking, Gao Wenyu turned to leave. "Don't go, this isn't over." He Xiong hurried forward to grab Gao Wenyu, trying to pull her back. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded right next to Gao Wenyu's ear. When she looked back, she saw Lu Xiongye standing behind, and He Xiong was knocked to the ground. It was Lu Xiongye who had kicked He Xiong down. Lu Xiongye looked at He Xiong with a cold face and said, "Don't bother her again, or it won't be just a simple kick next time." He Xiong fell to the ground, covered in dust, and the loud noise caused the dust on the ground to rise instantly. In a daze, Hee-seong blinked several times before clearly seeing Lu Xiangye's face. This was the first time Hee-seong saw Gao Wenyue's husband. He silently thought to himself, so this is Gao Wenyue's husband. Gao Wenyue walked over, reached out, and held Lu Xiangye's hand tightly. When Hee-ping arrived, he saw the two holding hands, which was quite striking. Hee-ping chose to ignore the awkward scene and simply said to Wang Jianhua nearby, "Take him back." This him naturally referred to Hee-seong. Hee-seong's long-planned business battle ended in failure. From the moment the Gao company's canned food caught fire, he had already lost. Hee-ping approached Gao Wenyue, clearly wanting to say something. Lu Xiangye glanced at Gao Wenyue and said, "You two talk first. I'll wait for you at the shop." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiangye withdrew his right hand and headed toward the shop. Gao Wenyue and Hee-ping went to a new tea house with a modern style. As soon as they entered the private room, Hee-ping said, "Wenyue, I'm sorry." Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "Leader, you are yourself. Hee-seong is Hee-seong. The two of you are not related." Hee-ping felt pleased hearing this. Deep down, he preferred not to be associated with Hee-seong. Hee-ping still looked elegant as always, but his face showed a hint of authority related to his position in the economic office. Nevertheless, Hee-ping said, "I'm not apologizing for him, but for my lack of control." Before this, Hee-ping was responsible for helping Hee-seong leave the police station and ensuring his behavior was controlled. However, during this period, Hee-ping was too busy with business trips and allowed Hee-seong to take advantage of the situation. Although Hee-seong did some things secretly and didn't leave any evidence, everyone knew what was going on. If Lu Xiangye hadn't been on the large truck, Hee-seong's plan would have succeeded, which could have caused Gao Wenyue significant financial loss. Hee-ping believes he should apologize for not managing the situation properly. Gao Wenyue listened to the explanation but didn't say anything. He couldn't even write the word "he" twice. Even if Hee-ping disliked Hee-seong, he still had to support him for the sake of the family or himself. Gao Wenyue only said, "That must have been tough for the leader having to clean up after someone you dislike." Gao Wenyue couldn't understand Hee-ping's feelings. She wasn't from a big family and couldn't be like Hee-ping. She found it hard to dislike someone but still have to follow him and clean up his mess. She really admired Hee-ping for this. Many days later, when they met again, their roles had changed. Hee-ping was now a new leader in the border area, and Gao Wenyue was a popular young businesswoman recently making waves. Everyone now said Gao Wenyue was a talented young female entrepreneur, and her reputation was very high. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "That's exaggerated. I am still myself." Hee-ping looked quietly at Gao Wenyue. Her smile was still bright and confident, just as always. Hee-ping clenched his fists, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. This woman really had a clever mind. She observed everything carefully. Just now, she had calmly separated herself from Hee-seong. But unfortunately, Gao Wenyue asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hee-ping smiled and said, "Just looking at our border area's young female entrepreneur. What is Boss Gao planning to do next?" Gao Wenyue tilted her head and replied with a smile, "Continue to develop Gao's canned food brand." This was a straightforward joke, and Gao Wenyue was in a playful mood. Hee-ping nodded with a smile and said, "Steady progress is the right way." Their personalities were similar, so even when joking, Hee-ping understood the meaning behind it. When Gao Wenyue returned to her shop, she went with Lu Xiangye to a nearby hill to observe the situation. Qinglin Mountain only grew yellow peaches. Currently, Gao's canned food company only sells canned yellow peaches. Gao Wenyue planned to develop new canned products, which would require selecting the best raw ingredients. Gao Wenyue looked at the apple trees and then at the orange trees. Lu Xiangye asked in surprise, "Can apples and oranges also be made into canned fruit?" Gao Wenyue nodded confidently. In her previous life, she had seen all kinds of fruit canned goods. Lu Xiangye usually focused on training and rarely paid attention to food, but since Gao Wenyue appeared, he gained a new understanding of delicious food. He realized there are many tasty foods in this world, especially those made by his wife. Even so, when Lu Xiangye learned that apples and oranges could be canned, He was momentarily stunned. Gao Wenyue happily smiled. Even someone like Lu Xiangye, who is straightforward, was curious about new types of canned goods. Naturally, real customers would be even more curious. Gao Wenyue quickly signed a purchase contract. She had already ordered the winter oranges and apples in advance and paid the deposit. Lu Xiangye couldn't help but say, "Your habit of always signing contracts is pretty good." Gao Wenyue's habit of doing so, Lu Xiangye had seen several times before. Gao Wenyue explained with a smile, "Everything needs a basis. When you sign a contract, both sides have a foundation, and they can feel at ease." Lu Xiangye nodded in agreement. That's Gao Wenyue's cleverness and the reason she succeeds. Gao Wenyue didn't forget about Wang Qin's money. She took a cartload of canned yellow peaches to Wang Qin's house. "Qin Jie, I brought you some canned yellow peaches," Gao Wenyue said with a bright smile. Wang Qin was stunned. A large truck was parked right at her yard gate, and Gao Wenyue was standing in front of it, smiling warmly at her. She never thought she would get her money back. She originally sent money to help Gao Wenyue, and the so-called sisterhood was just her own imagination. But she didn't expect Gao Wenyue to really bring her something, canned yellow peaches. What is the most popular thing on the frontier now? It must be canned yellow peaches. Even people in Beijing love this delicacy. When canned yellow peaches first became popular, the wives of officials praised it as if it were a treasure. After all, only someone with influence like the head of the union could get involved in distributing such benefits. People cared more about what canned yellow peaches represented than about their actual quality. In Beijing, being able to receive canned yellow peaches meant you had a certain status and position. In Xinjiang, it's even more true. If someone has a jar of canned yellow peaches, it means their family is well connected. Although Gao Wenyue has been officially selling the canned peaches for a few days, her sales are limited. She sells them in small quotas. Each person can only buy one jar at a time. For people in remote areas, most can only afford to buy one jar. Still, Gao Wenyue set this rule to show that her canned peaches are in high demand. This also raises the status of Gao's brand, making it more prestigious. Everyone knows this, but Wang Qin didn't expect that many people can't even buy the canned peaches. Gao Wenyue brought her a whole cart of jars. "Wenyue, I don't have enough money to buy all this," Wang Qin quickly said. Gao Wenyue interrupted her and said, "It's enough." She pointed to her chest and said, "Qin, you are enough in my heart. I will always remember your kindness." Wang Qin looked at Gao Wenyue in surprise. Her eyes were full of disbelief. Gao Wenyue was sincere, with no hint of pretense. This moved Wang Qin from initial surprise to genuine gratitude. Wang Qin grew up in a world driven by interests. Her family loved her, but her friends were mostly acquaintances for personal gain. For the first time, Wang Qin felt genuine friendship. She secretly wondered, does she really have friends? Gao Wenyue truly cared for Wang Qin. She took the opportunity, when her brand of canned peaches was popular, to send her gifts. Not only to show that Wang Qin had chosen the right friend, but also to support her. Over time, Gao Wenyue saw the truth. Even though Wang Qin married Li Yong and became a government wife, the other official wives looked down on her deep inside. They admired Wang Qin's family wealth, but looked down on her humility. Gao Wenyue wanted to support Wang Qin. She wanted others to see that the canned peaches they couldn't buy were all available to Wang Qin. "Wow, Mrs. Li, how do you have so many jars of canned peaches?" someone asked. "Isn't it hard to get these?" "We only managed to buy one," another said. "My family also bought one yesterday after waiting in line for a long time. I heard there are still many people waiting today, so I didn't go." And so on. Wang Qin's friends arrived. Every month, she would invite these official wives to have afternoon tea together. Even though she didn't like such occasions, she had to maintain good relations with those official ladies for her husband and her family. This is obviously a gift from Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang still cares so much about Qin. He sent it here in a car. Exactly. He's so wealthy and generous. These people were flattering with their words, but there was a hint of jealousy in their tone. Wang Qin's face changed. Every time she heard such words, she felt both proud and helpless. After all, No one wants to hear hurtful words. Although they sounded like envy, Gao Wenyue smiled and stepped forward, saying, "This isn't from Mr. Wang. I gave it to Sister Qin." Some of the official ladies hadn't seen Gao Wenyue before, but some recognized her quickly. They just thought she was here to deliver something. Lu Fuhong looked confused and asked, "Boss Gao, you must be mistaken. Didn't Lady Li buy this herself?" As Wang Qin's rival, Lu Fuhong couldn't stand anyone being kind to Wang Qin. Lu Fuhong knew Wang Qin was born into wealth, with a golden key in her hand. Such a person should live a simple life. Why try to join their group of official ladies? Wang Qin immediately got angry. She took a step forward to speak, but Gao Wenyue held her wrist. Gao Wenyue's lips curled slightly as she said, "Based on my relationship with Sister Qin, she definitely didn't buy this herself. She's my sworn sister." Wang Qin felt as if her wrist was weighed down by 1,000 pounds. This friendship felt very heavy. Gao Wenyue glanced at the group across and said, "Sister Qin said she wanted to send some canned yellow peaches to her friends. I brought them here. This is her way of showing kindness to you all." As soon as she finished speaking, the whole yard fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Sniff, sniff. Suddenly, Wang Qin burst into tears. In everyone's mind, Wang Qin was just a wealthy but foolish young lady. They usually just pretended to be polite to her. Of course, they also wanted to take advantage. After all, Wang Qin was famous for her generosity. But this time was different. These weren't gifts from Wang Qin or Wang Zhonglin. They were from Gao Wenyue. More importantly, Gao Wenyue gave them because of Wang Qin herself. Wang Qin now had a friend. And this friend was the boss of Gao Corporation, Gao Wenyue. That's why Wang Qin was crying. She was crying tears of joy. Gao Wenyue, who learned the reason, suddenly felt both amused and helpless. To Gao Wenyue, wasn't this what should happen? Wang Qin was able to help her in a difficult time, and she truly valued this friendship. Wang Qin reached out to wipe her tears and pouted, saying, "These canned yellow peaches are all from you. I want to keep some for myself and not share them with others." As she spoke, Wang Qin gave a small sneer toward the room. The group of official ladies who had been surprised were then called into the living room by the housekeeper, and Wang Qin cried only after everyone left. Even so, Wang Qin felt a little embarrassed. She was older than Gao Wenyue, but was moved to tears by such a young girl. Gao Wenyue waved her hands and said, "It's not my fault. You were the one who wanted to cry." Wang Qin gently hit Gao Wenyue and scolded, "Go away." Then Wang Qin said, "Wenyue, just leave me a few bottles of canned yellow peaches. Take the rest home and sell them." Gao Wenyue was about to shake her head, but was interrupted by Wang Qin. Wang Qin quickly said, "Are you stupid? You can make money by taking these home. I won't give them to those people to eat. They wouldn't even give me back a little." While speaking, Wang Qin looked disdainfully toward the living room inside the house. Gao Wenyue was instantly amused. She liked Wang Qin's straightforward personality very much. But when Gao boss gave something away, there was no reason to take it back. Gao Wenyue carefully delivered half a truckload of canned yellow peaches to Wang Qin's house and then left happily in a large truck. A group of official ladies stood in the living room watching Gao Wenyue leave. Now, Gao Wenyue was no longer the same girl she was when she first met them. When Gao Wenyue first met these official ladies, she was a passionate small business owner selling marinated dishes. Now, Gao Wenyue was a successful boss working with many major organizations in Beijing, and everyone naturally looked at her differently. While they changed their attitude toward Gao Wenyue, their view of Wang Qin also shifted. They could still tell whether Gao Wenyue was interested in Wang Qin herself or just came for Wang Zhonglin. If Gao Wenyue had come just for Wang Zhonglin's sake, she wouldn't have said those words. But what Gao Wenyue said was a clear support for Wang Qin, and now everyone dared not underestimate Wang Qin. Wang Qin could clearly feel that everyone's attitude toward her had changed. She secretly decided in her heart that Gao Wenyue would be her sister from now on. After leaving the Wang family, Gao Wenyue headed straight to the bank. Zhou Ping was reading today's newspaper in his office. Recently, The newspapers have been talking a lot about Gao's canned food. Gao's canned food is now recognized as a special product from the border region, which is quite different from Gao Wenyue's own definition. Gao Wenyue's naming was only her personal choice and not yet accepted by the public. Now, this border specialty has gained recognition from major organizations in Beijing, and the people in the border area are even more proud. After all, this is a very honorable achievement. Thinking about Gao Wenyue's intelligence, Zhou Ping suddenly saw her walk in.
Oh, it's Boss Gao. I was just thinking about you.
You're here. Zhou Ping quickly stood up and said. Gao Wenyue smiled and replied, that means I am memorable. When I think of you, Zhou manager, I can't help but come over. Zhou Ping chuckled and immediately stood up to personally prepare tea for Gao Wenyue. Now, wherever Gao Wenyue goes, people always call her Boss Gao. Her status is not just because of her business success with Gao's company, but also because of her broad vision. While making money, Gao Wenyue also does good things for ordinary people. Her Gao Foundation has attracted nationwide attention. The Gao Foundation's projects are featured in the People's Daily, and people all over the country are paying attention. Zhou Ping brewed a cup of Taiping Hokue tea for Gao Wenyue, which she had given him before. This tea is really good, very authentic. I'll bring you 2 more boxes later. I was in a hurry to come today, Gao Wenyue said. Hearing this, Zhou Ping smiled and thanked her. He wasn't just trying to get some free tea. He wanted to build a closer relationship with Gao Wenyue. Sometimes, deep connections between people require mutual effort. Although Zhou Ping seemed to be asking for tea, he also took the opportunity to get closer to Gao Wenyue. After Gao Wenyue received the 2 boxes of tea, she said, Zhou manager, I came to see you today because I have something to discuss. Zhou Ping made a small request first, which naturally led Gao Wenyue to share her own needs. This showed Zhou Ping's high emotional intelligence. He could guess that Gao Wenyue came to see him for something important, so he took the initiative to make an offer. Gao Wenyue said, Zhou manager, I want to borrow another loan. Even though Zhou Ping had guessed she came for a reason, he didn't expect that Gao Wenyue was here to request another loan. Zhou Ping was surprised and silent for a long time, while Gao Wenyue waited quietly. Gao Wenyue knew that her actions were considered shocking in this era. In a time when owing money was a serious matter, she had borrowed a sum that was not enough and now wanted to borrow a second amount. Zhou Ping was surprised because he thought Gao Wenyue was here to repay her debt. Gao's canned food was sold at 3.38 yuan per bottle in the border region and even higher at 3.88 yuan in Beijing. With such high prices, her profits were naturally substantial. Gao Wenyue had leased an entire mountain of yellow peaches. How many jars of peach preserves could she make? How much money could she earn from selling them? Zhou Ping dealt with money every day and could roughly estimate the figures with a quick calculation. What puzzled Zhou Ping was that after Gao Wenyue earned so much money, she didn't think about paying back her debt. Instead, she wanted to borrow more money. In response, Gao Wenyue simply smiled and said, the last time I borrowed, I used the property certificates and brand rights of 2 preserved food shops as collateral. Now, I also have a 10-year usage right for Qinglin Mountain, property certificates for Gao's base, and certificates for Gao's canned food shop and brand. Manager Zhou, please help me assess how much these assets are worth as collateral. Clearly, Gao Wenyue now had more assets, and she could borrow a larger amount. However, Zhou Ping was still curious and asked, Boss Gao, your Gao canned food business is doing well. Are you still short of money? Zhou Ping simply couldn't understand what Gao Wenyue was planning. Why did she need so much money? Gao Wenyue smiled mysteriously and said, you'll find out later. At this moment, Gao Wenyue gave Zhou Ping an instinct that she was about to do something big. Zhou Ping, trying to hide his surprise, said, Boss Gao, if you want to take out a second loan, the interest will be calculated separately. He decided to be upfront. Last time, when Gao Wenyue borrowed from their bank, they approved a loan of 200,000 yuan with no interest for the first year. After that, the interest was calculated at a rate of 0.01. This was acceptable to Gao Wenyue. She thought that interest rates in this era were much simpler than in later times, which saved her a lot of time. The 200,000 yuan loan was interest-free for the first year, and after that, the bank charged 0.01 interest annually, which amounted to 2,000 yuan per year. This was the agreement Gao Wenyue had reached with the bank, more precisely the agreement made last time. Zhou Ping's words clearly indicated he wanted to increase the interest rate. When dealing with bank staff, Gao Wenyue knows that they definitely want to make money from you, but it depends on how much they want to earn. However, Gao Wenyue is not easily fooled. She calmly said, "Please first assess how much you can lend. I'm just here to ask questions. Before coming here, I already consulted a bank in Beijing." Her words were very calm, but they made Zhou Ping on the other side panic. Zhou Ping quickly forced a smile and said, "Boss Gao, why did you also consult the Beijing bank? Our local bank here is very convenient, and we've already worked together once, so we have experience." Gao Wenyue slightly smiled and said, "It's always good to compare options. What do you think, Manager Zhou?" The implication was that if their interest rates are too high, she would go to the Beijing bank for a loan. Zhou Ping's face was full of smiles, and he immediately gave up the idea of raising the interest rate. Gao Wenyue slightly curled her lips. She could make Zhou Ping profit from her, but only if he didn't go too far. When Gao Wenyue left the bank, Zhou Ping was busy in his office, assessing the loan amount for Gao's company. "Comrade, are you sending canned yellow peaches?" A postal worker asked Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Yes, just sending some local specialties to my family." She specifically took canned yellow peaches to send back to Rome City for Lu Jiangwo and Li Sufang. The worker smiled and reminded her, "These are not cheap, and the glass bottles outside need to be carefully packed." Halfway through, the worker stopped talking after noticing the cotton on the glass jars. Even so, Gao Wenyue politely thanked him. After sending off her package, she was thinking about what to do next when she saw Manhwa. "Wow, Wenyue, I finally found you."
Ma kuno pante devili.
Gao Wenyue quickly went over to help her catch her breath, patting her back gently. Until Manhwa recovered her breathing, Gao Wenyue asked, "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Manhwa suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot the main thing." Gao Wenyue couldn't help but laugh and cry. It didn't seem like something urgent. Manhwa said, "A woman came to the shop looking for you. She said she's from Beijing and wants to see you." Gao Wenyue hurriedly asked, "What's her name?" Manhwa shook her head and said, "She didn't say. She just said she wanted to see you and that you know each other." On her way back to the pickled vegetable shop, Gao Wenyue began to have a guess. She didn't know many people in Beijing, and very few would travel so far to visit her in the border region. When Gao Wenyue saw Lu Wanting standing at the shop entrance, she knew her guess was correct. "Wanting, why didn't you call me earlier?" "I could have met you at the train station," Gao Wenyue said with a smile. Back in Beijing, Lu Wanting had been eager to get Gao Wenyue's contact information and address. Gao Wenyue shared the address and phone number of her old shop, but since returning to the border area, Lu Wanting hadn't called her once. It turned out that Lu Wanting didn't avoid calling. She wanted to come in person. Visitors from afar are always welcome. Gao Wenyue warmly welcomed Lu Wanting, who had traveled such a long way. But in the next moment, she sensed something was wrong. Lu Wanting was carrying luggage, which didn't look like she was just visiting. It seemed more like she planned to stay. Lu Wanting smiled and said, "Wenyue, I resigned." Gao Wenyue was slightly surprised. She quietly looked at Lu Wanting, waiting for her to explain. Instead, Lu Wanting played coy, opening her eyes wide and asking, "Wenyue, aren't you surprised?" After all, Lu Wanting had resigned from a secure, well-paid job. In this era, working at the municipal guest house was a very honorable position, especially since she worked in Beijing. Yet, she had just quit such a stable job. In Beijing, her resignation had caused a big stir. But here, Gao Wenyue saw it as a small matter and wasn't very surprised. Lu Wanting's feelings were clear on her face. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "You must have your reasons. Since you've decided to resign, you must have your own purpose." Hearing this, Lu Wanting admired her and said, "Wenyue, you're so broad-minded." This wasn't flattery. It was how Lu Wanting truly felt. When she decided to resign, Everyone thought she was crazy. She had worked hard to persuade Huang Li and Lu Changyi to agree. But what was a huge issue in Beijing was just a small matter to Gao Wenyue. This was what made Lu Wanting admire her even more. It also strengthened her resolve for this trip. So, Lu Wanting's smile grew even brighter. A few people in the shop looked at each other, all puzzled about what a young girl carrying luggage was doing here to see Gao Wenyue. However, Lu Wanting was just friendly and engaging with everyone, not mentioning her true purpose. Gao Wenyue saw this and decided not to ask, focusing only on taking good care of Lu Wanting. That evening, Gao Wenyue prepared a hearty dinner. The staff from the old shop were there, along with Lu Xiangye and Zhou Qing. Come, let's toast to Wanting first. Welcome to the border region, Gao Wenyue said as she raised her glass. Warm welcome. Welcome, welcome. Lu Wanting immediately stood up, holding her glass. Thank you all for your hospitality. I'll drink first to show my respect. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Wanting confidently drank a glass of wine. Seeing this, everyone else also raised their glasses. After finishing the first toast, everyone sat down to eat. The delicious food had already distracted them from everything else. Just as they started to pick up their chopsticks, Lu Wanting stood up again. She went straight to pour herself more wine, then held her glass with both hands and said to Gao Wenyue, Sister Wenyue, I want to toast you alone with this glass. Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow slightly, sitting calmly on her stool without moving. Everyone looked at Lu Wanting first, then at Gao Wenyue, confused about what they were secretly discussing. Gao Wenyue asked, Wanting, there should be a reason for a toast. What's the occasion for this one? Lu Wanting couldn't help but smile. With Gao Wenyue's intelligence, she must have guessed her intention. So, Lu Wanting held her glass confidently and said openly, Boss Gao, I'm here to apply for a job. Lu Wanting wanted to join Gao's company and work under her. This idea had been in her mind for a long time. She had seen how Gao Wenyue and her boss discussed business at the guest house. Seeing Gao Wenyue speak confidently about sales, Lu Wanting admired her sincerely. The sales ideas and details left a deep impression on her. At that time, Lu Wanting had the idea to resign and come to the border region to learn from Gao Wenyue. Before, she was satisfied with her stable job at the guest house, but after witnessing Gao Wenyue sell canned yellow peaches single-handedly, her thoughts changed completely. Lu Wanting's words confirmed Gao Wenyue's suspicion that there was indeed a position very suitable for Lu Wanting to take. However, Gao Wenyue decided to test Lu Wanting first. After all, friends are friends, and work is work. Lu Wanting is a friend worth making, no doubt, but that doesn't mean she would be a good employee. Gao Wenyue asked, What position do you want to apply for? How did you handle your job in Beijing? And most importantly, do your parents agree with you working in the frontier? Faced with Gao Wenyue's 3 questions, Lu Wanting was about to explain, but Gao Wenyue raised her hand to stop her. Gao Wenyue said, Take some time to think about these 3 questions. Come find me at the Gao company base tomorrow morning. It's dinner time now. Lu Wanting immediately felt very disappointed. She sat down with a look of frustration, her disappointment very clear on her face. Lu Xiangye looked at Gao Wenyue, then reached out and grabbed her hand, even pinching the soft flesh of her palm. His wife was doing this on purpose. Gao Wenyue was indeed doing it intentionally. She wanted Lu Wanting to feel frustrated. This was her first lesson for her in the workplace. Anything is possible. Lu Wanting quietly resigned from her job in Beijing and eagerly came over saying she wanted to apply. Did she really believe Gao Wenyue would definitely accept her? But Gao Wenyue wanted to teach her a lesson. In society, no matter how well you plan, you might not achieve your goals. Although Gao Wenyue would ultimately help Lu Wanting fulfill her wish. Everyone present understood this. If Gao Wenyue didn't want to hire Lu Wanting, she wouldn't have asked those 3 questions, nor would she have asked her to come back for a second interview the next day. Unfortunately, Lu Wanting was overly concerned and uncertain. She was now unsure. She thought Gao Wenyue would be happy to hire her as an employee of Gao's company, but the current situation seemed different. Lu Anning looked around and said proactively, wanting, Go ahead and eat. Everyone start eating too. Chun Fong quickly added, yes, yes, the food will get cold. Hurry up and eat. Gao Wenyue turned to glare at Lu Xiangye, signaling him to stop. Lu Xiangye understood Gao Wenyue's message and released her hand. Everyone started eating happily, except Lu Wanting, who looked distracted and still carefully thought about what Gao Wenyue had said. That night, when she returned home and lay in bed, Gao Wenyue suddenly remembered something. She rolled over and pinched Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye, what were you doing under the table last night? It made her so itchy. Gao Wenyue was afraid of being tickled. Her hand was being scratched by Lu Xiangye, making her feel very itchy inside. Because there were many people around, she had to hold back. But now, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Lu Xiangye quickly reached out and hugged Gao Wenyue's waist, worried she might fall off the bed suddenly. Because Gao Wenyue liked to sleep inside the bed, while Lu Xiangye had to sleep on the edge. Gao Wenyue's current position made it easy for her to fall. When her waist was covered, she looked down and immediately understood the man's thoughtful care. Gao Wenyue usually prefers soft approaches over a yes. She had confidently sworn to take revenge, but now, a single move by Lu Xiangye calmed her down. Humph. Gao Wenyue let out a soft hum. She was about to turn over and return to her spot, but the man below her held her tightly. Lu Xiangye saw Gao Wenyue teasing Lu Wanting with a clever, lively look, and he couldn't help but want to tease her back. You care a lot about Lu Wanting. Lu Xiangye said this confidently. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, yes, I think she's very suitable to handle the Gao family's fund. Currently, while everyone was paying attention to canned peaches, they were also watching the Gao family fund closely. People wanted to know how much the first donation was and where the money would be spent. This was the main focus for everyone, including Su Qinghua and Huang Li, who were far away in Beijing. Gao Wenyue was worried she didn't have enough people to handle this work, but Lu Wanting volunteered herself. Lu Wanting's honest and kind personality made her a good fit to be in charge of reviewing the foundation. Lu Xiangye agreed after hearing this. Her personality is indeed suitable, and in the long run, her background is also very fitting. Gao Wenyue looked down at Lu Xiangye, surprised that he even considered Lu Wanting's background. Even though Lu Wanting came alone to the frontier to find a job, she had good resources in Beijing. Her mother worked at the General Workers' Union, and her father worked in the government. If these resources were used at the Gao Foundation, the company's efforts would be twice as effective. Gao Wenyue thought about these factors. It was obvious that Lu Xiangye had thought of them too. Husband, I think you're good at doing business. Why don't you come help me? After saying this, Gao Wenyue immediately regretted it. She was eager to bring a talented person into her team, forgetting that Lu Xiangye was a soldier. As expected, Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, Wife, I'm sorry, I can't. His voice was soft, but his determination was very clear. Gao Wenyue suddenly smiled. This was the man she loved. If Lu Xiangye could give up his military career to go into business, he wouldn't be the same Lu Xiangye. Gao Wenyue reached out and hugged him, saying, Xiangye, you don't need to apologize. I was just joking. Lu Xiangye didn't speak. He seemed to be thinking about something. Gao Wenyue looked up and said, Lu Xiangye, go ahead and do your duty as a soldier. Protect this land and its people. I support you and always will. Her words were sincere, and they made Lu Xiangye feel warm inside. He was touched by her. Thank you for understanding, wife, Lu Xiangye said, moved.
Xiangye.
A long time later, Gao Wenyue, who should have been asleep long ago, was feeling shy and couldn't sleep. She was still thinking about what just happened. Lu Xiangye chuckled softly and reached out to hold her in his arms. Gao Wenyue had experienced something different just now. It was a whole new world. Even though Gao Wenyue was usually bold and lively, she now asked softly, a little shy, How did you suddenly know those things? That was what Gao Wenyue was curious about. Lu Xiangye's ears turned red, but he answered honestly, I read a book today. Gao Wenyue asked curiously, What did the book say? When a man suddenly said something like that, Gao Wenyue instinctively asked more. Lu Xiangye didn't reply. He just looked quietly at Gao Wenyue. After she asked, Gao Wenyue realized that it definitely wasn't an ordinary book. At this moment, how could Lu Xiangye be talking about unrelated things? He had read that kind of book and even used what he learned on her. Gao Wenyue understood and blushed.
Ha ha ha.
In the darkness, Lu Xiangye's lips curved into a slight smile. He thought to himself that he would carefully study that book again later. Now, Lu Xiangye understood a simple truth from the book. Sharing happiness is better than enjoying it alone. When Gao Wenyue woke up, the first thing she saw was Lu Xiangye's dark eyes. They looked at each other and smiled, holding each other tightly. Lu Xiangye didn't speak. He leaned down to find her tempting lips. Gao Wenyue slightly smiled and closed her eyes, responding to his kiss. It looks like another round of arguing is about to start. Gao Wenyue quickly reached out to push the man in front of her. Her legs were still weak. Lu Xiangye chuckled softly. He stopped his move, and they remained close, embracing each other. Gao Wenyue felt that after last night, her relationship with Lu Xiangye had improved. They had returned to the feeling they had when they first got married. No, it was even better than back then. Gao Wenyue thought to herself. She reached out and held Lu Xiangye's large hand, placing it over her heart, saying, "Xiangye, I feel closer to you here." Hearing this, Lu Xiangye smiled and said, "Wife, I feel the same way." Lu Xiangye quietly listened to Gao Wenyue's heartbeat, then he also took her hand and placed it over his own heart. After they got up, Gao Wenyue went wherever Lu Xiangye went. They both wanted to stay very close. When Lu Xiangye was at home, he would take the initiative to cook, even though he knew Gao Wenyue was a good cook. He still liked to do it himself. Gao Wenyue was very happy about this. At least, her man had a good attitude. Lu Xiangye never took Gao Wenyue's cooking skills for granted and expected her to do all the cooking. The smell of noodles came from the kitchen. Gao Wenyue knew Lu Xiangye was making tomato and egg noodles. Lu Xiangye usually made two types of breakfast. One was noodles, quick and easy. The other was plain rice porridge with eggs, which he often cooked early in the morning for Gao Wenyue. When Gao Wenyue went to the Gao family base, Lu Xiangye always saw her off. Lu Wanting had been waiting at the Gao base since early morning. She waited for a long time and felt more anxious the longer she waited. On the way, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but say, Wanting must be getting impatient. She didn't want Lu Wanting to wait so long. She just wanted to leave her waiting for one night. But she was indeed late this morning. Lu Xiangye said slowly, "It's not a bad thing to test her patience." Having led many soldiers, Lu Xiangye was very good at judging people. When he said this, he was partly acknowledging Lu Wanting's abilities and partly pointing out her shortcomings. Even with only a brief encounter, Lu Xiangye saw that Lu Wanting lacked patience in her personality. Gao Wenyue nodded in agreement. She was no longer in a hurry. They leisurely walked along the road, and Gao Wenyue still enjoyed the autumn scenery of the borderlands. A gentle breeze blew, cool and refreshing. It brushed her face, and Gao Wenyue closed her eyes comfortably. In the frontier, the open roads and wide views make people's hearts feel open too. Lu Xiangye turned around and smiled, saying, "Wife, it seems you really like this place." Lu Xiangye spoke confidently, and he could tell Gao Wenyue liked it here. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Yes, I like it very much. The scenery is beautiful, the people are kind, everything here is good." Then Gao Wenyue reached out and hugged Lu Xiangye's waist, saying, "Most importantly, you are here. Lu Xiangye, I am so lucky to have met you in this life." Gao Wenyue said sincerely.
Click.
Lu Xiangye stopped the car and looked back at Gao Wenyue. They looked into each other's eyes, full of love. On the vast frontier land, the autumn wind blew softly around them, and they gazed at each other with affection. Gao Wenyue's eyes were full of smiles. She often felt grateful, thankful that heaven gave her a second chance at life, and thankful that she chose to switch families, which led her to meet Lu Xiangye. Before Gao Wenyue could speak again, Lu Xiangye took the initiative to say, "Wife, meeting you is the greatest luck of my life." Hearing this, Gao Wenyue immediately smiled. She deliberately said, "You're copying me when you say that." Lu Xiangye laughed freely and said, "Wife, that's not copying you. It's our hearts being in sync. It's called a telepathic connection. Haha. Laughter echoed across the wide land, and it was Gao Wenyue's joyful laugh. Meanwhile, Lu Wanting saw a couple arriving late, still walking leisurely. This made Lu Wanting, who was feeling anxious and impatient, almost laugh out loud. She felt she had been so nervous, but they seemed completely relaxed. However, Lu Wanting thought again. Her application for the job was a small matter for Gao Wenyue. In any situation, only the person involved cares deeply about the process and outcome. To others, it's just a minor matter. After understanding this, Lu Wanting felt suddenly at peace. Gao Wenyue saw the anxious Lu Wanting from afar. When she approached, she saw Lu Wanting calm and indifferent, like a different person altogether. Gao Wenyue turned to look at Lu Xiangye. They exchanged a glance, sharing a silent understanding. Seeing this, Lu Wanting joked, "Brother-in-law, are you reluctant to leave Sister Wenyue? Just borrow me for a little while, and I'll return her to you soon." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Wanting walked over to Gao Wenyue's side. Lu Wanting reached out and took Gao Wenyue's arm, saying, "Wenyue, we agreed to do the interview today." Gao Wenyue smiled and replied, "Okay, come with me." Gao Wenyue had an office at the Gao Company base. It was used for work and meetings. Next to them, Lu Xiangye spoke up voluntarily, "I'll just walk around here while you're busy." His last words were quiet, but they still reached Gao Wenyue's ears. Her heartbeat suddenly sped up, and her ears felt a little warm. Lu Xiangye's calm eyes suddenly shone brightly. His gaze at Gao Wenyue was full of warmth. Seeing this, Lu Wanting felt embarrassed and blushed. When she was in Beijing, she had already noticed that Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye had a very good relationship. In Lu Wanting's opinion, Gao Wenyue was beautiful, capable of cooking and hosting guests. Her husband must be a good man, and it was natural for Lu Xiangye to treat Gao Wenyue well. After all, anyone with such a beautiful wife would surely cherish her deeply. Wanting, let's go. Why are you staring off into space? Gao Wenyue called back.
Coming.
Lu Wanting quickly followed. When Gao Wenyue entered her office, she asked directly, "Have you thought it through?" Lu Wanting nodded quickly and said, "Yes, I have. Boss, regarding the 3 questions you asked yesterday, I'll give you my answers now. First, I want to apply for a position related to the foundation at Gao Company. I am interested in this job for 2 reasons. 1, I like it. I am very interested in foundation work and believe I can do well. 2, I have connections. I know some senior people in Beijing who are involved in social charity work. I believe that if I manage the foundation, I can help connect and coordinate things well. Second, about your second question, I have officially resigned from my job in Beijing. I did this so I wouldn't have any worries and could work freely in the frontier region. This also shows my sincere commitment to Gao Company." When she said this, Lu Wanting smiled brightly at Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile slightly. Seeing this, Lu Wanting felt confident that her performance was working. She continued, "As for the last point, please rest assured, boss. My parents fully support me working in the frontier region." Lu Wanting glanced at Gao Wenyue and said, "They trust you, so they let me come here. They think that if I follow you, I can learn some skills." As if worried that Gao Wenyue might not believe her, Lu Wanting emphasized this point again. Huang Li and Lu Changyi initially did not agree with Lu Wanting quitting her job, but when Lu Wanting kept insisting at home that she wanted to go to the frontier to learn from Gao Wenyue, they hesitated. From the moment Gao Wenyue appeared, Huang Li and Lu Changyi had a thought. They couldn't help but ask themselves, have we been too protective of Lu Wanting? Before Gao Wenyue showed up, Huang Li and Lu Changyi thought Lu Wanting's personality was very good, and they never worried about her future. But after Gao Wenyue arrived, they realized that even people of similar age could have such big differences. Later, Huang Li and Lu Changyi simply agreed to Lu Wanting's resignation, trusting Gao Wenyue's character. They believed that if their daughter could learn a little from Gao Wenyue, it would be a good thing. Gao Wenyue didn't expect that Huang Li and Lu Changyi held such a high opinion of her. Lu Wanting confidently gave 3 answers. She couldn't help but observe Gao Wenyue's expression. Was she passing the test? Seeing Lu Wanting's cautious yet anxious look, Gao Wenyue directly said, "Wanting, you've been accepted by Gao's enterprise. Welcome to join our big family." Currently, Gao's enterprise is like a big family with 31 employees. With this new hire, Lu Wanting, there are now 32 employees.
Wow.
Lu Wanting exclaimed happily. She succeeded. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "You can start work today. Since you just arrived at the frontier and don't have a place to stay yet, you can stay at the Gao's marinated food branch. The branch is near Wang Qin's house, where there are empty rooms in the backyard, perfect for Lu Wanting to live in." On her first night in the frontier, Lu Wanting stayed at the old shop, which also had spare rooms. However, the old shop already had Lu Anning and Chen Fang's family living there, so it wouldn't be good to squeeze in more, especially since Lu Wanting was still a young girl. Gao's base also has staff dormitories, but except for night shift workers, no one lives on the base. Gao Wenyue considered that the base was in a remote location and was worried Lu Wanting might feel scared living alone. Lu Wanting shook her head and said, "Boss, I've already decided. I want to live at the base." Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and knocked on the table. She asked, "What are your thoughts?" Lu Wanting had already thought it through. She quickly replied, "Boss, I know you're concerned about safety for living here, but I am thinking about convenience for work. I will be responsible for the Foundation's work, which is linked to Gao's canned food. I believe living at the base will make my work easier." Lu Wanting understood Gao Wenyue's good intentions, but she had her own reasons to insist. "Regarding your concerns, I just looked around. The wall here is very high, and there are 2 guard dogs. I think the security is very good." Gao Wenyue asked back, "How do you know I will let you be in charge of the Foundation?" Gao Wenyue only mentioned the acceptance earlier. She did not say Lu Wanting would be responsible for any specific work. Lu Wanting was no longer nervous. She had successfully been hired, and everything was going as she hoped.
There was nothing to worry about now.
Confidently, Lu Wanting said, "Boss, isn't what you need right now the person in charge of the Foundation?" Last night, Lu Wanting couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. She was afraid she wouldn't get the position at Gao's company. To outsiders, she seemed like a well-off daughter of a high-ranking official, no different from a decorative figure. No one believed she truly had the ability. It's understandable that outsiders think this way. Even Lu Wanting sometimes thought so herself. She was well taken care of at the municipal guest house, all thanks to her parents. Gao's company was in a thriving phase. Gao Wenyue definitely didn't want to hire a princess-like employee who wouldn't help the company and might even hold everyone back. Later, Lu Wanting realized that her family background was a fact, something that could be a disadvantage, but also an advantage. For example, she could use her existing resources and connections to make the Foundation's reputation bigger and stronger. That gave Lu Wanting her confidence. Gao Wenyue nodded in approval and said, "Comrade Lu Wanting, congratulations on becoming the head of Gao's Foundation. I hope you sincerely follow the standards for assistance and help those in need." Lu Wanting immediately straightened her back and said, "Boss, I won't let you down. I promise to complete the task." Then Lu Wanting asked, "Boss, how are the selection criteria for the Foundation defined? I have some ideas here that you can use as a reference. We need to discuss the specific details and standards further. I have seen similar fundraising efforts in Beijing before." Gao Wenyue and Lu Wanting discussed for a long time until a loud stomach growl interrupted them. Lu Wanting shyly covered her face and said, "Wenyue, sorry, I am hungry." Gao Wenyue looked out the window. It was a bright, sunny day, and the sunlight was very strong. It was probably past mealtime. Last night, Gao Wenyue's watch was left on the table. She forgot to wear it when she left home this morning because she was in a hurry. She smiled and shook her head, saying, "I was too focused on talking. Let's go eat first." Seeing this, Lu Wanting raised her hand to check her watch and said, "It's 2:13 p.m. now." Hearing the sound, Gao Wenyue quickened her pace. She couldn't help but worry in her heart, wondering if Lu Xiangye was waiting impatiently. When she was busy with work, she forgot that Lu Xiangye was still waiting for her. When Gao Wenyue reached outside the yard, she saw a man standing on a wooden ladder repairing electrical wires. Lu Xiangye was high up, rolling up his sleeves as he fixed the wires in midair. His green military uniform was very eye-catching. His tall, slim figure and lean waist made the workers afraid to look up directly. Gao Wenyue, however, watched with interest from the door. Lu Xiangye suddenly felt a gaze on him. He stopped what he was doing and slowly looked back. Their eyes met in the air. Both of them were smiling, and the atmosphere around them suddenly became warm and intimate. Lu Wanting hurried over and saw this scene. She couldn't help but feel envious inside. The love story between a female entrepreneur and a soldier was really wonderful. During his time at Gao's factory, Lu Xiangye checked every part of the workshop thoroughly. Everything that could be repaired was fixed. He even checked all the wires carefully. When he found a faulty wire, he didn't hesitate. He quickly inspected all the wires in the factory and replaced the problematic ones. "Wipe your sweat." "Good job, Commander Lu." Gao Wenyue handed him her handkerchief. "It's no trouble. It's my duty to serve Boss Gao," Lu Xiangye replied, then turned to look at her. He didn't reach out to take the handkerchief. Instead, he leaned slightly forward and looked directly at it, with a clear intention in his eyes. Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and smiled. She picked up a handkerchief and leaned closer. In the late autumn weather, Lu Xiangye's forehead was already slightly sweaty. Gao Wenyue gently wiped the sweat from Lu Xiangye's face, while he slightly crouched down, cooperating with his wife's actions. "Our boss and Officer Lu really get along well." "Yes, they've been close since they lived in the family compound." "How long has it been?" "Exactly. Their relationship is as sweet as honey." The military wives chattered happily, their words tinged with envy. Gao Wenyue slightly smiled but said nothing. Her eyes never left Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye felt very happy as Gao Wenyue gently wiped his sweat. Since last night, a sticky, sweet feeling had been lingering between them, and both of their eyes sparkled with pink stars. Lu Xiangye looked down at Gao Wenyue and reminded her, "Check the wires in the workshop carefully. Exposed wires can easily cause fires, especially now that winter is coming. Wind, rain, and snow can also cause electrical problems." Gao Wenyue nodded seriously, saying, "Got it. I will arrange for regular inspections." Lu Xiangye's words served as a good reminder. Gao Wenyue had been busy inspecting the workshop, but had overlooked the wiring issues. "Are you hungry? Are you hungry?" Both Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue said at the same time, then looked at each other and smiled. Gao Wenyue took the initiative to say, "Sorry, I was so absorbed in discussing work with Wanting that I lost track of time. Sorry to make you wait so long." Even though their relationship was very good, Gao Wenyue was not used to making others wait. Even if it was Lu Xiangye, she felt it was necessary to explain. Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, "It's okay. With our relationship, a simple apology is a bit unnecessary." Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and smiled. "All right, I won't say it anymore." "Hey, Wenyue, have you and your brother-in-law decided? Can you go eat now?" Lu Wanting called from a short distance away. She hadn't eaten since morning and was now very hungry. Lu Wanting was sure that if she didn't remind the couple, they could stand there flirting forever. She thought, "Love is good, but it doesn't fill your stomach. If you're not eating actively, there's something wrong with your brain." Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye exchanged glances and both walked toward Lu Wanting. Lu Xiangye said, "The food is kept warm on the stove." At noon, Lu Xiangye saw that there was no activity in Gao Wenyue's office, so he knew the people inside were still talking. He took the initiative to go home, prepare some food, and bring it over. At the Gao company base, everyone brings their own meals to eat. There are many stoves in the workshop, with firewood constantly burning at the bottom. People just need to heat their food by placing it near the stove to eat. When Gao Wenyue went to the kitchen, she saw 3 lunch boxes and a few plain steamed buns by the stove. Lu Wanting looked eagerly at the lunch boxes by the stove. She was really hungry. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Time to eat." Hearing this, Lu Wanting quickly went to serve the food. There was stir-fried chicken with green peppers, stir-fried sliced meat with green peppers, and sour and spicy shredded potatoes, all made by Lu Xiangye. Lu Wanting looked at the nicely presented dishes and exclaimed, "Wenyue, Your brother-in-law is really impressive. I didn't know he could cook. To Lu Wanting, her father Lu Chang'e was the only man among the elders who was willing to cook. But Lu Chang'e only helped Huang Li in the kitchen. He didn't actually cook. Lu Xiangye, on the other hand, was different. He was young but already a military officer of colonel rank, and he was also a good cook in private. Such a man deserved praise. That's Lu Wanting. She believes that if someone is good, she should honestly praise them. Lu Xiangye smiled and said, "You two have very similar personalities." Gao Wenyue couldn't help but nod and agree. Yes, I think so too. When Gao Wenyue first met Lu Wanting, she felt the other person was very kind. She kept Lu Wanting at the border for work because she saw potential in her. Gao Wenyue thought to herself that maybe this was fate between her and Lu Wanting. Sometimes, fate between people is so wonderful. Two people with no blood relation can become friends, or even close confidants like Gao Wenyue and Lu Wanting. Other times, biological sisters can be like enemies who can't stand each other, like Gao Wenyue and Gao Hongyan. Gao Wenyue thought of Gao Hongyan, who was probably still dreaming of being a wealthy wife. More than half of the new year had already passed, and early winter was approaching. This meant the new year was getting closer day by day. Recently, the phone calls from Rome City to Gao Wenyue had increased, even though no one ever answered those calls. Sometimes, when Gao Wenyue accidentally received a call from the Gao family while in the army, she would hang up immediately, without saying a word. Now, Gao Wenyue has grown strong and confident. She no longer needs to worry about others' opinions or pretend to comfort her family. Thinking about her family, Gao Wenyue momentarily lost focus. A pair of large hands covered her hands, gripping them tightly, as if trying to transfer strength to her. Gao Wenyue looked up at the big hands and saw Lu Xiangye's handsome face. Even without words, the silent understanding between them moved Lu Wanting deeply. Then Lu Wanting raised her voice and said, "I think Sister Wenyue is like my real sister. Now I have an older sister." Gao Wenyue immediately smiled and said, "Then I will have a younger sister." Hearing this, Lu Wanting's eyes widened in surprise, and she looked at Gao Wenyue with wonder, as if trying to confirm if what she heard was true. Gao Wenyue was used to Lu Wanting's excitable personality. She patiently asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Wanting excitedly asked, "Sister Wenyue, was what you just said true?" Before Gao Wenyue could answer, Lu Wanting continued, "Since I was little, I've been the only child in my family. I've always wanted a brother or sister, even in my dreams." Gao Wenyue had heard from Huang Li in Beijing that Lu Wanting was an only child. She had wanted to say that having siblings might not always be a good thing, but she stopped herself from speaking. If that younger sister was Lu Wanting, Gao Wenyue thought she would treat her very well and protect her innocence. Suddenly, the kitchen became quiet. Lu Xiangye and Lu Wanting both looked at Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue smiled suddenly and calmly told Lu Wanting, "You already call me sister, so that makes me your sister, right?"
Ah.
Lu Wanting exclaimed excitedly. "You little girl, you scared me." Gao Wenyue scolded with a smile. "Sister, you are my real sister." Lu Wanting dropped her bowl and eagerly hugged Gao Wenyue, shouting. Gao Wenyue was hugged around her neck by Lu Wanting. She quickly said, Don't shake me. Sister Wenyue, I've always wanted a sister. Unfortunately, my uncle doesn't want to get married, so their family has no older sister, younger sister, or brother." Lu Wanting affectionately hugged Gao Wenyue and said. Gao Wenyue reached out to try to pull Lu Wanting's hands from around her neck, but Lu Wanting held on too tightly. Gao Wenyue looked at Lu Xiangye with a plea for help, hoping he would rescue her. Lu Xiangye glanced at Gao Wenyue, smiled slightly, but made no move. Lu Xiangye knew Gao Wenyue well. If she truly didn't want to be touched, no one could hold her. Long ago, Gao Wenyue had learned self-defense skills from Lu Xiangye. Her current ability was as good as that of a new soldier in combat. With Gao Wenyue's skills, if she didn't want Lu wanting to hold her, she could easily subdue her without Lu Xiangye needing to intervene. Therefore, in Gao Wenyue's heart, she was willing to accept Lu Wanting's closeness. As expected, Gao Wenyue didn't push Lu Wanting away anymore. She looked helpless and asked, Wanting, do you still have an older uncle? Lu Wanting nodded and said, yes, my uncle is very capable. He also works in the government. A long lunch ended amidst Lu Wanting's chatter. On the way back in the evening, Lu Xiangye said, wife, we won't go back for the new year this year. Gao Wenyue instinctively asked, are you on duty this year? In the military district, every soldier has to be on duty. There's no such thing as a holiday for the new year. Last year, Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye had just married. To take care of the newlyweds, the military district gave Lu Xiangye a short leave. Gao Wenyue thought Lu Xiangye wouldn't have a holiday this year. But Lu Xiangye paused, a hint of hesitation on his handsome face. Lu Xiangye's concern was not about duty, but about Gao Wenyue's feelings. Since Gao Wenyue married into the frontier, she never mentioned her family. Lu Xiangye knew her dislike for the Gao family and remembered last year's New Year scene well. His decision not to go back was partly because he considered Gao Wenyue's feelings. He didn't want to add to her worries. Smart as Gao Wenyue was, she quickly guessed his thoughts. She stepped forward and took the initiative to embrace him. Gao Wenyue said, Xiangye, don't worry about my feelings. Let's go back and celebrate our own new year. It has nothing to do with that family. Lu Xiangye looked down at Gao Wenyue and said, it's not entirely about your feelings. Part of it is because I might really need to stay on duty at the unit. Gao Wenyue suddenly chuckled and said, Lu Xiangye, you're so touched that you're stopping halfway. While speaking, Gao Wenyue reached out and placed Lu Xiangye's hand over her heart. Lu Xiangye looked down and glanced at Gao Wenyue's chest, saying, really? The man's face appeared serious, but his hands were mischievously wandering around. Soon, the bedroom was filled with flirtatious sounds. Far away in Chengdu, in the Gao family's living room, 3 people sat together. Dad, Mom, I really can't take it anymore. The Lu family is just teasing me. A crying voice came from the living room. Gao Hongyan was crying and complaining. Zhao Hong immediately became nervous. She quickly stood up to comfort Gao Hongyan. What's their new trick now? Zhao Hong asked while holding Gao Hongyan.
Ugh.
Gao Hongyan couldn't finish her sentences before she started crying again. This made Zhao Hong and Gao Ziqiang exchange worried looks. Their hearts, already anxious, grew even more tense. Zhao Hong urged, girl, what's wrong with them? Tell me.
You're going to make us worry to death.
Gao Hongyan looked up at Zhao Hong and Gao Ziqiang and said, my father-in-law, he brought home a boy and asked me and Lu Chongfu to raise him as our own child. Hearing this, Zhao Hong got angry. She shouted, what? Raising him as your own child? You adopted a child and took a spot. How will we have more children in the future? Gao Hongyan nodded repeatedly. She thought the same. She wanted to be a wealthy wife and have a successor to inherit Lu family's wealth. Zhao Hong rolled up her sleeves and yelled, the Lu family is too overbearing. I won't let them get away with this. How dare they bully my Yan Yan like this? Gao Ziqiang patted the table and said, stop shouting. Are you trying to make things worse? To outsiders, Zhao Hong was the head of the Gao family, strong-willed and biased. Gao Ziqiang appeared to be a kind, easygoing man who listened to his wife. But only the Gao family knew that behind closed doors, Gao Ziqiang was actually the head of the family. Zhao Hong and Gao Hongyan had to listen to him. Gao Ziqiang's words successfully silenced Zhao Hong and Gao Hongyan. Gao Hongyan stopped crying, but faint sniffles still sounded in the living room. Zhao Hong quietly lowered her sleeve, then reached out and hugged Gao Hongyan. The mother and daughter looked miserable. Gao Ziqiang lit a cigarette, the sparks flickering. Soon, the cigarette was finished. Then Gao Ziqiang asked, Hongyan, is it true that Lu Chongfu will be the future richest man? Initially, Gao Hongyan insisted on changing her engagement. She firmly believed that Lu Chongfu would become the director of the woodworking factory in the future and would also be the richest person in Rong City. Only then did Gao Ziqiang agree to the engagement change. Now, 2 years have passed since the change. Lu Xiangye has been promoted to battalion commander, while Lu Chongfu remains a director. Meanwhile, the Lu family has been thriving. Even Liu Jiangwo has become the director of a machinery factory. Gao Ziqiang had long suspected that Gao Hongyan's information might be wrong. Gao Hongyan looked determined and said, "It's true. He will definitely be the richest person in Rong City someday. He'll build a big villa, a large 3-story house with many layers." She described the scene she saw in her past life, which she had seen when visiting Gao Wenyue's home. At that time, she was very envious of Gao Wenyue's life. Listening to her, Gao Ziqiang's brow furrowed. He had heard such stories countless times over the past 2 years, and now he was deeply suspicious. This time, even Zhao Hong couldn't help but say, "Yan Yan, are you sure you're not mistaken? Maybe you're talking about Liu Xiangya. He's already a battalion commander, and his father is still a factory director." Gao Hongyan was displeased and said, "What does that matter? They're still working in that remote, barren place on the border. When it rains there, it's all mud. Their feet can't even touch the ground." Gao Ziqiang had lost patience. He directly said, "Enough of this. The most urgent thing now is for you and Liu Chongfu to have a child. Why haven't you gotten pregnant yet?" Gao Hongyan suddenly fell silent. It wasn't because Liu Chongfu was infertile. Thinking of this, Gao Hongyan felt furious, as if her teeth itched. In her past life, she was a widow married to Liu Xiangya, and in this life, she married Liu Chongfu but still remained a widow. Zhao Hong naturally understood her daughter's difficulties. She asked with concern, "Did that remedy from last time work?" I asked a colleague to find a folk remedy back home. They say if you take it, it will work, and it guarantees you'll have a boy. Gao Hongyan suddenly felt discouraged. Over the past 2 years, Liu Chongfu had tried many folk remedies, but nothing worked. Gao Ziqiang saw Gao Hongyan's expression and understood what was going on. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, "Hongyan, since you can't get pregnant anytime soon, why not acknowledge that child?" "Dad, she started to protest. "What? If you have the ability, give birth to a child yourself. What if I don't have a child? Gao Wenyue also didn't get pregnant, right?
She.
Why compare yourself to her? Just acknowledge that child if I tell you to." Gao Hongyan was clearly afraid to oppose Gao Ziqiang. Even though she was very angry, she pouted and agreed reluctantly. Gao Ziqiang saw her comply and slowed his tone to say, "Hongyan, I won't hurt you. You can't just accept this child for nothing. Go back and tell the Liu family to transfer the small courtyard in the suburbs to your name. Otherwise, you'll let that child become an illegal resident." Having received this advice, Hongyan left. Only Zhao Hong and Gao Ziqiang remained in the living room. Gao Ziqiang lit a cigarette and closed his eyes, thinking quietly. Zhao Hong stood up and walked behind him, massaging his shoulders. "Her father. Why do you want Yan Yan to accept that child? What if she has children in the future? Also, a child from an unknown background. Will the Liu family really transfer the house to Yan Yan just for a kid?" Zhao Hong had many questions in her mind. Seeing Gao Ziqiang's brow relax, she asked her questions at the right moment. Unexpectedly, Gao Ziqiang sneered and said, "They haven't been able to have a child in 2 years of marriage. Do they still have chances to get pregnant?" Zhao Hong was suddenly shocked. She and her husband both knew about Liu Chongfu's infertility. She had tried many remedies, but nothing worked. But Gao Ziqiang's words made Zhao Hong realize that her daughter might remain a widow for life. She hurriedly said, "Then why do you want Yan Yan to go back? Let's have her divorce. While she's still young, we can find her a good marriage." Gao Ziqiang suddenly opened his eyes and scolded, "You're so confused. What's wrong with being a widow? Once she has money, won't she find a man?" Zhao Hong was surprised and covered her mouth, but she didn't dare to argue with Gao Ziqiang. Gao Ziqiang sneered again and continued smoking without saying more. At this moment, Zhao Hong had many thoughts flashing through her mind. Finally, she asked, "Will the Liu family transfer the house to Yan Yan?" This was her most important concern. Her beloved daughter married into the Liu family but didn't enjoy happiness and remained a widow. She wanted to get some benefit from it. Gao Ziqiang confidently replied, "Yes." Zhao Hong instinctively asked why. "She's just an orphan of unknown origin." Gao Ziqiang glanced at Zhao Hong with disdain and said, "Only you can be so naive. If she's really an orphan, would the Lu family be kind enough to adopt her? That kid needs money for food, drink, and everything else." Zhao Hong widened her eyes and stammered, "Are you saying that?"
That.
Gao Ziqiang nodded firmly. The room fell silent for a moment, and the two looked at each other without speaking. After a long while, Gao Ziqiang asked again, "Did the call from the border area go through?" Zhao Hong hurriedly replied, "No, no one answered." "That stubborn girl is definitely doing it on purpose." Gao Ziqiang ordered, "Keep trying." Zhao Hong asked, "What if she still doesn't answer?" Gao Ziqiang chuckled and said, "You can't run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. She will come back for the new year, right?" Zhao Hong pouted and said, "What's the point of contacting her? She promised last year, but she's just playing us. As soon as she returns to the border, she ignores us. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have raised her." Gao Ziqiang was displeased and said, "Enough. Why are you talking so much tonight? Do as I tell you." Zhao Hong opened her mouth, but then closed it in frustration. Before going to sleep, Gao Ziqiang thought to himself that eggs shouldn't be put in one basket and that gambling should involve 2 rounds. Gao Wenhua noticed that recently the calls from Rome City had increased again. She thought to herself that it must be the Gao family causing trouble, but she still ignored those calls. Thanks to the joint efforts of Gao Wenhua and Lu Wanting, the Gao Foundation was officially established, with the first donation totaling 3,047 yuan. Regarding how the donations would be used, Gao Wenhua adopted an open and transparent approach. She required applicants to clearly explain their difficulties and provide supporting evidence. Li Yu, who was in Beijing, played a big role in this. He actively published updates about the Gao Foundation in the People's Daily, boosting the reputation of Gao's enterprise to new heights. As the foundation's fame grew, so did the popularity of Gao's canned peaches. People started buying more yellow peach cans frequently. Once the list of the first aid recipients was finalized, Gao Wenhua used anonymous publicity to promote the foundation. She not only promoted Gao's enterprise, but also helped the poor maintain their dignity. Gao Wenhua said, "Poverty is only temporary, and help is only temporary. I hope everyone can create a better life with their own hands." Li Yu published this sentence at the end of the People's Daily, signing as Gao Boss. Everyone called Gao Wenhua Gao Boss, and she was also known by this name. In the 1980s, addressing a female entrepreneur as boss was a sign of great respect. Lu Wanting held the newspaper and said, "Sister Wenyu, your words are so wonderful." Gao Wenyu smiled and replied, "I can see you really like this part." Lu Wanting said, "Yes, not only did you help everyone, but you also gave us hope to keep going." Lu Anning said, "When I gave out aid money, everyone's eyes shone brightly. That was the light of hope." Zhou Qing said, "Some people in our village also received this money. At first, they felt shy about accepting aid, but because you protected their dignity, now they're using the money to buy wheat seeds and are planting wheat as a family." Chun Fong said, "Today, I heard people discussing that this money eased their current difficulties. In the future, when they earn money, they will help those in need in the same way." At the celebration banquet, everyone took turns praising Gao Wenyu. Even Gao Wenyu, usually carefree, felt a bit uncomfortable under their gaze. Moreover, that big hand under the table was holding her tightly. Lu Xiangya leaned in and softly said, "Wife, you are truly outstanding." Hearing that husky voice, Gao Wenyu's ears turned red. "All right, everyone, stop praising me. Let's eat," Gao Wenyu urged, unable to hold back. Only then did everyone start eating. Today was the official founding day of the Gao Foundation, and also the day aid money was distributed. They had been busy all day, and now they finally sat down to eat. After dinner, Gao Wenyu called Lu Wanting over. "Wanting, a few people mentioned wanting to donate today. Please organize a project to keep track of the donations, and also inform Li Yu to publish the donors' names for publicity."
Got it.
"What about the publicity costs?" Lu Wanting couldn't help but look at Gao Wenyu. Publishing in the People's Daily wasn't easy. Even with connections, money still needed to be spent. Gao Wenyu said without hesitation, "We'll cover it." No matter their original intentions, the donations were real. Just for that money, Gao Wenyu was willing to pay for publicity. Lu Wanting immediately praised with a smile. "Our boss Gao is so kind and generous, doing good deeds without seeking fame." Gao Wenyu couldn't help but rub her forehead and said, "Stop, don't praise me anymore. If you keep praising, my wallet might not hold up." Lu Wanting joked, "Boss Gao, do you still care about these small things?" Gao Wenyu deliberately put on a serious face and said, "Of course I care. Why wouldn't I? I have so many people to take care of." The two were joking when suddenly an urgent voice came from outside the yard. "Something's wrong. The mountain is on fire." Everyone was stunned by the sudden news. Before they could react, a figure ran out quickly.
It was Gao Wenyu.
Another figure also hurried out, chasing after him. Lu Xiangye.
"Don't worry, wife.
"I'll go with you," Lu Xiangye said as he caught up with Gao Wenyu. Gao Wenyu slowed down and looked back at Lu Xiangye, who had a serious face, showing a calm and respectful expression. Lu Xiangye had good eyesight. He looked toward Qinglin Mountain and saw thick smoke rising. The autumn wind was blowing strongly, and fires on the mountain were the biggest concern. The border government had already started organizing fire prevention measures on all the mountains. The fire prevention on Qinglin Mountain was managed by Hu Qing. He had over 20 years of experience in fire prevention work. Just a few days ago, he confidently claimed that the fire prevention work was successfully completed. But now, Qinglin Mountain was on fire. Lu Xiangye guessed something was wrong, and Gao Wenyu also sensed it. The two quickly arrived at Qinglin Mountain. "Fight the fire. Dig sand and cover it. There's still sand here. The fire is bigger over there.
Put it out there."
At the foot of Qinglin Mountain, chaos was everywhere. Hu Qing was anxiously directing people to fight the fire.
"Boss, I'm sorry. I'm sorry."
When Hu Qing saw Gao Wenyu, he spoke with guilt. Hu Qing was so anxious that his eyes turned red. Just a few days ago, he had confidently promised that Qinglin Mountain was safe.
But now,
Hu Qing had many questions in his mind, but the reality was that he hadn't done his job well. He should have been more careful. Gao Wenyu quickly said, "Uncle Hu, let's focus on putting out the fire first." Hu Qing hurriedly replied, Yes, let's put out the fire first." At that moment, Gao Wenyu realized that Lu Xiangye, who was beside her, had disappeared. The night wind was blowing the fire toward the deeper parts of the mountain. The fire on Qinglin Mountain was spreading rapidly. Many people had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Many border residents saw the fire, including the He family. He Xiong had been confined at home for days. He lay in bed all day and didn't want to go anywhere. But when Zheng Xiaowei said Qinglin Mountain was on fire, He Xiong, who had been silent for days, finally reacted. He suddenly went outside and stood in the yard, looking up at the thick smoke in the distance.
Ha ha ha.
"Gao Wenyu, don't you have some skill? Let's see how you turn things around this time."
Ha ha.
He Xiong was in a wild, crazy state, making others in the He family too afraid to approach. The originally dark border government building suddenly lit up with many lights, as many staff received urgent rescue tasks. Lu Xiangye quickly arrived at the area with the fiercest flames and began fighting the fire without hesitation. At the foot of Qinglin Mountain, many people had gathered, coming one after another to help with the fire. Gao Wenyu quickly arranged for people to go to the windy spot to fight the fire, where she met Lu Xiangye. Amid the flames, both their faces glowed with a faint yellow light, but their features were still clearly visible. Thanks to Gao Wenyu and Lu Xiangye working together, the big fire on Qinglin Mountain was finally put out. Everyone looked exhausted. Gao Wenyu's face was covered with ash and soot, like a big clown face. Lu Xiangye looked at Gao Wenyu, took off his coat, and used the clean cloth inside to wipe the dirt off her face. Gao Wenyu stood still, letting Lu Xiangye wipe her face. The people around them looked at the mess on Qinglin Mountain in silence.
Sigh.
Suddenly, someone let out a sigh from the crowd. Then someone said, "What a pity for those peaches, such a shame for these fruit trees." Yeah, those delicious canned yellow peaches. We probably won't get to eat them next year. This time, Gao's company suffered heavy losses. The crowd started whispering among themselves. Employees of the Gao family's business were all present, their faces full of grief. The big fire had cut off their income and livelihood. Lu Xiongye gently held Gao Wenyue's face and said in a deep voice, "My wife, I am here with you." Lu Xiongye looked serious. He had just checked the mountain situation and knew that fire prevention measures were well in place. Such a big fire was impossible without human cause, so it was definitely man-made. The dawn was gradually breaking on the eastern horizon, and the morning sunlight was spreading across the borderland. A new day had begun. The morning breeze was cool, just like everyone's current mood. A gentle wind blew, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. Lu Xiongye held Gao Wenyue tightly in his arms, trying to give her some warmth. Everyone was watching Gao Wenyue, feeling she must have been greatly affected. No one would feel good after experiencing something like this. Moreover, Gao's canned food was very popular at the time. Now that the yellow peaches are gone, and even the fruit trees have been burned, it is undoubtedly a loss of future income. Lu Xiongye looked down at the person in his arms. Just as he was about to speak, Gao Wenyue interrupted him. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Wang Jianhua stood nearby without speaking, hesitating whether to step forward. Last night, when Qinglin Mountain caught fire, He Ping was the first to send firefighters to put out the fire. He also called Wang Jianhua to coordinate the efforts on site. Thanks to Wang Jianhua leading the firefighting team, the fire was quickly controlled, and the damage to the fruit trees was limited. Thinking of He Ping's instructions, Wang Jianhua no longer hesitated and walked straight toward Gao Wenyue. "Boss Gao, could you come over for a moment?" Wang Jianhua said from a short distance. Gao Wenyue finally left Lu Xiongye's side. Her face showed clear signs of exhaustion and disappointment. Wang Jianhua couldn't help but say, "Boss Gao, don't be too upset. As long as the mountain remains, there's hope. This mountain still belongs to you." Gao Wenyue forced a smile, but her smile looked more painful than crying. Wang Jianhua added, "The police are already investigating the fire, and I believe we'll have results in a few days. Don't be too sad. The damage has been done, and the city might compensate your company." "How much compensation?" Gao Wenyue asked. Her eyes shone with hope as she looked at Wang Jianhua.
"You."
Wang Jianhua was slightly stunned. Then, Wang Jianhua couldn't help but laugh quietly. This is Gao Wenyue. She was waiting for him. Wang Jianhua thought to himself. Gao Wenyue looked calm and said, "Like you said, I've already suffered losses. You can see the situation on the mountain. Of course, I hope to get some compensation. For unavoidable natural disasters and accidents, the border government has compensation standards." Gao Wenyue knew this well. Wang Jianhua sighed and said, "It depends on the expert's assessment of your mountain's damage. There will be compensation, but I don't know the exact amount." Gao Wenyue sincerely asked, "Could Secretary Wang help me follow up on the assessment process? You saw how serious my loss was this time." This was a clear plea for sympathy. Gao Wenyue was never stingy when it came to asking for money for free. At this moment, Gao Wenyue's clothes were covered in ash, and her face was dirty. She looked very disheveled. Wang Jianhua had never seen Gao Wenyue like this before. Usually, when he saw Gao Wenyue, she appeared neat and bright. This was the first time she looked so disheveled in front of others. "All right, I'll take responsibility for this," Wang Jianhua replied quickly and confidently. Then everyone saw Gao Wenyue leave with a look of disappointment. The follow-up work at Qinglin Mountain was being handled by Hu Qing, Chen Fang, and Zhou Qing. Lu Xiongye stayed close to Gao Wenyue. He had wanted to go up the mountain with the police officers who arrived to investigate again, but Gao Wenyue held him back. "Xiongye, come home with me first," she said, looking tired and shaken. Her voice even carried a hint of fear. Lu Xiongye's eyes flashed with suspicion. His wife's behavior was very unusual. Last night, Gao Wenyue had faced a fierce fire without showing any fear. During the firefighting, she moved calmly through the flames and directed the efforts. Such a woman wouldn't be so easily affected by a fire's damage. That's not Gao Wenyue's style. Gao Wenyuan noticed Lu Xiangye's gaze and blinked, saying, "Let's go home first." Lu Xiangye immediately understood. He quickly reached out to support her waist and asked, "Wife, what's wrong?" Gao Wenyue was stunned for a second until a hand pinched her soft flesh at her waist. I feel dizzy." Everyone only heard a weak cry. When they looked back, they saw only their fading figures. The big fire at Qinglin Mountain shocked the border residents. It was the first large-scale fire in recent years in the border area, and it happened at the hottest peach-producing region. The border government took this fire very seriously. The incident involved the local specialty, canned yellow peaches, and they held an emergency meeting. "Director He, what do you think about the Qinglin Mountain fire?" Someone suddenly asked at the meeting. He Ping lifted his eyelids and glanced at the person across from him, Deputy Director Qin. This person was a favored candidate for the former Economic Office Director, but He Ping had taken the lead earlier. Everyone present knew the story of Gao's enterprise's rise, and also understood why He Ping was promoted. The seemingly simple question from Deputy Director Qin carried an unusual undertone. He Ping replied calmly, "We should fight the fire where needed and help where we can." Qinglin Mountain's yellow peaches are now a local specialty. They're popular in major institutions in Beijing, and soon they will play a significant role in boosting the border economy, he said. "So, I suggest everyone pay attention to this matter and give some support to Gao Corporation." He Ping spoke confidently, directly interrupting Deputy Director Qin. Now, He Ping is capable of ignoring sarcastic remarks and subtle probes. His attitude is clear. He positions himself within the overall border economy, making it hard for anyone to criticize him. Soon, the top decision-maker at the head of the table said, "He Ping is right. This is a big issue related to our border economy's development, so we must take it seriously." Deputy Director Qin was a bit unhappy at first, but when he heard the mayor's words, he became excited and wanted to speak. He hoped to shift the responsibility to He Ping. He Ping glanced at the person across from him and said with a smile, "Mayor, I think Deputy Director Qin is the best person for this task. He just showed great concern for Qinglin Mountain. All right, let's proceed that way." Everyone at the meeting looked at each other. Some felt sorry for Deputy Director Qin, while others looked at him with mockery. Recently, He Ping has become a favorite of the top leaders. Qin Deputy Director choosing this moment to oppose He Ping was clearly futile. After the meeting, He Ping was about to leave when He Qinghua stopped him. "Come to my office," He Qinghua said. He Ping stood still and replied, "Mayor He, just say what you need to say here." He Qinghua, who had already reached the door of the meeting room, paused and looked back at He Ping. He didn't know when, but the little boy who had just been born had grown into a fierce wolf. Recently, He Ping had decisively handled several major issues in the economic office, earning him a reputation as a fierce wolf behind the scenes. This He Ping was very different from his usual gentle and polite political image. He Qinghua slightly frowned and said, "You need to change how you act. Don't let others use you. Remember, if someone leaves, you won't have a good outcome either." In government, people often speak cautiously, leaving some room for future interactions. They follow the principle of leave a line, which has become a silent rule in social dealings. This is a kind of smooth-talking understanding, a common style among public officials. But just now, He Ping completely disregarded Deputy Director Qin's face. He didn't even bother to pretend to be polite, which made He Qinghua very worried. He Ping raised an eyebrow and sarcastically said, "Are you worried about me?" He Qinghua paused, about to speak naturally, but He Ping interrupted him. He Ping said directly, "No need for your concern. You didn't care about the first 30 years of my life, and I don't need it now." As soon as he finished speaking, He Ping walked straight out of the meeting room, passing by He Qinghua. Left behind in the meeting room, He Qinghua suddenly felt angry and shouted after him, "No need? Do you really think calling you Xiao He makes you someone important? Xiao He still has an old he in front of him." He Ping kept walking forward without looking back, knowing exactly what he was doing. To wear the crown, you must bear its weight. He has always known this truth. Inside a large office, He Ping stood by the window, glancing outside. The smoky mountains of Qinglin Mountain, which were full of smoke last night, now showed no signs of damage. Wang Jianhua reported, "Leader, it has been confirmed that there is about a 60% chance the fire at Qinglin Mountain was caused by humans." He Ping wasn't surprised by this answer. He had already guessed it beforehand.
How is she?
Wang Jianhua instinctively looked at He Ping, but unfortunately, he only saw a silhouette. He Ping was facing away from Wang Jianhua. His voice was very calm, as if he was asking a stranger. Wang Jianhua couldn't see He Ping's expression, but he could feel He Ping's concern for Gao Wenyue. Boss Gao is somewhat discouraged. When I arrived last night, she was still busy fighting the fire on the mountain. The flames were so big, and she didn't seem afraid. Whenever Gao Wenyue was mentioned, Wang Jianhua kept talking excitedly. Hearing this, He Ping couldn't help but smile and said, "She has always been very brave. One fire isn't enough to scare her." In He Ping's memory, Gao Wenyue was always very brave. She dared to go alone to Shanghai to find leader Deng. The damage from the fire wasn't enough to defeat her. But she will still feel a bit unwilling. He Ping sighed softly, a very gentle sigh. If Wang Jianhua hadn't been with He Ping for many years, he might not have noticed this faint sigh. Wang Jianhua spoke at the right moment, however. When Boss Gao learned that the government would subsidize affected businesses, her mood improved significantly. A slight smile appeared at the corner of He Ping's mouth. He could imagine Gao Wenyue's expression at that moment, probably a bright, confident smile. Whenever Gao Wenyue encountered something profitable, she always showed that radiant, beautiful smile. Wang Jianhua waited for a long time, but He Ping, standing at the window, never spoke again. Seeing no response, Wang Jianhua quietly closed the door and left. At this moment, Gao Wenyue had just returned to the residential area and was about to take a shower. She couldn't stand the dust on her body. Lu Xiangye said nothing and went straight to the kitchen, adding water and starting a fire. When the water boiled, Lu Xiangye poured hot water into the bathroom and then went to the bedroom to prepare pajamas. "Honey, you can take a shower now."
Coming.
Gao Wenyue enjoyed a warm shower and felt refreshed when she finished. As she stepped out of the bathroom, she immediately smelled a spicy aroma. "What delicious food are you making?" The smell of the food instantly made Gao Wenyue hungry. She had planned to sleep after her shower, but now she felt her stomach growling. Lu Xiangye was busy in the living room, even wearing an apron. He was bending over, working at the dining table. "Come quickly and eat," Lu Xiangye said without turning around. Gao Wenyue stood behind Lu Xiangye, staring at the man in front of her. Clearly, this man had also been busy all day last night, directing firefighting efforts on the mountain and helping carry sandbags. His exhaustion was no less than hers. But since returning home, he had been busy until now, always caring for Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue usually preferred soft treatments over harsh ones and was often touched by Lu Xiangye's small gestures. She reached out her hands, about to go and hug Lu Xiangye's waist. However, the man seemed to have sensed this and quickly dodged her embrace. Gao Wenyue looked confused and raised her eyebrows, waiting for his explanation. Lu Xiangye helplessly said, "I'm dirty." He hadn't taken a shower yet, only cleaned himself briefly before cooking. He didn't want Gao Wenyue to hug him like this. Gao Wenyue shook her head, saying she didn't mind. When she tried to approach again, Lu Xiangye still took a step back and shook his head. He pointed to the red sugar egg custard on the table and said, "Eat this first to soothe your stomach. I'll come after I finish my shower." Lu Xiangye knew Gao Wenyue's cleanliness obsession. Living with her for so long, even he had unconsciously been influenced. Gao Wenyue looked at the hot red sugar egg custard on the table, which was steaming. Next to it was a coal stove with a hot pot cooking inside. On this early autumn morning, having hot pot was surely a carefree pleasure. Lu Xiangye even considered Gao Wenyue's stomach. She hadn't eaten all night, so he thought she should have some gentle food to soothe her stomach. Gao Wenyue's lips curved slightly as she picked up the bowl of brown sugar egg custard and started to eat. The sweet taste of brown sugar and the aroma of eggs exploded on her tongue, satisfying her taste buds instantly. When Gao Wenyue finished the bowl of brown sugar egg custard, Lu Xiangye just came out of the bathroom. Gao Wenyu thought to herself, men take shorter showers than women. Lu Xiangye, with water still dripping from his short hair, casually put on a pair of pants and walked out. Gao Wenyu turned her head and saw his well-defined abs. After his shower, the man radiated a strong sense of masculinity. Gao Wenyu couldn't help but swallow hard. The scene before her was a great visual delight. Lu Xiangye had already noticed Gao Wenyue's gaze. He raised an eyebrow and looked at his wife with a proud smile. Gao Wenyu realized this and cleared her throat, saying, "Hurry up and put on your clothes. It's cool in the morning. Don't catch a cold." Lu Xiangye nonchalantly replied, "It's okay." Gao Wenyu immediately glared at him and said, "Hurry up and get dressed." Lu Xiangye glanced at Gao Wenyue's expression, saw she was insistent, and said, "All right." Lu Xiangye quickly returned, wearing a nightgown made of fabric Gao Wenyu had specifically bought. At this moment, Gao Wenyu was also dressed in a gray pajamas. Seeing Gao Wenyue's pajamas, Lu Xiangye looked at his own and smiled with satisfaction. He noticed the meat slices boiling in the pot hadn't moved yet, and his brow furrowed slightly, knowing Gao Wenyu was waiting for him. "Eat quickly," Lu Xiangye said, as he helped Gao Wenyu serve some food. Gao Wenyu immediately started eating. She had been busy all night and was very hungry. After a few bites of beef, Gao Wenyu asked, "Xiangye, where did you get this meat?" Although it was morning now, they didn't come back early, and by this time, the meat at the supply store should be sold out. Lu Xiangye mysteriously said, "I have my ways." Gao Wenyu propped her chin and looked at Lu Xiangye, waiting for more. Not wanting Gao Wenyu to wait too long, he decided not to keep her in suspense. "I bought it from the master at the army canteen." When Gao Wenyu went for a shower, Lu Xiangye headed straight to the army kitchen to buy meat for his wife. Gao Wenyu opened her mouth wide and asked, "You bought the beef from the army master?" The master chef in the army always buys food in large quantities. They are responsible for feeding the entire unit, so a small amount is manageable. After all, Lu Xiangye pays for everything. Seeing Lu Xiangye nod, Gao Wenyu covered her face and said, "Now everyone knows you bought food for me. Everyone in the military district knows that Lu's wife is busy with business. Currently, Lu Yingzhang is the one buying groceries and cooking. Usually, Lu Xiangye shops at the supply store, but this time he bought the food at the army cafeteria." Even Gao Wenyu, who usually doesn't fuss over small things, can imagine how lively the military district must be right now. At this moment, the soldiers in the military district are discussing something. "Hey, I just heard from the master chef at the cafeteria something surprising." "What news is so shocking?" "Our commander Lu cooked for his wife again, and this time he bought beef from our big cafeteria." "My goodness, our commander is cooking for his wife again." A group of soldiers gather and talk. It's hard for them to imagine how such a stern officer could be cooking for his wife. After this incident, Lu Xiangye's reputation for spoiling his wife spread even more. Gao Wenyu, surprised, then began to enjoy the delicious food. The fresh beef was slightly spicy, fragrant, and tasty. "Husband, thank you for the delicious meal. I really like it," Gao Wenyu said happily with her eyes half closed. Lu Xiangye smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it." To Lu Xiangye, as long as Gao Wenyu is happy, everything he does is worth it. He kept serving her food, and when he saw Gao Wenyu's calm expression, he knew she had a plan about the fire at Qinglin Mountain. Sure enough, after the meal, Gao Wenyu said, "Xiangye, I plan to stay home and rest for the next couple of days. The fire can wait." Lu Xiangye asked directly, "Is there anything I can do to help?" Gao Wenyu shook her head and said, "Not right now. If there is, I won't hesitate to ask for your help." Lu Xiangye didn't reply, thinking about what he could do for her. Seeing this, Gao Wenyu said, "Actually, the biggest loss from Qinglin Mountain was the fruit trees. The yellow peaches have already been mostly picked. Recently, under Hu Qing's leadership, Gao's employees have harvested most of the yellow peaches on the mountain. After the fire, Gao's workers knew their boss had suffered heavy losses. Now, they are busy making canned yellow peaches. Everyone should work harder to produce more canned yellow peaches. We must not waste these peaches." Yang Jing said this while standing among the crowd. She has been working at Gao's canned food shop recently. When she learned about the fire on Qinglin Mountain, Yang Jing asked Aunt He to take care of the shop, and she came to encourage the military wives. The yellow peaches in the warehouse needed to be processed quickly. If they stayed too long, some would soften or rot and could no longer be made into canned peaches. That would be a waste. Everyone worked very hard, even Lu Wanning was helping out. Although Gao Wenyue was not at Gao's base, she was sure her employees were busy making canned peaches. That's why Gao Wenyue felt safe taking a couple of days off. Lu Xiangye immediately understood. His wife was using a distraction. That distraction was meant for the person who started the fire. The big fire was likely caused by someone on purpose. A fire can erase many clues. Gao Wenyue decided to stay hidden and let Gao's canned food business be at a disadvantage. If anyone stepped forward now, they would be the suspect. Lu Xiangye looked at Gao Wenyue and said, "Last night, I smelled diesel on the mountain." Gao Wenyue was surprised and asked, "Are you sure?" She had checked the scene last night and found no signs of anything unusual. The fire on Qinglin Mountain spread very quickly, which couldn't happen by accident. The fire destroyed all clues, so everyone could only guess it was arson. But now Lu Xiangye said he smelled diesel. In this era, only wealthy families could afford to buy diesel for arson, and it required tickets and registration. Gao Wenyue immediately became alert. She wanted to stay hidden and wait for the culprit to be caught, but waiting was passive. It was more satisfying to take control of the situation. Lu Xiangye slightly smiled and said, "Wife, you can pretend to be doing something while secretly investigating. I'll help you find out the truth." His main point was the last sentence. Gao Wenyue smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, husband, you're so clever." She was never stingy with praise, especially for Lu Xiangye. Lu Xiangye was an outstanding member of the military, with excellent detective skills. The smell of diesel was no match for his nose. In the military district, such things are quite common. However, when it came to Gao Wenyue, she praised Lu Xiangye very highly. Lu Xiangye felt very happy to be praised and smiled broadly. He said, "Leave this matter to me. You should rest at home." Gao Wenyue immediately replied, "I'll go with you." Ah. Halfway through her words, Lu Xiangye suddenly picked her up horizontally. He carried Gao Wenyue straight to the bedroom and placed her on the bed, saying, "Honey, be good. You didn't sleep last night, so rest first." Gao Wenyue sat up and said, "Xiangye, I'm not tired. Let me go with you." Lu Xiangye looked down at Gao Wenyue and asked, "Honey, have you forgotten your plan?" Not long ago, Gao Wenyue said she wanted to stay home for a couple of days to act like she was badly hurt. Thinking of this, Gao Wenyue simply said, "All right, I won't go." Lu Xiangye smiled happily. To him, this kind of thing should be done by him. He leaned down and kissed Gao Wenyue on the forehead, saying, "Honey, I'll be back soon." Gao Wenyue reached out and grabbed Lu Xiangye's pajamas, saying, "You didn't sleep last night either. Sleep a little first." Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, "No, finding evidence is a race against time." Gao Wenyue understood this, but she felt sorry for Lu Xiangye. If she had known, she wouldn't have let him cook. Gao Wenyue silently sighed in her heart. She cared deeply for her man, and at this moment, her concern was at its highest. She reached out and hugged Lu Xiangye, saying, "Be careful." Lu Xiangye left quickly. After he left, Gao Wenyue, who was exhausted earlier, suddenly felt no desire to sleep. She tossed and turned several times, but still couldn't fall asleep. Later, Gao Wenyue quietly planned her next steps in her mind. While she was deep in thought, Lu Xiangye returned. "Honey, I found out," he said. Gao Wenyue immediately got out of bed and asked quickly, "Who is it?" Lu Xiangye glanced at her and said, "We found a man named Zhao Feng. He bought the diesel and set the fire." Gao Wenyue quickly reviewed her social network in her mind, but didn't recognize the name. She asked again, did he say who he was acting for? Lu Xiangye shook his head and said no. Regarding Gao Wenyue's questions, Lu Xiangye naturally knew the answers. When he found the person, the individual was packing up to run away. Zhao Feng is a young man in his 20s. When he saw Lu Xiangye and the police, he was only slightly surprised for a moment. Then, Zhao Feng was taken to the police station to give a statement. He honestly admitted to setting the fire. Lu Xiangye frowned and said, he said it was because of jealousy. Why is it that ordinary people can't even afford to eat, while you are selling expensive canned peaches? He wants to burn all the peaches. Gao Wenyuan knew that some people are naturally cynical. When they face unfair fate, they don't look for reasons within themselves to solve problems, but instead blame others. However, Gao Wenyuan didn't believe that Zhao Feng was such a person. This explanation seems reasonable, but has many flaws. After all, burning Qinglin Mountain only harms Gao Wenyuan herself. There are many rich people in the world, and she is not the only one making money. Moreover, while Gao Wenyuan is earning money, she is also working for her foundation. Lu Xiangye said, this looks a lot like the group that stopped the car before. They are very brave and determined. Even if they get caught later, they are prepared to face the consequences. Lu Xiangye's expression was serious. This is a trained team, and their existence is not good for social stability. Now, it's clear they are targeting Gao Wenyuan. Gao Wenyuan immediately thought of He Xiong. She was sure that the people who stopped the car last time were He Xiong. But what about this time? He Xiong is being closely guarded now. How did he manage to secretly plan this? Most importantly, He Xiong alone couldn't have formed such a team. Gao Wenyuan suddenly felt like an invisible net was slowly closing in on her from the shadows. Who did she offend? Lu Xiangye said, I have a way to get them to talk. With Lu Xiangye's ability, as long as he wants, he can get these people to reveal the truth. However, before, Lu Xiangye didn't want to interfere in police matters. Interrogating suspects was the police's job. As a soldier, he preferred not to get involved. Now, because it concerns Gao Wenyuan, Lu Xiangye decided to personally question Zhao Feng. Gao Wenyuan shook her head and said, it's not necessary. The other side is very cautious. The person Zhao Feng knows might not be the real one. Lu Xiangye said seriously, that's possible. Despite this, Lu Xiangye still decided to investigate. Lu Xiangye, don't go, Gao Wenyuan called out. This was the first time Lu Xiangye ignored Gao Wenyuan's shout. He insisted on going to the police station to question Zhao Feng. Seeing this, Gao Wenyuan no longer argued. She simply said, I'll go with you. Although she had some guesses, Gao Wenyuan believed she gained something from this trip. As she suspected earlier, Zhao Feng was an orphan who had begged since he was young. But one day, he suddenly stopped being poor and struggling. He met someone who fed and supported him. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and Zhao Feng accepted this person's help, so he naturally agreed to do a favor in return. The person behind the scenes asked Zhao Feng to set fire to Qinglin Mountain. Gao Wenyuan looked at Zhao Feng and asked, why did you show mercy? Zhao Feng, covered in dirt and mess, suddenly looked up with a hint of confusion in his dark eyes. Then Zhao Feng laughed loudly and said, what are you thinking, woman? I would never show mercy. I only regret that I brought too little diesel last night, so I couldn't keep the fire going. Gao Wenyuan shook her head and said, no, you did show mercy. The terrain last night prevented the diesel from connecting properly. The fire at Qinglin Mountain was clearly started at the highest point, but there was a fault line at the lower edge of the highest point, which prevented the fire from spreading deep into the forest quickly. If Zhao Feng truly wanted to burn Qinglin Mountain completely, he wouldn't have overlooked this detail. Lu Xiangye, cold and stern, urged, speak. Hearing Lu Xiangye's voice, Zhao Feng suddenly shivered. He had already seen Lu Xiangye's methods. He glanced at Lu Xiangye and quickly said, you're right. I was on a mission to prevent the fire, but I know. He turned to Gao Wenyuan and said, I know you're a good boss. You make money and help other people in need. I don't want to destroy Qinglin Mountain. By this point, Zhao Feng's eyes were red. Although setting the fire wasn't his original intention, he was the one who started it. He bowed deeply to Gao Wenyuan and said, Boss Gao, I'm sorry. I had no choice. Gao Wenyuan looked at Zhao Feng with complicated eyes. There is often some blame and pity. She said, Zhao Feng, I believe you had no other option. Hearing this, Zhao Feng looked excited and even stood up. What are you doing? Sit down. A nearby police officer sternly shouted. Zhao Feng sat down feeling annoyed. Gao Wenyue continued. Zhao Feng, who is the person giving you orders? Zhao Feng shook his head and said, I don't know. I really don't know. Despite asking multiple times, the answer remained the same. Gao Wenyue looked back at Lu Xiangye, and they exchanged glances for a few seconds. Then Gao Wenyue stopped asking, trusting that Zhao Feng truly did not know who the other person was. Just as they were about to turn and leave, Lu Xiangye suddenly asked, Zhao Feng, what is your weakness? Zhao Feng's body stiffened immediately. He looked confused and asked, Officer Lu, what do you mean? Gao Wenyue understood Lu Xiangye's intention. He was trying to trick Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng thought Gao Wenyue and Lu Xiangye had finished questioning him. It was a moment when Zhao Feng felt relaxed, and it was easiest for him to reveal his true reactions. Gao Wenyue was about to ask more when Lu Xiangye grabbed her wrist. He shook his head and said, It's nothing, just joking. Only then did Zhao Feng's tense heart relax. He smiled and said, Officer Lu, your joke isn't funny at all. You're not good at joking. As Gao Wenyue left the police station, she asked, Why didn't you keep asking him? Lu Xiangye replied, We can't get anything more out of him. Zhao Feng's personality is complicated. He knew Gao Wenyue was doing good, and he didn't want to burn down Qinglin Mountain. But in the end, he still set the fire, even if it meant going to jail. This shows that Zhao Feng was being controlled by someone holding a handle over him, making him create the illusion of a larger fire. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but reach out and hold Lu Xiangye's arm, saying, The person behind all this is too scary. They've been controlling Zhao Feng from behind the scenes. No, it's not just one Zhao Feng. Gao Wenyue raised her voice. Lu Xiangye's face grew more serious. He squinted slightly, thinking about this matter. Gao Wenyue quietly waited nearby, knowing not to disturb his thinking. After a long while, Lu Xiangye spoke. Wife, don't go out alone recently. If you need to go out, call me, or ask Brother Zhou to go with you. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, Got it. Because it concerns her safety, Gao Wenyue wouldn't be careless. Lu Xiangye took Gao Wenyue back to her residential area. They didn't speak during the walk, both thinking about the same thing. When they reached her home, Gao Wenyue pulled Lu Xiangye into the bedroom. Go to sleep. You haven't slept in 2 days and 1 night. Gao Wenyue ordered sharply. Lu Xiangye smiled and said, Wife, I'm fine. Lu Xiangye's words were not just to comfort Gao Wenyue. He truly meant it. In the military unit, every mission Lu Xiangye carried out required intense time and effort. Staying awake for 2 days and nights was common for him. However, what was nothing to Lu Xiangye was very important to Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue reached out and held Lu Xiangye's hand, placing it over her heart, saying, I will feel worried. Lu Xiangye immediately smiled and said, Wife, I like hearing you say that. Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and said, Come on, go to sleep. Want me to say it again? While speaking, Gao Wenyue patted the spot beside her, signaling Lu Xiangye to get into bed. Lu Xiangye's usually serious face softened with a smile, making the already handsome man look even more charming. Gao Wenyue was momentarily captivated. She thought to herself, beauty can be a distraction. Just as Gao Wenyue thought the man was about to get into bed, unexpectedly, Lu Xiangye teased her. He turned and walked out gracefully. Where are you going? Taking a shower. Gao Wenyue was surprised for a moment, then burst into laughter. Living together for a long time, their habits influence each other. Gao Wenyue's cleanliness obsession had deeply affected Lu Xiangye. Gao Wenyue understood that her habits had influenced him, and it showed how much he valued her. Because Lu Xiangye cared so much, he always kept good hygiene. He didn't want Gao Wenyue to feel uncomfortable. Soon, Lu Xiangye returned to the bedroom and saw Gao Wenyue already lying on her side of the bed. Wife, are you asleep? Lu Xiangye asked softly. Gao Wenyue, facing away, slightly pulled the corner of her mouth, but said nothing on purpose. Seeing no response, Lu Xiangye carefully got into bed. He knew that during his time away from home, his wife probably hadn't slept well. Now, Gao Wenyue was surely tired. As soon as Lu Xiangye lay down, Someone snuggled into his arms. Gao Wenyue pressed close to him, wanting only to hold him. This man had been busy since last night just for her. Lu Xiangye embraced Gao Wenyue, enjoying her initiative. But at the same time, he sighed softly inside. Gao Wenyue was a very clever woman. She was talented in business and sincere and generous in her interactions with others. However, only Lu Xiangye knew that his wife lacked love. Gao Wenyue was easily moved by small things and cherished those who treated her well. Sometimes, Lu Xiangye also felt lucky that fate had brought him to Gao Wenyue early. Wife, you are my Lu Xiangye's wife. It's what I should do. Lu Xiangye's deep voice sounded in Gao Wenyue's ear. Gao Wenyue responded vaguely a couple of times, though she was just pretending to agree. Deep down, she didn't feel the same. In Gao Wenyue's view, nothing in this world is simply owed. Relationships need care and effort. Even her own biological parents didn't love her. Relying only on her husband could only last so long. Gao Wenyue believed she could rely on Lu Xiangye, but she couldn't lose her instinct to be independent. Soon, they fell asleep, their hands tightly clasped. When Gao Wenyue woke up, she found no one beside her. She reached out and touched the blanket nearby, which was already cold. Wife, it's time for the mission. Don't worry. Take good care of yourself. Gao Wenyue looked at Lu Xiangye's note and was lost in thought. Lu Xiangye had gone on another mission. In the following days, Gao Wenyue stayed in the family courtyard and didn't go anywhere else on the frontier. During this time, Wang Xiuli often brought her children to visit the Lu family. Seeing Wang Xiuli and Bai Yang's child, Gao Wenyue felt a fondness. The little girl was a delicate porcelain doll, well cared for by Wang Xiuli. When she smiled, she even showed 2 small dimples. Jinjin, come, time to eat. Wang Xiuli and Bai Yang's child was named Bai Jinjin. She had started eating solid food. Gao Wenyue had just prepared a bowl of pork rib noodles and also served a bowl for Jinjin. The pork ribs and the noodles had been shredded into tiny pieces, and the noodles were cut short. Although called pork rib noodles, it was really just a bowl of meat and noodle mash. This kind of food was perfect for a child Jinjin's age. Wang Xiuli smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so good at taking care of children. Gao Wenyue didn't have children herself, but her homemade food suited Jinjin well, which earned Wang Xiuli's praise. Gao Wenyue paused slightly, suddenly thinking of the child she had adopted in her previous life, her and Lu Chongfu's adopted son, who was Lu Chongfu's half-brother. That child was raised by Gao Wenyue herself. She fell into deep thought, but just then, the little Jinjin in her arms reached out and held her hand. Sniff. Ah. Gao Wenyue finally snapped out of her trance. She quickly scooped up a spoonful of noodles and fed it to him. After a satisfying meal, Bai Jinjin happily went to sleep. This child, all he does is eat and sleep every day. Kids at this age are like that, it shows he's healthy. Wang Xiuli was about to speak when suddenly, someone entered through the door. Lu Xiangye returned exhausted, covered in morning dew and dust. As soon as he stepped into the yard, his eyes stayed fixed on Gao Wenyue. In his intense gaze, there was longing and a complicated feeling. Gao Wenyue looked up in confusion. Since this man had been away for a few days, he looked worn out, with a beard beginning to grow on his chin. Oh, Captain Lu is back. We'll go ahead now. Wang Xiuli was very perceptive. She quickly hugged Bai Jinjin and left. When Wang Xiuli reached outside the yard, she even used one hand to close the wooden door outside Lu's house. Xiangye, Gao Wenyue was about to speak when Lu Xiangye suddenly embraced her. She immediately smiled, and her slender wrists lifted slightly. Lu Xiangye was very strong. He held Gao Wenyue's hands and gently applied pressure, as if trying to pull her into his bones. This feeling was like he was afraid of losing Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue sensed something was wrong. She quickly reached out to push Lu Xiangye and asked, Xiangye, what's wrong with you? Lu Xiangye lowered his head, resting it on Gao Wenyue's shoulder. Their height difference was obvious, making Lu Xiangye feel uncomfortable standing like that. Despite this, Lu Xiangye still affectionately snuggled close to Gao Wenyue. His hands never relaxed. Gao Wenyu paused, then gently stroked Lu Xiangye's back, patting him softly again and again. "It's okay now. I'm here. I've always been here," Gao Wenyu kept saying into Lu Xiangye's ear. After a long while, Lu Xiangye's emotions finally calmed. He released Gao Wenyu and asked, "Wife, did I hurt you with that grip?" Gao Wenyu shook her head and asked, "No, Xiangye, what's really going on?" At this moment, Gao Wenyu was very worried about Lu Xiangye. This man seemed to have suffered a huge. He was Lu Xiangye, the commander of a military district unit. What had he gone through? Gao Wenyu thought to herself. In the past few days, Lu Xiangye hadn't been on military duty. Instead, he was investigating Zhao Feng's case. Under Lu Xiangye's leadership, the border police finally broke through Zhao Feng's behind-the-scenes team. Gao Wenyu asked in surprise, "Did you find the real culprit behind this?" Lu Xiangye first nodded, then shook his head. It was a group of well-trained professionals. The boss behind them specifically found orphan children with no parents to adopt. They raised these children, trained them in certain skills, and finally used them to do dangerous tasks for money. The boss stayed hidden, collecting profits while paying a small amount for the children's lives. All the tasks assigned to these children involved violence and theft. The boss charged high fees, but forced the orphans to risk their lives. Hearing this, Gao Wenyu was so angry her chest heaved. It was clear they didn't care about people's lives. If they truly cared about Zhao Feng and others, they wouldn't have let them do robbery and arson. Once caught by the police, these people would face heavy sentences. In this strict era, crimes involving robbery and arson had serious consequences. Can't they escape? Aren't they orphans? Gao Wenyu asked, confused. She wondered why Zhao Feng, who had shown mercy this time, didn't try to break free from the control of the behind-the-scenes boss. After all, those children were orphans and should have no attachments. Lu Xiangye said quietly, "Zhao Feng has a reason. He has a sister." Gao Wenyu immediately understood. Zhao Feng's sister was controlled, so he had to obey the boss's orders. That's why Zhao Feng, even if reluctant, still set fires. He left some room for himself. She asked suspiciously, "What about his sister?" Lu Xiangye had already captured the behind-the-scenes boss, so Zhao Feng's sister would be rescued. Gao Wenyu thought to herself. Lu Xiangye pursed his lips and said nothing. He couldn't help but recall a scene he saw in the mountains. Even Lu Xiangye, a grown man, was shocked by that horrifying sight. Gao Wenyu didn't get a response. She paused and asked, "Did something happen to that girl?" Lu Xiangye nodded.
"She's dead."
Gao Wenyu couldn't help but sigh. The saddest thing in the world is losing the only person you care about. Lu Xiangye looked ahead with cold eyes shining in his dark eyes. He said, "Zhao Feng's sister committed suicide." It turned out that the group had adopted many orphan children, especially those with siblings, so they could keep each other in check. Zhao Feng was bound by his sister, and that girl was also bound by her brother. Gao Wenyu couldn't help but ask, they forced Zhao Feng to commit acts of violence and theft, but what about his sister? Gao Wenyu suddenly stopped speaking. What could a helpless girl do? Lu Xiangye softly said, "Their crimes are not just about violence and theft. They also involve the trafficking of women and children. When we found Zhao Feng's sister, she had already been sold to a mountain village where many single men couldn't find wives, so they..." Lu Xiangye couldn't continue. Gao Wenyu reached out and held Lu Xiangye's hand, saying, "No need to say more, I understand." Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, "That girl wasn't sold to just one person. She was sold to an entire village of men. She was kept in a pigsty. When we arrived, she was covered in blood. After we rescued her, she learned that Zhao Feng was still alive and then took her own life by jumping into a well." Gao Wenyu couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand. She couldn't imagine what kind of suffering that girl had endured. Gao Wenyu said bitterly, "These deserve to die." She hugged Lu Xiangye and said, "Xiangye, you did a good thing. You saved them." If Lu Xiangye hadn't insisted on investigating, those people might have been controlled for their whole lives. Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, "No, wife, I was also saving myself." Gao Wenyu was momentarily stunned. not understanding what Lu Xiangye meant. Lu Xiangye's hands suddenly clenched tightly, and the prominent joints showed how much force he was using. At this moment, Lu Xiangye radiated a fierce, deadly aura, something only experienced soldiers who had been to war could have. Gao Wenyue was shocked. Since he returned, he had been acting strangely. She couldn't help but ask again, "Xiangye, what's really going on?" Lu Xiangye looked down at Gao Wenyue, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "When I arrived, they were planning a new mission." "What kind of new mission?" "Targeting you." Because of Gao Wenyue, several members of a team had been lost, and the boss behind the scenes was already furious. Coincidentally, he received a new order. Someone paid 5,000 yuan to make Gao Wenyue disappear. So, the boss mobilized all his members and devised a detailed plan for revenge, determined to capture Gao Wenyue in one move. This was also why Lu Xiangye was able to quickly take down the entire team, because Gao Wenyue had gathered them together. At that moment, Lu Xiangye was extremely angry. When he saw what was written on the paper, his scarlet eyes shocked everyone present. The police quickly stopped Lu Xiangye, fearing he might kill someone. "What does it say on the paper?" Gao Wenyue asked carefully. Lu Xiangye kept silent, only saying, "My wife, I am still very scared." After all, only a thief fears being robbed once, not multiple times. Being watched secretly by such a group, Lu Xiangye's worries and fears were understandable. Gao Wenyue finally understood why Lu Xiangye was acting strangely. It was because he was worried about her. She quickly comforted him, saying, "It's okay now. Look, I'm fine. I'm right here." Lu Xiangye then held Gao Wenyue in his arms. Only he knew that the paper clearly recorded her daily routes, from surveillance to kidnapping, trafficking, and the locations involved. The boss behind all this didn't plan to kill Gao Wenyue. He wanted to first tie her up, then cut her limbs and meridians before selling her to a group of men in the mountains, making her live a life worse than death. That boss was beaten by Lu Xiangye, who broke 4 of his ribs. His entire body was battered, and when he was brought to the police station, he was barely alive. Lu Xiangye had been busy for several days. When he finally stepped into the house and saw Gao Wenyue, he felt a deep sense of fear. It was a genuine fear from the bottom of his heart. If he had been a little later, Gao Wenyue might have been in danger. Gao Wenyue took Lu Xiangye to the bathroom, where she personally shaved his beard and thoughtfully prepared bath water. After bathing, Lu Xiangye looked completely fine. He awkwardly said, "My wife, I'm sorry for making you worry." Gao Wenyue shook her head and replied, "How could that be? Xiangye, I'm so happy you care about me. Besides, you saved me." She added silently in her heart. If Lu Xiangye hadn't acted quickly to eliminate the threat, Gao Wenyue couldn't imagine whether she could have escaped from such a careful trap. Lu Xiangye sighed and said, "It's a pity we can't find the person who paid for all this. They've never shown their face from start to finish." Gao Wenyue immediately asked, "Is it He Xiong?" Gao Wenyue believed that in the border area, her biggest enemy was He Xiong. Lu Xiangye was silent for a few seconds before replying, "That's just our instinctive reaction. Without evidence, it's only a guess." Gao Wenyue agreed and said, "That's true. Without evidence, all guesses are just guesses." The conversation was tense today, so Gao Wenyue joked, "Wow, I'm worth 5,000 yuan. I didn't realize I'm so valuable." Lu Xiangye glanced at Gao Wenyue and said, "My wife, you are priceless. In my heart, you can't be measured by money." Gao Wenyue smiled brightly upon hearing this. She found it very comforting. The danger lurking around Gao Wenyue had been resolved, but this was only on the surface. The person behind the scenes paying for harm had not yet been revealed. Lu Xiangye kept thinking about this. That night, Gao Wenyue woke up to find no one beside her. Lu Xiangye was gone. She immediately pulled back the blanket and called out, "Xiangye? I'm here." A voice came from outside. Lu Xiangye quickly entered the bedroom and walked briskly to the bed. "Are you having a nightmare, wife?" he asked with concern. Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "No." "Why did you go out?" Lu Xiangye explained, "I was just thirsty and went to get some water." Gao Wenyue reached out and grabbed Lu Xiangye's clothes. Her fingertips touched something cold, showing he had been gone for a long time. Gao Wenyue saw Lu Xiangye's worry and felt touched. She comforted him, saying, "At least I am safe now. I will be more careful in the future. Starting tomorrow, I will go out with Brother Zhou." Lu Xiangye nodded and warned, "Anyway, don't go out alone." Gao Wenyue hugged Lu Xiangye and nodded repeatedly. They held each other tightly. The next morning, Gao Wenyue found that Lu Xiangye hadn't gone to the military training. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "You don't have to go to work today?" Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, "No, I'll take you to the factory later." Gao Wenyue had stayed at home for several days. She planned to visit the Gao family factory today to see how things were going. She didn't expect Lu Xiangye to guess her next move. She was no longer surprised. They had been married for almost 2 years, so they shared some understanding. Gao Wenyue didn't refuse Lu Xiangye's kindness. It was his care for her, and she didn't want or wish to refuse. With Lu Xiangye's company, Gao Wenyue arrived at the Gao family factory. Inside the factory, the workers were busy and working hard. The fire under the stove blazed brightly, steam rose from the steaming pots, and jars of peach preserves were being made one after another. Chen Fong said, "Boss, by tonight, our canned yellow peaches should be all finished." Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Good job. Your team is very efficient." In just a few days, they managed to complete the yellow peach production in both warehouses, showing that everyone has been working tirelessly. Gao Wenyue raised her hands and clapped. Seeing all the employees stop and look at her, she said loudly, "Everyone has worked hard these past few days. After finishing today's work, you all get a day off tomorrow." She added, "Paid leave." Chen Fong smiled and said, "That's great. Rest at home for a day and still get paid." Some employees were still confused. In their minds, taking a day off meant no pay. Since they hadn't worked, they thought they wouldn't earn any wages. But Chen Fong's words made them realize they could rest at home tomorrow and still receive their salary. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Suddenly, a wave of gratitude filled the room. Gao Wenyue's way of rewarding employees was always creative. Last time she gave bonuses, the time before she cooked a big pork knuckle, and now she offered paid leave. Chen Fong looked at Gao Wenyue with admiration. He still had a lot to learn about management. Unbeknownst to them, outsiders might see this as a sign that Gao's canned food business was about to fail, because their employees were starting to take days off. Many people were secretly talking, saying Gao's canned food business was about to go bankrupt. Gao's company had received many orders, all with penalty clauses. But now, Gao's factory had run out of yellow peaches. They couldn't supply any more. What awaited Gao Wenyue was hefty compensation costs. Some people were happy, seeing one less competitor, while others felt sorry for missing out on such delicious food. Just as everyone was feeling regretful, an advertisement for yellow peach canned food appeared in the newspaper. The last batch of yellow peaches was priced at 2.38 yuan. Only the final batch remained, first come, first served. Gao Wenyue clearly stated in the ad that Gao's canned yellow peaches were almost sold out and that she was offering them at the same price for the last season. Keeping the price unchanged gained her a lot of goodwill. Rarity makes things more valuable. This is a common subconscious belief. People thought that in this situation, the price of the yellow peaches would go up. But Gao Wenyue always defies expectations. Inside Gao's office, Chen Fong, Zhou Qing, and Lu Wanning stood in a row, all looking at Gao Wenyue with puzzled expressions. The employees of the Gao company were confused. Peach canned fruit is very popular right now. Given how scarce it is, why not raise the price? Lu Wanning said, "Boss, even if we raise the price now, no one would complain." Chen Fong added, "Even if someone does, I believe there will still be buyers." Zhou Qing said, "Our peach canned fruit sells well anyway. We could make more profit." To these three, peaches are seasonal fruit. When peaches are out of season, their canned peaches are the only stock they have for the past year. If they raise the price, they could still sell it. But Gao Wenyue shook her head and said, "Your marketing ideas are too old-fashioned and could hurt our reputation. Think about it. Using the idea that rare things are more valuable can make a lot of money, but it's a one-time gain. Once it's done, there's no next time. Gao Wenhua looked at the three and asked, "Do you want to do business like that?" The three shook their heads quickly. They had thought about this too. But everyone just relied on having peach canned fruit and wasn't worried about customers not buying. Gao Wenhua saw this and said, "Having enough stock is our confidence, but we are a company. We want to grow long-term. If we raise prices now, our hard-earned Gao company image will collapse." She also told Lu Wanting, "The Gao Foundation you built will also be criticized." Lu Wanting immediately shook her head and said, "Forget it. Even if we sell at 2.38 yuan per bottle, we still make a profit." This turned into a matter of how much profit they could make. The employees all wanted Gao Wenhua to earn more, especially after her recent big loss on Qinglin Mountain. But Gao Wenhua chose to sell at the original price, which made everyone in the company secretly admire her. They thought, "Our boss is really broad-minded. We're with the right person." The three got their answer. Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing left, while Chen Fong hesitated and stayed behind. Gao Wenhua raised an eyebrow and asked, "Brother-in-law, is there anything else?" Chen Fong smiled and asked, "Boss, I have one more question. Since you've decided not to raise the price, why do you keep emphasizing the rarity of the peach canned fruit in the newspaper?" Gao Wenhua thought to herself, "Finally, someone asked the right question." She said seriously, "This is called hunger marketing." For Gao Wenhua, the old-fashioned marketing method of raising prices on the spot was too outdated and easily put her at a disadvantage. Faced with this, Gao Wenhua preferred a hunger marketing approach, first creating a sense that canned yellow peaches were in short supply, then releasing information about the original price. Customers eager to buy would rush to order the canned peaches, as if they were crazy. Although Chun had his suspicions, he still couldn't help but admire Gao Wenhua once again. 2 large trucks repeatedly left the Gao family base, each carrying loads of canned yellow peaches. All 4 warehouses' stock of canned yellow peaches was sold out. Gao Wenhua managed to sell all the canned peaches in the shortest time, quickly helping the Gao company recover a large amount of money. Lu Anning's hands moved rapidly on the abacus, while Gao Wenhua and Chen Fong waited quietly, hoping to see how much profit they would make from this batch of canned peaches. In the office, there were only 3 people, also the shareholders of Gao Company. After a long while, Lu Anning exhaled and announced, "It's calculated." Chen Fong hurriedly asked, "How much?" Lu Anning happily said, "For 176,000 yuan. "Oh my goodness." Chen Fong was so surprised that he even used a local dialect expression. Gao Wenhua showed a faint smile. The amount was about what she expected. Lu Anning was also very happy. Everyone liked money. Having money meant a better life. He couldn't help but add, "This is the total revenue. We still need to subtract costs like labor and other expenses." Even so, Gao's canned peaches had made a big profit this time. At the right moment, Gao Wenhua said, "Big sister, the year is almost over. Let's calculate the company's net profit at the end of the year and share the profits then." Since Gao Wenhua decided to let Chen Fong and Lu Anning participate as shareholders, they hadn't received a salary for half a year. She saw their efforts during this time. That's why she planned to distribute dividends at the end of the year. In her view, not only should employees be motivated, but shareholders as well. After working hard for half a year, a little reward at year's end would make them even more eager to work next year. Lu Anning and Chen Fong looked at each other and quickly refused, "No need. We have money to spend. Since we earned some, let's pay off the previous loans first." Just a few days ago, Zhou Ping approached Lu Anning about a loan assessment for Gao's canned peaches. This is how Lu Anning learned about the second loan. She didn't ask Gao Wenhua about it because she knew her sister-in-law was a very clever and resourceful person. But once Lu Anning found out, she couldn't comfortably accept the profit sharing. In Rome City, if it weren't for Gao Wenhua, Lu Anning might have already been in serious trouble. Lu Anning firmly said, "Wenhua, my sister-in-law and brother-in-law are not short of money now. I know you've used the Gao family's factory and shop as collateral for the loan. If you need money, just take some from the account first. We're not in a hurry to split the profits." To Lu Anning, she and Gao Wenhua were more than just business partners. They were family. Families should help each other. When Gao Wenyue heard this, she frowned slightly. She was about to speak, but Lu Anning interrupted her. Lu Anning said, "We are family. It's said that at home, you rely on your parents, and outside, you rely on friends. We have family to rely on outside, so why not? You've helped us so much before. It's only right to return the favor." Chun Fong added, "Moreover, you also shared some of the company's stock with us. You've already given us a lot." Chun Fong had been close to Gao Wenyue for a long time and knew clearly. Although Ma Chunhua and Aunt He also shared in the profits, their shares were only in a specific shop under the Gao Company, which was different from the dividends they received from the main company. Seeing that Chun Fong and Lu Anning insisted, Gao Wenyue had no choice but to say, "All right, let's do this. Keep 70% of the total profit in the account as working capital, and take the remaining 30% to split among us. It's the new year, just to have a good start." Lu Anning looked back at Chun Fong, both of them hesitating, as if considering whether it was feasible. Gao Wenyue directly decided, "Fine, just follow my plan." Chun Fong and Lu Anning then nodded in agreement. After discussing the profit sharing, Gao Wenyue said to Chun Fong, "Gather the Gao Company employees. I have something to announce." Chun Fong asked instinctively, "What is it?" Gao Wenyue replied mysteriously, "You'll find out soon." At this moment, the Gao employees felt both happy and sad. They were happy because their boss had sold all the canned peaches, but sad because they might soon lose their jobs. "Yang Jing's sister-in-law, do we need to come to work tomorrow?" asked one of the military spouses. Everyone looked at Yang Jing, waiting for her answer. Yang Jing hesitated, unable to give a clear response to this question. Recently, Yang Jing has been working at the Gao family's canned food shop. Her salary has increased to 78 yuan a month. This 78 yuan was something Yang Jing never expected. She thought she was just standing in the shop selling things, doing honest work, protected from the wind and rain, yet she was earning such a high salary. However, these good days are about to end. Everyone knows they joined Gao's company to make canned yellow peaches. Now, the entire Gao base is empty, no peaches at all. Will Gao Wenyue still want them? Forget it, sister-in-law. Don't make it hard for yourself. Let's leave quickly when the time comes. Exactly. Where can we find such a kind boss? She's already paid us a good salary. Yes, now the boss's mountain has been burned down. Next year, we don't even know if there will be peaches. We can't just stay here, without work. The wives of the soldiers discussed eagerly and started busying themselves around. When Gao Wenyue was brought into the factory by Chun Fong, she saw that the empty factory was spotless, and the wives of the soldiers were busy cleaning. As soon as Gao Wenyue appeared, everyone stopped their work and looked at her silently. Sniff. Hiccup. Some wives of the soldiers started quietly crying, feeling sad. Gao Wenyue was confused by this scene. She quickly asked sisters-in-law, "What's going on?" Someone said, "Boss, we won't come to work tomorrow." "Yes, we won't come tomorrow. We're not coming." Gao Wenyue was shocked. Were her employees planning to strike? In that moment, she thought a lot. She considered herself a good boss, so why would her employees want to leave after the yellow peaches sold so well? Yang Jing, representing the wives of the soldiers, stepped forward and said, "Boss, don't misunderstand. We're not planning to strike." Gao Wenyue finally let out a breath of relief. She also understood now. She asked, "Does everyone think our factory has no business anymore?" Realizing this, Gao Wenyue guessed that this was the only reason the wives of the soldiers would say they wouldn't come to work. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Even Chun Fong nodded slightly. Gao Wenyue chuckled and said, "How could I let everyone be without work? Just keep your hearts at ease. Tomorrow morning, we'll start working on new products." New products? New products? New products? Everyone asked in unison. Gao Wenyue nodded confidently. Everyone looked confused. Next to her, Chun Fong also looked puzzled. He was always with Gao Wenyue, but he didn't know about the new product. Amid their confusion, they saw one truck after another arriving with fruit. There were apples, oranges, pears, hawthorns. "Boss, can these fruits also be used to make canned food?" Chun Fong asked in surprise. This question was also asked once before by Lu Xiangya. Gao Wenyue's answer was the same as always. The employees of Gao's company became more excited. They realized that canned food wasn't only made from yellow peaches. All these fruits could be canned, which meant their jobs were safe. After all, when the autumn fruits are gone, there are winter fruits, spring fruits, and so on. Led by Gao Wenyue, the employees of Gao's company started a new round of canning production. At this moment, Gao Wenyue was sitting in her office, thinking about how to sell the new product. Outside the window, the cold wind was howling. Winter had already arrived. In the frontier, the winter winds were the strongest. They roamed freely across the vast land, bringing dust and snow everywhere they went. Gao Wenyue listened quietly to the wind outside. Unknowingly, she had been in the frontier for almost 2 years. During these 2 years, Gao Wenyue had lived the most carefree time of her life. Here, she was free from the worries of her parents and sister. She could do whatever she wanted. Most importantly, Gao Wenyue fell in love with Lu Xiangya here. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Gao Wenyue's face. Whenever she thought of Lu Xiangya, she remembered something he told her last night. This year's New Year would come earlier than last year, just over a month away. The military district had already arranged the New Year's duty schedule, and Lu Xiangya was on the list. When she learned she wouldn't have to return to Rongqing for the New Year, Gao Wenyue was happy. Deep down, she felt that the frontier was her real home. New Year, New Year, New Year. Gao Wenyue whispered to herself. Suddenly, she had an idea. She wanted to combine the new product with the Spring Festival to promote and sell it again. The winter winds in the frontier grew even more fierce. Winter had been covering the land for a long time, an entire month, and during this period, no news about Gao's canned food had been heard. Just when everyone thought Gao's canned food might disappear forever, the People's Daily published another advertisement. This year, no gifts for the holidays. If you give a gift, give canned food. Gao Wenyue asked Liu to help her continue running ads. Far away, Liu, upon learning that the foundation's donations would continue, agreed without hesitation and published the ad. The new fruit can products still cost 2.38 yuan per bottle. If delivery is needed, it costs 2.88 yuan per bottle, which is the traditional price of Gao's canned food. People in the border regions were amazed. They had almost forgotten about Gao's canned food, and who knew Gao Wenyue would make such a big splash at the end of the year. As soon as the newspaper was published, everyone was talking about it. Did you hear? Gao's canned food has a new product? Of course I heard. Even the People's Daily published it. Wow, this is the first time I hear that apples and oranges can be made into canned food. People gathered in small groups to discuss. Suddenly, a voice rang out.
What's so surprising about that?
Before this, you didn't know that canned peaches could be made. That's true. It's all thanks to Boss Gao's skill.
Exactly.
His brain is really clever. He's the one earning the money. Hearing this, others nodded in agreement. When everyone turned to look, the speaker had already disappeared. Gao's canned food suddenly appeared again in people's sight. Their impression of it was still stuck on canned peaches. That time, Gao Wenyue didn't raise the price, leaving a deep impression on everyone. Soon, people started buying the new products in large numbers. This apple canned food is really delicious, sweet and sour. The pear canned food is tasty, big pieces, lots of fruit. I think the orange canned food is good too, just as sweet as the canned peaches. My grandfather likes to eat hawthorn canned food, saying it's good for the stomach. Gao Wenyue stood inside Gao's canned food shop. Today was their first official sale of the new products. From the response at the scene, the sales were quite good. That evening, Gao Wenyue counted the first day's sales with Yang Jing. Yang Jing said, "Boss, today we sold a total of 913 bottles of fruit canned food, earning 2,172.94 yuan. Gao Wenyue asked, how many of each of the 4 new products were sold? Yang Jing looked down at her ledger, then replied, apple, 311 bottles, pear, 407 bottles, orange, 156 bottles, hawthorn, 39 bottles. Gao Wenyue nodded, just as she expected. Yang Jing couldn't help but say, boss, luckily you bought the most apples and pears back then. Do we still need to make hawthorn products? Yang Jing knew that last night, Gao's base brought in another load of hawthorn. When they first started the new products, Gao Wenyue bought mostly apples and pears, followed by oranges, and the hawthorn was the least. However, inside Gao's factory, there was still a warehouse full of hawthorn. Yang Jing wondered if it was still worth making hawthorn preserves since they sold poorly. Gao Wenyue said, "Keep making them." Hearing this, Yang Jing stopped asking questions, trusting that Gao Wenyue had her reasons. After finishing the accounts, Yang Jing felt very happy. Gao's canned food shop was back to its former success. Earning over 2,000 yuan a day made her naturally happy. But this wasn't what Gao Wenyue truly wanted. The next morning, Gao Wenyue arrived at Gao's base. On the first day of advertising, Gao's base received 2 orders. One was from the Beijing General Union, ordering 500 bottles of apple preserves, 500 of pear, and 500 of orange, totaling 1,500 bottles, worth 4,320 yuan. The other was from the Beijing Municipal Guest House, ordering 200 bottles of apple, 200 of pear, and 200 of orange, totaling 600 bottles, worth 1,728 yuan. Chun Fong said nearby, since it's a new product, people aren't familiar with these fruit preserves, so fewer orders are normal. In Chun Fong's view, these orders were already quite good, earning a total of 6,048 yuan at once. But this wasn't what Gao Wenyue wanted. Her brow was always furrowed. She tapped her fingers on the table and called Zhou Qing inside. Currently, Gao's company was managed mainly by Chun Fong. Everyone went to him first with issues, or to Gao Wenyue if needed. Gao Wenyue looked at Zhou Qing and asked directly, "Brother Zhou, you've been here for a while. Are you used to it?" Zhou Qing nodded and said, "Yes, I'm used to it. It's good here. Everyone treats me well." That was what Zhou Qing truly felt. He had received a lot of help at Gao's company, and everyone took good care of him. Because of Zhou Qing's high salary, his family's living standards had also improved significantly. Gao Wenyue nodded and asked, "That's good. What is your main responsibility now?" Zhou Qing turned to look at Chun Fong. Currently, he was just helping Chun Fong with some support work behind him. Chun Fong said, "My younger brother Zhou mainly follows me to do some support work. Sometimes I get too busy." Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Let's assign this task to Wanting first." Zhou Qing quickly asked, "Boss, am I not doing well somewhere?" The Zhou family all rely on Zhou Qing's salary. Zhou Qing can't afford to lose his job now. Gao Wenyue immediately shook her head and said, "No, I have other work for you." She hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing her words. Seeing this, Zhou Qing asked, "Boss, just tell me directly. I can do any work you give me." Right now, Zhou Qing had no choice, and he didn't want to choose. He believed Gao Wenyue wouldn't trick him. Gao Wenyue straightforwardly said, "Brother Zhou, I want you to do security work. Honestly, I need a bodyguard. This bodyguard isn't just about fighting skills, he also needs organizational ability. The future Gao family enterprise will only grow bigger, and I need a mature security team." Previously, Lu Xiongye had mentioned several times that he hoped Zhou Qing could stay close to Gao Wenyue to protect her. Gao Wenyue considered this idea and thought it was very necessary, especially since she planned to go out and seek clients soon. She really needed a bodyguard. However, Gao Wenyue also knew that some men's pride was deeply ingrained, especially since Zhou Qing was a retired soldier. Would Zhou Qing be willing to be a bodyguard? Suddenly, Zhou Qing's eyes shone with a strange light, full of excitement in his calm gaze. Gao Wenyue immediately smiled and said, "It seems you agree?" Zhou Qing nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I agree." He bowed deeply to Gao Wenyue and said, "Boss, thank you for your kind consideration." Gao Wenyue's careful attitude made Zhou Qing feel valued. How could he deserve such respect? To Zhou Qing, being a bodyguard didn't matter much. In this era of not enough food, everyone was living with an empty stomach. Only Zhou Qing was lucky to have a good brother like Lu Xiongye, which led him to meet Gao Wenyue. A bodyguard for the boss of Gao's enterprise. This was a position others would fight to get. After all, everyone in the border region knows that the Gao family's company offers excellent wages and benefits. Such a good position, Gao Wenyue entrusted to Zhou Qing, not because she wanted to hurt his pride, but because she cared about him. That was what moved Zhou Qing most. Of course, there was one more important point. Zhou Qing said, "Boss, I want to be honest with you. I'm straightforward. You pay me such a high salary, but I don't have Brother Chen's cleverness or Wan Ting's good connections. Every time I receive my paycheck, I feel a bit guilty." He looked up at Gao Wenyue and continued, "But being a bodyguard is different. I have skills and I am confident I can do a good job. Plus, when I left the military, I was an officer, so I am confident I can organize a security team." Gao Wenyue nodded with satisfaction. This is what people call the greatest motivation for work: interest. For Zhou Qing, doing what he is good at makes him happier. Gao Wenyue had thought carefully about Zhou Qing's placement before. Initially, she wanted to train Zhou Qing to become a manager at Gao's company because the company currently lacked management talent, especially loyal management talent. However, during her last trip to Beijing, Zhou Qing seemed tense and lacked business insight. That's when Gao Wenyue decided to develop him in a different direction. She had to admit that Lu Xiangye's wisdom was impressive. Before this, Lu Xiangye had suggested multiple times that Zhou Qing should stay close to Gao Wenyue to protect her. In fact, when Lu Xiangye first recommended Zhou Qing to Gao Wenyue, he had already identified him as a bodyguard. That night, Gao Wenyue asked about this matter. Lu Xiangye pulled him into his arms and said, "Brother Zhou is straightforward. He can't handle complicated schemes, especially when it comes to accounting." Gao Wenyue got up and asked, "Then why didn't you tell me clearly from the start?" Lu Xiangye shook his head and said, "The suggestion I made was different from the position you personally assigned to him. Can they be the same?" He glanced at Gao Wenyue and slowly said, "Moreover, if you let him gain experience in other roles for a while, when he encounters a more suitable position, he will cherish the hard-won opportunity even more." Now, Zhou Qing was completely loyal to Gao Wenyue. A soldier's loyalty is rare, and no one knew this better than Lu Xiangye. Gao Wenyue quickly understood that this man was winning her people's hearts. "Lu Xiangye, you are really clever. He is truly suitable for doing business." Gao Wenyue thought to herself. This time, Gao Wenyue did not make jokes about Lu Xiangye helping her. Some words Lu Xiangye would take seriously. When Lu Xiangye heard this, he slightly smiled. Hearing his wife's praise made him very happy. This is Gao Wenyue's personality. Whenever she wants to praise someone, she makes the other person very happy. When it comes to giving emotional value, Boss Gao does it effortlessly. So, Lu Xiangye decided to reward his wife as well. A man's reward is always shown through actions. In the morning, sunlight spilled into the room, and the warm winter air filled the space. Gao Wenyue slowly woke up under the blanket. She instinctively reached out to touch the spot beside her. Unsurprisingly, her fingertips met something cold. Lu Xiangye had already gotten up. He was training at the military camp. Gao Wenyue immediately opened her eyes. Just earlier, she was enjoying the warmth of the bed, reluctant to leave the cold outside. But Lu Xiangye always gets up before dawn to train. In the past, Gao Wenyue often heard people say that being in the army is hard and soldiers' sacrifices are great. At that time, she agreed with this idea. But that was just agreement. She didn't feel much else. Now things are different. Gao Wenyue has become a military wife, and she clearly understands what Lu Xiangye has sacrificed on this path. No matter the season, spring, summer, autumn, or winter, Lu Xiangye always gets up early to train. Even in winter, he comes back sweaty and exhausted, not to mention the dangers faced during missions. Thinking of Lu Xiangye, Gao Wenyue immediately threw off the blanket and got up. After washing up, she saw steam rising from the stove in the kitchen. When she lifted the lid, she saw breakfast was ready. After finishing breakfast, Gao Wenyue was about to leave the compound when she saw Zhou Qing standing at the door. "Brother Zhou, what are you doing here?" "Boss, I'm here to pick you up for work." Today is Zhou Qing's first day as a bodyguard. His current task is to protect Gao Wenyue. Since it's protection, he naturally has to stay close to her at all times. Gao Wenyue nodded happily. Then she took Zhou Qing to visit Wang's company and see Wang Zhonglin. Zhou Qing asked proactively, Boss, what should we bring when we visit? Having been with Chen Fong for a while, Zhou Qing knew that at such times, he should prepare a gift. However, he wasn't sure what to bring, so he asked directly. Gao Wenyue admired Zhou Qing's honesty. Sometimes, it's okay if people don't understand. If they don't ask questions, it makes them difficult employees. Gao Wenyue said, bring a few bottles of our new product. Inside Wang's company. Dad, you'll be a grandpa soon. Are you happy? A female voice came from Wang Zhonglin's office. Haha, yes, of course I am happy, Wang Zhonglin replied with a cheerful laugh. As Gao Wenyue entered Wang Zhonglin's office, Wang Qin excitedly called out, Oh, Wenyue? I haven't seen you in a long time. Gao Wenyue smiled and reminded her, Qin Jie, we just saw each other a few days ago. After the new product for Gao's canned food was developed, Gao Wenyue even brought some to Wang Qin. Wang Qin glared at Gao Wenyue and said, You say that was just a few days ago.
Akin.
Wang Zhonglin called out cheerfully. Gao Wenyue looked at Wang Zhonglin and said, Hello, Mr. Wang. Wang Zhonglin immediately replied, Hello, Boss Gao. You've been busy lately. A lively exchange of greetings began. Both Wang Zhonglin and Wang Qin thought Gao Wenyue was here to promote Gao's canned food. After all, Gao's canned food had many new products, and Gao Wenyue probably couldn't sell them all. But unfortunately, until Gao Wenyue left Wang's company, she never mentioned selling anything. Wang Zhonglin watched her back and muttered, What is her real purpose for coming? Gao Wenyue's actions puzzled many people. Even Zhou Qing, who followed behind her, looked confused. Wang Zhonglin and Wang Jun stood behind, deep in thought. They were businessmen. Only they understood that every move they made was purposeful. Everything they did had a goal. Gao Wenyue's goal was surely to sell something, but why didn't she say so? Suddenly, Wang Zhonglin smiled and said, The new wave always pushes the old one aside. That girl is really talented. Wang Jun agreed, saying, Boss Gao is truly a talented person. Now, Wang Jun respectfully called Gao Wenyue Boss Gao whenever he saw her. She was no longer the small boss who once begged him as a secretary to place orders. Wang Jun only said one sentence, but it showed how highly he thought of Gao Wenyue. Although Gao Wenyue was now a well-known businesswoman, when she first met Wang Jun, her attitude was always the same. Just for that, Wang Jun looked up to her even more. Getting rich is easy, but staying humble and cautious after becoming wealthy is not.
Wang Yun deeply understands this.
Wang Zhonglin nodded heavily upon hearing this. His admiration for Gao Wenyue grew even more. Wang Zhonglin thought, if Gao Wenyue had just suggested selling new products, he would definitely agree. Their Wang family business has many employees, and they also need to give New Year gifts. The Wang company works on projects with the government, and they are generous with holiday benefits. They have government support behind them, so giving simple New Year gifts would look bad. Thinking of this, Wang Zhonglin couldn't help but ask, What are you planning to buy for this year's New Year gifts? Wang Jun said it will probably still be food. Giving employees some food is generous and looks nice. In previous years, Wang Jun gave rice and oil to the employees. When they went home for the holiday, they carried these with joy. But this year, Wang Jun said, This year, we can buy Gao's fruit canned goods. As Mr. Gao just mentioned, their canned fruits are popular now, and it will look good for people to take home for the new year. He paused and added, and most importantly, buying canned fruits doesn't cost extra money. Buying rice and oil requires additional tickets. Back then, rice and oil were fixed prices. To buy more, you had to pay extra. In recent years, strict controls eased after last year's push for reform and opening up. Policies for entrepreneurs have become more flexible. For top leaders, it's good if entrepreneurs are willing to spend money on rice and oil for the people. They see it as a positive thing. Since they are in border areas, the main rule is that rules are fixed, but people are flexible. The most important thing is that people can eat. But for Wang Jun, he also needs to consider the company's costs. When he can save money, he naturally chooses shortcuts. Wang Zhonglin suddenly understood and laughed out loud, saying, I get it now. Feelings are waiting for us right here.
Dad, what are you talking about?
Wang Qin asked, confused. Wang Jun also suddenly smiled, having figured it out too. People still think of selling things as going door to door asking for business. Even Wang Zhonglin and Wang Jun believed that when Gao Wenyue brought new products, it was just sales pitches. Gao Wenyue was indeed selling products at Wang's company, but her sales methods weren't only door-to-door selling. Gao Wenyue said, "Our Gao brand canned food is already well known. We have a strong position in the market, especially during the New Year gift purchases. Our canned food can be bought easily with money, saving many companies the trouble of dealing with coupons. In this time, buying coupons costs money and involves many people and resources, but buying Gao's canned food only requires payment." Gao Wenyue clearly knows her advantages. Since she is in a strong position, she naturally doesn't need to act humble. Sometimes, when you go to ask someone to buy something, they might hesitate and act proud. On the other hand, if you are strong enough, the other side will be eager to cooperate. Zhou Qing immediately understood and couldn't help but admire Gao Wenyue. At this moment, Wang Jun was already planning how many bottles of canned food he needed to order from Gao's. Wang Qin listened to the elders talking in riddles, but couldn't understand. So Wang Qin said, "Dad, Uncle Wang, take your time talking. I'll go find Wenyue to chat." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Qin quickly walked outside. "Akin, walk slowly, be careful." "Got it, got it." Wang Zhonglin's words were quickly interrupted by Wang Qin. As her voice faded, she was no longer visible at the door. Wang Zhonglin shook his head helplessly. His little daughter, born when he was nearly 40, he cherished her so much he was afraid she would fall or get hurt. That's why Wang Qin is so straightforward. Wang Jun smiled and said, "Akin knows her limits." Wang Zhonglin let out a deep hum and said, "All you do is speak well for her. She's waited so many years, finally got pregnant, and now she's so reckless." He stopped halfway through his words. Wang Jun was used to it. Despite being the head of the Wang company, Wang Zhonglin was still human. He aged, and with age, he became dependent on and caring for his children. Wang Zhonglin was very strict with his 3 sons. He was a good father in raising them. But when it came to raising his daughter, Wang Jun thought Wang Zhonglin had failed. He loved Wang Qin too much. He raised her without any guile, unlike a typical business family's child. That's also why Wang Jun had always looked down on Wang Qin. But now he had a new opinion. Wang Qin still had her good points. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become friends with Gao Wenyue. The incident where Gao Wenyue supported Wang Qin became known throughout the border region. Even Mrs. Wang ordered more food from Gao's marinated dishes as a way to thank Gao Wenyue. At first, some people said Gao Wenyue was just trying to flatter Wang Zhonglin to get close to Wang Qin, but gradually everyone understood. Gao Wenyue was genuinely trying to make friends with Wang Qin. Wang Qin found Gao Wenyue downstairs and immediately shouted, "Wenyue, wait for me." Just outside the office, Gao Wenyue heard the news that Wang Qin was pregnant. Seeing Wang Qin rushing over, she quickly called out, "Qinjie, slow down." "Wenyue, luckily you didn't leave. I wanted to talk to you," Wang Qin said. "I'm just standing here." "Qinjie, why are you running? Didn't you say you were pregnant?" Wang Qin immediately smiled happily and said, "Yes, I've been feeling nauseous and not hungry these days. I thought I was sick, so I rushed to the hospital. The doctor told me I was pregnant." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "That's wonderful. Congratulations, Qinjie." Gao Wenyue genuinely felt happy for Wang Qin. She knew Wang Qin had been married for many years without children, which had always been her worry. Wang Qin could see the sincerity in Gao Wenyue's eyes. She reached out and held Gao Wenyue's hands, saying, "Thank you, Wenyue." Gao Wenyue said, "I was just thinking about what gift to prepare for the baby." Wang Qin glanced at Gao Wenyue and asked, "Then you'd better think carefully. The baby will call you godmother in the future." "Godmother?" "Yes." In Gao Wenyue's puzzled expression, Wang Qin nodded heavily. Wang Qin was the daughter of a business family. No matter how wealthy the Wang Corporation was, officials always looked down on them deep inside. Since ancient times, merchants have always been in a lower social position. This was also why Wang Qin wanted to integrate into the official circle, but never quite succeeded. However, these people looked down on Wang Qin but also wanted to take advantage of the Wang family, leading to repeated afternoon tea gatherings. During these gatherings, Wang Qin felt conflicted. She was embarrassed by her humble status, but also deliberately showed off her wealth and strength to feel important. After each gathering, Wang Qin was happy because she received a lot of admiration. But after the happiness, she felt empty. These activities were meaningless, and she didn't like them at all. Gao Wenyue was different. She was also a businesswoman, but her carefree attitude deeply influenced Wang Qin. Wang Qin saw a confident glow in Gao Wenyue and liked her very much. She could also feel Gao Wenyue's kindness toward her. So, when Wang Qin found out she was pregnant, her first thought was to ask Gao Wenyue to be the godmother of her baby. Deep inside, Wang Qin hoped her unborn child would grow up to be confident and radiant like Gao Wenyue. Wenyue, I sincerely want you to be the baby's godmother. I hope this child will bring you good luck, Wang Qin said seriously. While speaking, she already placed Gao Wenyue's hands on her belly. Hearing this, Gao Wenyue paused. She understood what Wang Qin meant. Gao Wenyue had been married to Lu Xiangye for nearly 2 years. They hadn't deliberately avoided having children, but she still hadn't gotten pregnant. Many people noticed this. However, to protect Gao Wenyue's feelings, no one mentioned it in front of her. Sometimes, Gao Wenyue wondered if she was truly unlucky with children. In her past life, she didn't have children because she never lived with Lu Chongfu. But in this life, Gao Wenyue met Lu Xiangye, and they shared a happy married life. Yet, she still had no children. Gao Wenyue's fingertips trembled slightly. She gently moved her fingers, trying to feel the little life inside Wang Qin's belly. Wang Qin had been married to Li Yong for many years, but she had never been able to conceive. This was another reason she was often criticized. She knew many people mocked her behind her back, calling her a useless mother. Even her in-laws looked down on her because of her inability to have children. Once, Wang Qin was very troubled about this. For women who didn't want children, it might be easier, but for women who longed for children, it was a heavy burden. Wang Qin understood this feeling well. She could see that Gao Wenyue loved children and wanted to have her own. That was another reason she wanted Gao Wenyue to be the godmother. People say children can bring good luck and help form bonds with others. Gao Wenyue gave a gentle smile and said, "Thank you, Sister Qin." That evening, Gao Wenyue knocked on Wang Xiuli's door. "Sister-in-law, are you at home?" Gao Wenyue called out at the door. The front door of the main house was pushed open slightly. Wang Xiuli poked her head out and said, "I'm at home." "It's Wenyue. Come in quickly." As Gao Wenyue stepped into the yard, a small figure squeezed out from the doorway. It was Bai Jinjin. Seeing Gao Wenyue, Bai Jinjin grinned widely, her 2 adorable dimples showing. "Jinjin, eat cake." Gao Wenyue handed her a piece of fruit cake, which she bought when returning from the city.
Wah wah wah.
Bai Jinjin got excited just seeing the food, waving her arms and legs, and kept shouting happily. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Bai Jinjin's little face, saying, "You're so happy, little one." Bai Jinjin, as her name suggests, was a fair and clean little girl. Her cheeks were rosy and white, with a healthy glow. Gao Wenyue placed what she was holding into one hand, then reached out with her other arm to pick up Bai Jinjin, holding her in her arms. Bai Jinjin was at the curious age. Once she was lifted, her eyes darted around everywhere. Then, she reached out and hugged Gao Wenyue's neck, showing she liked her very much. Wang Xiuli saw this and said, "Wenyue, don't buy her treats anymore. The egg cake I gave her last time is still not finished." Gao Wenyue casually replied, "It's okay. Jinjin likes to eat." Food in this era was pure and natural, without preservatives, so it was safe for children to eat. Wang Xiuli stepped closer to take the things from Gao Wenyue's hand and said, "What doesn't she like to eat? This girl is just trying to coax you." Gao Wenyue lowered her head and said to Bai Jinjin, "I'm happy to be coaxed by Jinjin." "Isn't that right, Jinjin?" Bai Jinjin just giggled foolishly, and the house was filled with a tinkling, joyful laugh. Oh, when Yu is here, and she brought things? How heavy is it?
Give it to me.
Li Xiaonan came out of the kitchen, her eyes fixed on what Gao Wenyue was holding. Her face, full of smiles, showed a hint of greed. Wang Xiuli immediately felt displeased. She also wanted to take the things, but her original intention was to help Gao Wenyue lighten her load, especially since Gao Wenyue was holding their child. But Li Xiaonan's behavior was different. She saw Gao Wenyue's belongings as her own treasure, showing greed. If everyone in the neighborhood acted like Li Xiaonan, who would dare to come to her house for a chat in the future? Oh wow, this fabric looks so nice and soft. Li Xiaonan's eyes squinted with a big smile. Gao Wenyue was carrying fabric she bought from an old fabric shop. She wanted to ask Wang Xiuli to make a few baby clothes. Before, Wang Xiuli had made clothes for Gao Wenyue once, for Lu Anning and Qinfang's children. That time, Lu Anning liked the clothes Wang Xiuli made very much. Gao Wenyue was not upset. She softly said, I only bought this fabric because I liked it and asked Sister Xiuli to help me make some clothes. Li Xiaonan's smile froze instantly. She stammered, help you make clothes? Gao Wenyue raised her voice and said, yes. Is there a problem? Wang Xiuli quickly wiped the smile off her face and said, no problem. I have free time at home, so I can make a few clothes. Li Xiaonan looked down at the fabric in her hands. The pattern was simple and plain, clearly meant for children's clothes. Gao Wenyue didn't have children. Li Xiaonan stubbornly said, this fabric looks too plain. Wenyue, you're so young, you should wear bright, colorful clothes. She continued, and you're a big boss. Why not buy fashionable clothes from a big mall? Gao Wenyue didn't answer. To Li Xiaonan, that meant she had agreed. Wang Xiuli couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward and said, Mom, what Gao Wenyue wears is her own business. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. While speaking, Wang Xiuli reached out and took the fabric from Li Xiaonan. She was worried this greedy mother-in-law might do something even more embarrassing. Wang Xiuli knew her mother-in-law's personality. She disliked her deeply. But she couldn't interfere in this matter. First, it involved her good friend Gao Wenyue. Second, Li Xiaonan was Bai Yong's mother. Her words and actions could affect Bai Yong. Wang Xiuli was defending her husband's dignity. However, Wang Xiuli underestimated Li Xiaonan's greed. Li Xiaonan looked excited and said, Wenyue, don't think I'm uneducated, but I know that big bosses buy clothes from department stores. If you make clothes with this fabric, people might look down on you. I think this fabric is perfect for me. She paused, feeling shy about saying she wanted to wear it herself. Her small eyes flicked with greed. Jinjin, this fabric would be good for making clothes for Jinjin. Honestly, this plain fabric is perfect for making clothes for children, but not suitable for you to wear, Li Xiaonan said endlessly. Mom, please be quiet. This fabric was bought by Wenyu. If you want to make clothes for Jinjin, go buy your own fabric, Wang Xiuli angrily shouted. Li Xiaonan immediately turned and glared at Wang Xiuli. She didn't like this daughter-in-law. She not only didn't let her hold her grandson but also coaxed her younger son to behave obediently, even making Bai Yong ignore her as the mother. Gao Wenyu gave Wang Xiuli a comforting look and said to Li Xiaonan, Auntie is right. This fabric is indeed suitable for making clothes for children. Li Xiaonan's face lit up with joy. She nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, yes, this fabric is good for children to wear. Anyway, you don't have children. Wang Xiuli loudly shouted. Mom, stop talking. The matter of Gao Wenyu and Lu Xiangyan not having children after 2 years of marriage was not a secret in the family compound. Everyone could see it with their own eyes. No one mentioned it in front of Gao Wenyu, but now Li Xiaonan, for her own reasons, openly brought it up. Wang Xiuli looked at Gao Wenyu with an apologetic face, and she also lost her good mood. Gao Wenyu coldly said, This is for the child of a client's family, bought with my money. If you want it, give me the money. 82.37 yuan in total. Gao Wenyu spoke precisely, even reaching out to ask Li Xiaonan for the money. What? This fabric is so expensive? Is it made of gold?
Li Zhaonan exclaimed loudly.
Gao Wenyu's hand didn't lower. She directly asked, "Do you want to buy it? If not, return the fabric to me." Li Zhaonan instinctively said, "Buy what? I don't have money." She wanted to return the fabric to Gao Wenyu, but still held on to a bit of hope, thinking she might get away with it. Gao Wenyu is wealthy. The fabric she bought must be good quality. She definitely wanted to keep it for her eldest grandson back home. Gao Wenyu snorted coldly, immediately guessing Li Zhaonan's thoughts. She didn't try to take the fabric by force, just turned and walked outside. "Hey, Wenyu, don't go. I'll return the fabric to you." Wang Xiuli originally thought Gao Wenyu was trying to teach her mother-in-law a lesson, but unexpectedly, her mother-in-law took advantage again. Seeing she had gained the upper hand, Li Zhaonan happily said, "What are you shouting for? If she leaves, she leaves. She's a big boss. Does she care about 2 pieces of fabric?" Hai Wenyu turned without looking and said, "I want to ask Commandant Jiang and Commissar Wang at the military unit. Are the officers' family members in their unit troublemakers? The mother of a battalion commander dares to steal from others." Li Zhaonan was immediately stunned. She quickly stepped forward to stop Gao Wenyu and said, "No, Wenyu, what are you doing?" Gao Wenyu pushed Li Zhaonan away firmly and said, "You took my things, and now you don't want me to find someone to talk to? I will go to the military district and ask the leaders to take off Bai Yang's uniform." "I didn't do anything, you crazy girl. You're talking nonsense." Li Zhaonan immediately retorted fiercely. She was used to taking advantage in the family compound, but now she faced Gao Wenyu, who was difficult to deal with. She suddenly didn't know what to do.
"Gao Wenyu didn't buy that."
She had already reached the door, opened it, and was walking outside. "No, you can't go. Stop right there." Li Zhaonan chased after her, stuffing a piece of cloth into Gao Wenyu's arms. Li Zhaonan didn't care about Bai Yong. Everyone in the family compound could see that. She had 2 sons and preferred her eldest son back home because he had given her a big grandson. Li Zhaonan's purpose in the family compound was clear. She pretended to take care of Bai Jinjin, but in reality, she was stealing food and money from the Bai family to send back home to support her eldest son's family. Therefore, Bai Yong's military career was crucial. The whole family depended on Bai Yong to support them. Gao Wenyu crossed her arms and stood expressionless in the Bai family yard. At this moment, there was nothing Li Zhaonan didn't understand. Then, Li Zhaonan first slapped her own face lightly, the sound echoing in the yard. "Wenyu, I was wrong. I apologize to you," Li Zhaonan said, trying to flatter her. Gao Wenyu remained unmoved, standing silently in place. Li Zhaonan signaled to Wang Xiuli, indicating she should come forward and help. Wang Xiuli stood aside, pretending to be indifferent. She secretly hoped Gao Wenyu would really cause trouble at the military unit and drive away this old troublemaker. She didn't want to step in and help. Gao Wenyu coldly said, "Your apology isn't sincere. I still plan to ask the leaders at the military unit." Time didn't stop for long. When it involved Li Zhaonan's interests, she quickly apologized, saying, Sorry. I was foolish and only wanted to get a small benefit. I'm sorry to you, Wenyu. Please don't tell the leaders about this." Gao Wenyu knew when to stop and took the fabric back home, snorting softly. Later, Wang Xiuli chased after Bai Jinjin, holding her. "Wenyu, you're amazing." Seeing that old troublemaker get what she deserved was so satisfying. Wang Xiuli said happily. It was clear Wang Xiuli was genuinely very happy. Gao Wenyu didn't say anything. She took the hot water bottle from the kitchen to the living room and also brought some white sugar. On the dining table in the living room, there were a few enamel cups, washed and placed upside down on plates. Gao Wenyu opened 3 enamel cups. She added white sugar to 2 of them and started making sugar water. Wang Xiuli saw this and quickly said, "Just plain hot water is fine, no need to make sugar water." But Gao Wenyu still handed over the sugar water and also gave Bai Jinjin a cup. Wang Xiuli hurriedly took a ceramic cup. She poured half of Bai Jinjin's sugar water into another cup, blew on the remaining half, and then let Bai Jinjin sip it carefully. After doing this, Wang Xiuli finally said, "That was really satisfying just now. It's a pity." Gao Wenyu looked at Wang Xiuli and said, "Sister-in-law, it's not a pity at all. I was just scaring your mother-in-law. If I really wanted to hurt her, I wouldn't be the one to do it. Gao Wenyu didn't like Li Xiaonan, but she had no grudge against her. They rarely met, so she wouldn't make a big fuss over this. Her last words were aimed at Wang Xiuli. Wang Xiuli, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. She understood what Gao Wenyu meant. In this family compound, anyone who disliked Li Xiaonan would talk about her. No one wanted to be around someone who liked to take small advantages, fearing they might be taken advantage of someday. But everyone knew Li Xiaonan's personality and chose not to associate with her. Everyone could avoid her, except Wang Xiuli, her mother-in-law. She had no way to avoid her. That was why Wang Xiuli felt regretful and wished to make a big fuss, hoping to send her mother-in-law back to her hometown. Gao Wenyu guessed Wang Xiuli's thoughts and said her last words. Even if Li Xiaonan needs to be driven away, Gao Wenyu should not be the one to do it. Why should she be the scapegoat? Wang Xiuli quickly said, "Sorry, Wenyu. I was just hoping just a little. I really don't know what to do." Before she finished, Wang Xiuli started crying. Wang Xiuli was originally an outgoing woman, but over the past year, she has been worn down by Li Xiaonan and has become thinner and much older. She had thought about driving away her mean mother-in-law, but the burden of filial piety weighed on her. She couldn't and she didn't dare. Gao Wenyu didn't speak. She didn't pay much attention to Wang Xiuli's feelings just now. People are like that. When they can't do something, they often pin their hopes on others, trying to rely on others to help them out of trouble. But Gao Wenyu is the opposite. In her past life, she learned to depend on herself for everything. She proved that only by becoming strong can she truly stand firm. Thinking about past kindness, Gao Wenyu directly said, "Sister-in-law, rely on yourself. If you expect me to help you drive away the mother-in-law, you won't be able to stand firm in the future." Wang Xiuli still had tears in her eyes, and her gaze was full of confusion. Gao Wenyu looked at Bai Jinjin and said, "Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Jinjin. With your mother-in-law's temper, Jinjin won't have a good life under her care." Wang Xiuli suddenly turned to look at Bai Jinjin. She had loved her daughter-in-law deeply after many years of marriage. She could endure hardships herself, but her daughter must never suffer. Wang Xiuli thought about how Bai Jinjin was just learning to eat solid food. Usually, she would cook an egg for her at home, but Li Xiaonan would scold her for a long time. Li Xiaonan's words implied that a girl shouldn't be eating eggs. Wang Xiuli couldn't imagine how sad her daughter would feel when she grew up and heard such words. Most importantly, because of Li Xiaonan, the family's living standards had dropped sharply. Li Xiaonan wished Wang Xiuli's family wouldn't eat at all and wanted to save all the money for her eldest son's family. Gao Wenyue's words caused a huge ripple in Wang Xiuli's heart, ringing an alarm. Wang Xiuli kept looking at Bai Jinjin. Her innocent face showed a satisfied smile because she had just drunk some sweet sugar water. That sweet sugar water was given to Bai Jinjin by Gao Wenyu. After giving birth, the neighbors in the residential area visited Wang Xiuli. Some brought brown sugar, some white sugar, some snacks, and others malted milk powder. However, all the food was sent back to their hometown by Li Xiaonan. Bai Jinjin, as Li Xiaonan's granddaughter, did not receive any special treatment. Even the sweet sugar water in front of her was given by her neighbor, Gao Wenyu. If Li Xiaonan stayed in the family compound, neither Wang Xiuli nor Bai Jinjin would have good days. Wang Xiuli glanced at Gao Wenyu and agreed, saying that only by relying on herself could she stand firm. Suddenly, Wang Xiuli stood up quickly and said, "Wenyu, please watch the children for me." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Xiuli rushed out. At dusk, a big commotion broke out in the Bai family. There were sounds of arguing, smashing bowls, shouting curses, and crying. Despite the loud noise, no one in the large family compound went to stop it. In the past, if a family had a fight, neighbors would be eating and would drop their bowls to go and intervene. This shows how unpopular Li Xiaonan was in the family compound. Gao Wenyu ignored the noise outside. She and Lu Xianye were having dinner with Bai Jinjin. After dinner, Wang Xiuli came to pick up Bai Jinjin. She also brought some news, unaware that her bravery had brought her an opportunity. Lu Xiongye saw that Wang Xiuli's hair was messy and her eyes were red. He gently picked up Bai Jinjin and went to the bedroom. Until Lu Xiongye and Bai Jinjin disappeared, Wang Xiuli stepped forward and held Gao Wenyue's hands, saying, "Wenyue, I did it. I drove away that old witch." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you did very well." In this era, mothers-in-law always had the upper hand over daughters-in-law. Wang Xiuli, under long-term oppression from Li Zhaonan, was brave enough to stand up and resist her.
That was not easy.
Wang Xiuli was praised by Gao Wenyue and happily smiled, even though her mouth was injured. From Wang Xiuli's face, it was clear she had just fought a tough battle. Wang Xiuli said, "That old witch still wanted to hit me, but I didn't let her. I slapped her with one ear slap." Wang Xiuli gestured animatedly as she described what just happened. Her eyebrows and eyes were lifted, showing she was in a good mood. Gao Wenyue stood nearby, listening with a smile on her face.
"I confront Bai Zhong openly.
Either he has me or I have him. I told him to choose, whether to stay with me and Jinjin or to be with his mother," Wang Xiuli said firmly, hands on her hips. Unsurprisingly, Bai Yong chose his wife and child. Actually, Bai Yong knew some of the rumors about the family compound. Because of Li Zhaonan, his mother, he couldn't hold his head up in the military or at home. Bai Yong used to be a very outgoing man, but in the past year, he became more silent and reserved. Lu Xiongye, as Bai Yong's superior, had talked to him twice. Both times, he advised Bai Yong to handle his family matters well and not let them distract him from work. A soldier distracted at work is not a good thing. Now, after Wang Xiuli and Li Zhaonan had a big fight, Bai Yong was determined. He finally decided to send Li Zhaonan away. Gao Wenyue asked, "Did she make any demands?" Bai Yong was set on sending Li Zhaonan away. If she didn't want to leave, she would have to go anyway. Knowing Li Zhaonan's personality, she wouldn't leave easily. She would at least make some conditions. Wang Xiuli widened her eyes and exaggeratedly said, "Wenyue, you're really clever. My mother-in-law did make a demand. She asked Bai Yong to send her 40 yuan a month for living expenses." Bai Yong's current rank was a company commander, earning 72 yuan a month. Li Zhaonan asked for more than half of his salary. Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow but said nothing. That was something Li Zhaonan could do. Probably, after Wang Xiuli caused a big fuss, Li Zhaonan had become more reasonable. Otherwise, given her greed, she would have asked for 50 or even 60 yuan. Wang Xiuli said, "I don't want Yong to have a hard time. After all, he's the son who was born and raised by his parents. I told him to send 10 yuan each month to his hometown. That's enough for the old couple to live in the countryside." She looked at her own yard and snorted coldly. "If I had to support Uncle's family too, 10 yuan wouldn't be enough. But why should I support their family? I only give 10 yuan. If they want it, they take it. If they don't want it, they get nothing." Once a person becomes firm, others tend to be afraid. That was true for Wang Xiuli and Li Zhaonan. Gao Wenyue watched Wang Xiuli closely with a look of admiration. Sometimes, facing difficulties isn't scary. The worst thing is having no courage to make things better. In the end, Li Zhaonan accepted the 10 yuan monthly support. Bai Yong quickly arranged for her to leave by taking her to the city and buying the next train ticket. Wang Xiuli smiled and said, "When you bring me your fabric, I will help you make a few sets of children's clothes." In the residential compound, everyone knew that Wang Xiuli was good at sewing. The clothes she made with her sewing machine were very neat, and she also embroidered patterns on the clothes. Wang Xiuli's sewing skills were famous in the neighborhood. Wang Xiuli knew that Gao Wenyu wanted her to help make clothes for her children. Gao Wenyu didn't refuse and took out the fabric, saying, "Sister-in-law, as before, I will pay you to do the work." Wang Xiuli shook her head and said, "This time, I won't take any money. It's thanks to you for waking me up. Otherwise, my life with Zhen would be very hard." Thinking about her future days without her mean mother-in-law, Wang Xiuli felt happy and almost laughed. She knew that all this was thanks to Gao Wenyu. Gao Wenyu thought for a moment, but said nothing. Since Wang Xiuli refused to accept money, She decided to buy 2 cans of malted milk powder for Bai Zhenzhen. Then Gao Wenyu asked sister-in-law, "Do you want to go to work and earn money?" Wang Xiuli was immediately stunned. Of course, she wanted to, but her current situation didn't allow her to go out and work. Before, Wang Xiuli had been eager to work at Gao Wenyu's place. She could tell that since Ma Chunhua started working there, their family's living standards had improved a lot. Brother Sando from Wu Tuanzhang's family now wore clothes from department stores, very fashionable, and their diet had also improved significantly. Later, Li Zhaonan came to the neighborhood and secretly urged Wang Xiuli to work at Gao Wenyu's place, since Bai Zhenzhen was being looked after by her. Wang Xiuli knew her mother-in-law's personality well. She didn't dare leave Bai Zhenzhen with Li Zhaonan. She preferred to take care of Bai Zhenzhen herself while making matchboxes at home. But now, Gao Wenyu asked Wang Xiuli if she wanted to go to work. Wang Xiuli couldn't find the words to say she wanted to. Just after her mother-in-law left, she was about to leave her 1-year-old child at home and go out to work. Gao Wenyu saw the hesitation in Wang Xiuli's eyes and quickly said, "Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I mean you can work from home, taking care of Zhenzhen while doing your chores." "Yes, I want to. I want to do it, and I will," Wang Xiuli immediately shouted. Gao Wenyu couldn't help but laugh and say, "Sister-in-law, I haven't even said what kind of work it is." Wang Xiuli replied without hesitation, "Boss Gao, whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I trust you." Gao Wenyu thought for a moment about how to arrange work for Wang Xiuli. The two talked in the living room for a long time. When Mr. Gao started working, he would forget the time and place. Late at night, Gao Wenyu advised, "You do it like this for now. If you have any questions, just ask me." Wang Xiuli nodded repeatedly and said, "Got it, got it. I will do my best." At this moment, Wang Xiuli was full of energy, looking ready to work hard. Gao Wenyu couldn't help but say, "Sister-in-law, don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, there's Zhenzhen to take care of. Just your chores as usual." Wang Xiuli agreed verbally, but didn't seem to really listen. Gao Wenyu didn't press her further. She thought it was good that Wang Xiuli was working hard to earn money. Wang Xiuli looked toward the bedroom and asked curiously, "Why is there no sound coming from the room?" Her question revealed Gao Wenyu's own concern, so she stood up and headed toward the bedroom. What she saw was Lu Xiangya holding Bai Zhenzhen and pacing back and forth. The man was soothing the child to sleep, moving very gently, with a soft expression. When they were lying on the bed, Gao Wenyu suddenly asked, "Lu Xiangya, do you want to have children?" This was the first time Gao Wenyu mentioned children in front of Lu Xiangya. They had never discussed this before. Lu Xiangya turned around and hugged her, asking softly, "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Gao Wenyu simply said, "You haven't answered my question." Lu Xiangya paused and replied, "I don't really like the idea. I think having children at home might be noisy." Gao Wenyu reached out to push him and said confidently, "You're lying. You really like children. Look at Zhenzhen's eyes. They're almost melting. And Jianxing's eyes are full of happiness." Lu Xiangya said, "That's different." Gao Wenyu cut him off directly. "Lu Xiangya, look into my eyes and tell me." The clear moonlight outside shone into the room, illuminating the two inside clearly. Faced with Gao Wenyu's intense gaze, Lu Xiangya sighed helplessly. He didn't want to lie to her. Most importantly, Gao Wenyu was very clever, and she could see through any lie easily. Gao Wenyu said, "It's okay, if you don't want to say. I'll share my thoughts first. I want children. I want to have a child with you."
But
"No buts. Wife, children are just a bonus. We don't need to force it. It's fine as it is now." Lu Xiangya suddenly held Gao Wenyu tightly and said. Gao Wenyu did not speak. She was still lost in thought. Every year, the military district conducts detailed health checks, including examinations of male reproductive health. Lu Xiangya's recent health reports have always been normal, which suggests that the problem might be on Gao Wenyu's side. This was also the reason why Wang Xiuli was previously criticized. Bai Yang's checkup results showed no issues, so people naturally thought the problem was with Wang Xiuli. Lu Xiangya said, "Wife, Since you want children, let's go to the hospital someday for a detailed checkup and have the doctor look at us. Gao Wenyu looked up and asked us. Lu Xiangya nodded and said, yes, us. Suddenly, Gao Wenyu smiled. This was exactly what she had hoped for. She had already had this idea herself. Although Lu Xiangya had undergone a health check at the military district, it was a general exam. A specialized fertility check would be different, so naturally they should do it together. However, it was Lu Xiangya who brought up the idea. Only Gao Wenyu knew how rare this was. Since ancient times, whenever infertility was involved, people would blame the woman. Even now, if a man goes for infertility testing, it's often seen as a sign that he is not capable, which touches on male pride. Fortunately, Lu Xiangya's thoughts matched Gao Wenyu's. Gao Wenyu reached out and hugged Lu Xiangya, saying, okay, we'll do the test together. After they made the decision, Gao Wenyu prepared to close her eyes and sleep. But unexpectedly, Lu Xiangya suddenly turned over and pressed her down. Wife, I think I haven't tried hard enough. I'll try even harder now. On the third day after Gao Wenyu launched the new product from Gao's Canned Goods, the store's sales began to decline. For the entire day, only 403 bottles were sold, which was only half of the first day's sales. Gao Wenyu carefully examined the ledger, but said nothing.
Yang Jingwa itet ansio usli ni arbi.
Although she was already satisfied with the 403 bottles, she knew this wasn't the result Gao Wenyu wanted. The next morning, Gao Wenyu took Manhwa and Lu wanting to promote Gao's Canned Goods at the store, accompanied by Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing looked confused and asked, Boss, weren't we waiting for customers to place orders? Just yesterday, Gao Wenyu had confidently told Zhou Qing that Gao's Canned Goods was strong and didn't need to lower its stance or beg Wang's company for cooperation. But now, Gao Wenyu was standing at the store entrance, holding cans and inviting passers-by to taste, actively introducing the new product to the public. In response, Gao Wenyu explained, for different customers, we need to use different marketing methods. For partner companies, they focus more on the sales channels and the value of the products. But for most customers, they are not familiar with the new products because they haven't tasted them before. They don't know if it's worth spending money on. Lu Wanning added, that's why we let them try the samples. When everyone tastes it, they'll know if the price is fair. Zhou Qing finally understood. He exchanged a look with Lu Wanting. Gao Wenyu is very clever in business. Even when learning as she goes, she still manages to turn things around. Gao Wenyu only shared part of her plan. She still has more to say. The reason the new products haven't sold as well as canned yellow peaches isn't because they taste worse. It's not necessarily true. Using the same fruit and recipe, the taste shouldn't be much different. It's mainly because people tend to follow others. In the past, large organizations in Beijing led the purchase of canned yellow peaches, making them popular. This is something the new products lack. Thinking of this, Gao Wenyu decided to speed up her marketing efforts. Free tasting of Gao's Canned Goods. Free tasting of apple canned peaches. Free tasting of pear canned peaches. Free tasting of orange canned peaches. Free tasting of hawthorn canned peaches. Someone said I've tried yellow peaches before and they were really delicious. I haven't heard much about this new product, so I'm still hesitant about buying. Gao Wenyu smiled and handed a plate to him, saying, Sir, please try our new product and see how it tastes. The old man hesitated for a moment. His aged hands wanted to pick up the sample, but felt a bit shy about accepting free food. Gao Wenyu said, it's just an invitation to taste. No pressure to buy. If you don't like it, you don't have to buy. The old man immediately smiled. Not long after, he bought 5 bottles of fruit canned peaches in store. Many pedestrians gathered at Gao's Canned Goods shop. Everyone crowded around because there was free canned fruit. Who wouldn't want to try? More and more people gathered outside Gao's shop, eager to taste the new products. Gao's Canned Goods became popular among local residents in Xinjiang. People bought them as gifts for the new year. Gao Wenyu asked Li Chuanhe from the newspaper to send someone to take photos at the store for advertising Gao's Canned Goods brand. That night, Gao Wenyu took Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing on a trip to Beijing to promote their products. This time, Zhou Qing no longer had doubts. He clearly understood that Gao Wenyu was going to Beijing to promote new products. When the train arrived at the station, Zhou Qing and Lu Wanting both turned to look at Gao Wenyue. Where would their first stop be? Gao Wenyue smiled mysteriously and led the two of them down a narrow alley. They stood outside a tea house. Zhou Qing and Lu Wanting looked at each other, wondering what was happening. Gao Wenyue clapped her hands and said, "I invite you to drink tea and listen to stories." Beijing is famous for its tea culture. Gao Wenyue led them inside the tea house. It was clear that Lu Wanting was more familiar with this place. Choose a seat in the main hall, not sharing a table. Bring a fruit platter and a pot of tea, Lu Wanting said confidently. "All right, please come inside, everyone," a friendly waiter said as he guided the three inside. The old-fashioned tea house had a big stage in the center, with a table in the middle. Around the stage, there were wooden square tables. There were also private rooms upstairs, each with windows facing downstairs so customers could see the scene below and listen to stories. Gao Wenyue was seeing a traditional tea house for the first time. In her previous life, she had also drunk tea in Beijing, but those were newer tea houses. This one was very different. Old-style tea houses are full of lively human atmosphere, while modern ones focus more on style and class.
Clap.
Last time, we talked about the new policies. This year, our country is strongly promoting economic reform and encouraging people to start businesses. Listening to the storyteller analyze the current economic development, Gao Wenyue couldn't help but feel emotional. Beijing is always ahead, whether in news or ideas. Even a storyteller in a tea house can have such insights. Soon, Gao Wenyue sensed something was wrong. The storyteller's words seemed rehearsed in advance. Thinking carefully, she realized what was happening. The policy of reform and opening up was promoted by the government, so people naturally responded positively. However, most people still held onto the old idea of stable jobs, and few were eager to start their own businesses. After all, who would want to take risks when they already had a steady job? But if someone kept talking about it nearby, over time, their words could inspire others and motivate them to change. Gao Wenyue's lips curled into a slight smile, and she immediately had an idea. Originally, Gao Wenyue thought that since the tea house was crowded, she could find a way to promote her products here. Now, she had indeed found a way to promote herself. Gao Wenyue listened intently in the tea house, even though Zhou Qing and Lu Wanting were confused and didn't rush her. As fellow Chinese, everyone cared about current politics and new policies. The conversations in the tea house were full of recent news, which naturally kept everyone listening patiently. Honestly, is doing business really that good? Is it better than working in a factory? Good? Running a business is risky. If you lose your stable job, it's all for nothing. That's not quite right. The policies from above say there are many opportunities in the South. Maybe you can get rich. Getting rich? You haven't made it big in Beijing, so what's in the South? Why do you talk like that? I'm just speaking the truth. It seems like you're jealous because you can't get what you want. If you're afraid, just say so. Don't spread negativity and affect others. Suddenly, someone in the tea house started arguing, and everyone stood up to calm the situation. A middle-aged man came down from the second floor. He was tall, with a gentle, scholarly aura that made him look much younger. Lu Wanting whispered softly. Gao Wenyue looked back, and Lu Wanting shook her head to signal everything was fine. The middle-aged man glanced at Gao Wenyue, and in just one look, he returned to his normal expression and walked to the center stage. The storyteller saw the middle-aged man and immediately stood up, respectfully nodding and calling out Mr. Lu. Gao Wenyue noticed that when the storyteller addressed the middle-aged man, he slightly bowed. This was a subconscious gesture, showing that the middle-aged man's status was either wealthy or influential. Everyone else could tell this too. Even if they didn't notice the detail, seeing him stand confidently at the storyteller's position without the owner of the tea house intervening suggested his importance. This tea house had stood in Beijing for many years. Many people of status loved coming here to enjoy tea and listen to stories. Discussing politics was legal and open here because it was backed by the government. People who had experienced the chaos of 10 years knew how precious free speech was. Moreover, the fact that this venue remained safe during those turbulent years proved how strong its backing was. The man on stage said, "Everyone, please be quiet. Since everyone has their own opinions about reform and opening up, why don't we all share our thoughts?" People looked at each other, hesitant. At first, they were cautious because of the middle-aged man's status and didn't dare speak. They wondered who this sudden man was and worried about saying the wrong thing. Although controls had loosened a lot now, they still remembered the anxious days of a few years ago and didn't dare speak. The man looked around at the crowd below, his sharp eyes full of scrutiny. Even though he was smiling, his presence was very commanding. Under his piercing gaze, everyone became even more afraid to speak. Seeing that no one dared to talk, the middle-aged man wanted to speak again. Just then, Gao Wenyue stood up. She raised her hand and said, "Let me say something." As Gao Wenyue spoke, everyone in the tea house looked at her. Since she was a young woman, some people didn't take her seriously, even showing contempt. A young girl. What does she know about politics? Gao Wenyue looked around and clearly saw everyone's expressions. Some admired her courage, while others looked down on her as overconfident. In Lu Wanting's admiring gaze, Gao Wenyue slowly walked to the stage. Her calm and confident attitude made the small whispers disappear instantly. At least, her bravery deserved respect from everyone. The middle-aged man extended his right hand and said politely, "Please." Gao Wenyue nodded slightly, glancing at the crowd below. Then she said, "I have some thoughts about the debate just now. If you have a good head for business, it's better than working in a machine factory. But if you're not good at business, it's better to stay honest and work in a factory for a steady salary." She looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I think whether you do business or work in a factory depends on your talent. As long as you're willing to work hard, you can support yourself and your family. Of course, whether doing business or working in a factory, it's all for making a living. There's no need to feel ashamed just because you go into business. The era of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants is over. The country is promoting economic growth. As long as we have ideas, we should roll up our sleeves and work hard." Gao Wenyue spoke a lot. After she finished, everything around was silent, and the tea house became very quiet. Everyone thought Gao Wenyue was just a young girl full of energy. The girl liked to show off. Even when she spoke on stage, she would stutter after saying just a few words. But no one knew that Gao Wenyue hit the point exactly. Her ideas were sharp and clear, directly pointing out the problem of ability. Since the policy of reform and opening up was introduced, many people wanted to try their luck. Who doesn't want to make big money? Life now is peaceful and comfortable, but people are still poor. Not having enough to eat is a common problem. Who doesn't want to eat rice every meal? People are like that. On one hand, they want the security of a stable job, and on the other, they are tempted by the high income from doing business outside. All these worries show that people want both stability and wealth. Gao Wenyue's words made everyone understand. If you want stability, work steadily in a secure job. If you want to make big money, go out and try your luck. Either way, you must work hard. Her words were very wise. This was why everyone was silent. Gao Wenyue pointed out the key issue. A middle-aged man looked at her in surprise. When he saw her confidently walk onto the stage, he knew she was not ordinary. But he didn't expect Gao Wenyue to be so wise. Every word she said made sense. However, because Gao Wenyue was so straightforward, that's why everyone stayed silent. Her words implied a way to test a person's ability. Who would admit they don't have the talent for business? Suddenly, applause broke out. It was led by Lu Wanting, who stood up and clapped. Lu Wanting took a deep breath and confidently walked to the stage. She said, "Hello everyone, I think what she just said is very true. It really touched me. May I share a story with you?" A young woman on stage asked with a smile if she could share. The crowd below naturally agreed. "Sure, go ahead," they said. "Go on, tell us." Others encouraged. Tell us. The lady just now spoke very well." Hearing this, everyone looked at Gao Wenyue again. They remembered how much impact her words had just now. Gao Wenyue looked at Lu Wanting with encouragement in her eyes. Seeing Gao Wenyue's support, Lu Wanting felt very inspired. Lu Wanting said, "Let me tell you a story based on my own experience. My name is Lu Wanting, and I am a true Beijing native. I used to work at the Municipal Party Committee guest house. What do you all think about working there? As soon as she finished speaking, the people in the audience immediately started a lively discussion. Of course it's good. That's a real stable job. Yes, it's more respectable than working at a factory. The benefits are good there. Honestly, the salary isn't as high as that of an engineer at a factory. That's different. A young woman working at the guest house must be quite comfortable. That's true. The discussion was lively, but without exception, no one said working at the guest house was a bad job. This was exactly what Lu Wanting wanted. She frowned and said loudly, "Everyone says working at the Municipal Party Committee guest house is good, but I don't think so." As soon as she said this, everyone in the audience stopped talking and looked at her in shock, as if she was saying something very funny. Lu Wanting continued, "I resigned from my job at the guest house and now work at a private company. I used to earn 42 yuan a month at the guest house, but now I make 100 yuan a month. Plus, our boss provides good benefits for employees." She turned to look at Gao Wenyue, who nodded slightly in response. Someone immediately said, "Young comrade, you're still too young. Private companies are unstable. They could close down anytime. Isn't working at the guest house better?"
Exactly.
Who's this kid? Her parents don't care about her, so how can she just do whatever she wants? TSK, giving up a stable job at the guest house just for a little extra money. How foolish. The crowd's opposition grew louder. They even started criticizing Lu Wanting's choice, just as they had when she first resigned. A middle-aged man nearby was also watching her, waiting for her to respond. In just a few months in the border region, Lu Wanting had adapted quickly and learned fast. Gao Wenyue was not worried about Lu Wanting. By now, Lu Wanting had the ability to stand on her own. Sure enough, Lu Wanting retorted, "My new job is at the Gao Foundation." The crowd's chatter quickly faded away again, as everyone thought they had misheard. Lu Wanting understood everyone's expressions and confidently said, "You didn't hear wrong. I work at the Gao Foundation, which was established by Gao Enterprises as a support fund, and it was also reported in the People's Daily. Before, like everyone else, I thought working at the municipal guest house was good because it made me look respectable. I won't deny it's a good job, but it's not what I wanted. I have the ability and drive, and I want a more meaningful job. So I resigned. Now I work at the Gao Foundation. I feel my work is very meaningful. What I do helps many people. Our foundation has helped many elderly and children, giving the elderly support and the children care." Lu Wanting looked at the crowd and asked, "I want to ask everyone which is better, working at the Gao Foundation or at the municipal guest house?" The crowd fell silent, losing their previous enthusiasm. No one responded. Gao Wenyue stepped forward and said, "So, we shouldn't judge all jobs the same way. The country promotes economic development for a reason. Have you forgotten the lesson that falling behind means being bullied? Now our country is developing rapidly. Industry needs to grow, and commerce can't stop either. Someone has to do stable jobs, and someone has to work on the economy. Isn't that right?" Yes. That makes sense. Listening to this young comrade today really opened my eyes. Exactly, we're living more and more backwards. Only a young comrade can see things clearly. The atmosphere in the tea house suddenly changed, and people's acceptance of reform and opening up increased. Suddenly, someone said, "Hey, where is that young comrade? I want to chat with her. I work at the cotton spinning factory and plan to go to Pingcheng next year to start a clothing business. I want to ask her a few questions." She already left. Why ask her about business? Hey, can't you see? That young comrade must be quite capable. With her wisdom, she must be an extraordinary person. That's true. That Lu comrade is gone, and so is that gentleman. The three who disappeared were now staring at each other with wide eyes. Gao Wenyue could tell that the middle-aged man and Lu Wanting knew each other, but she couldn't quite figure out their relationship. One thing is certain, Gao Wenyue is confident that middle-aged men hold significant influence in this tea house. From the storyteller's attitude to the current private room environment, it all shows that the middle-aged man has an important status here. Suddenly, The middle-aged man stands up and reaches for the teapot on the table. Are you Boss Gao? He asks confidently. Gao Wenyue is slightly surprised that the man guessed her identity, but she quickly regains her composure. She nods politely and says, Yes, I am Gao Wenyue. The middle-aged man smiles kindly and pours tea for her. Gao Wenyue quickly stands up, feeling a good impression of the man in front of her. It's not because of his high status, but she instinctively feels he's a good person. Even she, a businesswoman, is surprised at herself. She knows that merchants shouldn't trust others easily, but now she finds herself trusting a man she just met. She hides her surprise and humbly says, That's not necessary. I can do it myself. The middle-aged man stops her hands from reaching out. He says, Boss Gao has taken care of my niece for so long. It's only right I pour you a cup of tea. Even though Gao Wenyue had guessed the relationship between Lu Wanting and the man, she didn't expect that this middle-aged man was actually Lu Wanting's uncle. They don't look alike at all. Lu Wanting resembles Huang Li more. In that moment, Gao Wenyue thinks of many things. She remembers Lu Wanting mentioning that her uncle is a high-ranking official. Considering the attitude of the people in the tea house towards him, everything makes sense. Lu Changhong looks at Lu Wanting and smiles kindly, saying, This girl has been well protected by her family. She probably caused you some trouble, Boss Gao. Lu Wanting immediately protests, No way. Uncle, don't look down on me. I'm quite capable now. The boss even praised me a couple of days ago. Lu Changhong insists on pouring tea for Gao Wenyue. Seeing his persistence, she slightly bows and cups her hands to receive the tea. Really? What did Boss Gao praise you for?
He asks.
It seems he's talking to Lu Wanting, but his eyes are subtly watching Gao Wenyue's reaction. He secretly nods in his mind. When Lu Wanting once wanted to quit her job, her whole family opposed it. Only Lu Changhong didn't say anything. He neither supported nor opposed her decision. In Lu Changhong's view, Lu Wanting is an adult. She must walk her own path, whether right or wrong, to learn and grow. Sometimes even bad experiences can help a person improve. Now, it is clear that Lu Wanting has grown into a very capable person. Lu Changhong knows that her recent success is largely thanks to Gao Wenyue's efforts. Lu Wanting immediately started talking excitedly. Despite her chatter, Lu Changhong listened carefully with a smile. It was obvious they had a very good relationship. Gao Wenyue spoke at the right moment, saying, Wanting is really capable now. The success of the Gao Foundation is thanks to her efforts. Lu Wanting smiled happily, feeling proud of her role. Lu Changhong then said, Tonight, I will host a dinner. To thank Mr. Gao for taking care of our Wanting and to celebrate our little princess. The plan for dinner was set, and Gao Wenyue was pleased. When the three of them left the tea house, Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing saw Gao Wenyue deep in thought. Lu Wanting asked, Boss, are you focusing on my uncle? Gao Wenyue raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, Is it that obvious? Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing nodded firmly, saying, Yes, it is. Gao Wenyue never does things without purpose. She worked hard at the tea house to speak about economic development and reform, which was understandable since she was a supporter of the reform and opening up policy. But after speaking, her real goal was to promote Gao's business using the tea house as a platform. This was grassroots promotion, quite different from the propaganda in major newspapers. Zhou Qing and Lu Wanting had been working with Gao Wenyue for a while, so they quickly guessed her intentions. When Gao Wenyue realized she was understood, she was not upset. She was here in Beijing to promote new products, which was the truth. Gao Wenyue looked at Lu Wanting and softly asked, Wanting, what exactly is your uncle's background? Lu Wanting looked around quickly, making sure no one was paying attention. Then she leaned in and quietly whispered something to Gao Wenyue, speaking without hesitation. Gao Wenyue was surprised and looked at Lu Wanting again. The latter nodded confidently. Before this, Gao Wenyue had already guessed that Lu Changhong's identity was not simple. After all, Lu Changyi and Huang Li's identities are well known. Since they are family, it is likely that Lu Changhong's status is similar. Even though there were guesses earlier, Gao Wenyue didn't expect that Lu Changhong is actually the district chief of Chaoyang District. Having experienced the future, Gao Wenyue knows better than anyone how well Chaoyang District can develop under its leader. Chaoyang District will become one of Beijing's prosperous areas and a model economic zone in the country. Lu Wanting thought for a moment and then stepped closer, saying, Wenyue, my uncle seems to be in charge of economic reforms and opening up. This was a clear reminder, giving Gao Wenyue a way to respond. Huang Li didn't expect that after a few months, her daughter would seem like a different person. Lu Wanting had darkened and looked more energetic. She stood tall and graceful, but her overall aura had changed. This was the transformation brought by growth. Wanting, come here, and let me see. You've lost weight. Huang Li turned Lu Wanting around and looked her over. As a mother, she was worried, and even Director Huang couldn't help but be concerned. Lu Wanting pouted and said, Mom, I haven't lost weight. Our company's meals are great, and the boss often adds more meat for us. I feel like I've gained weight. Huang Li looked at Lu Wanting with a loving expression. The warm and harmonious atmosphere between mother and daughter was something Gao Wenyue had never experienced before. If it were Gao Wenyue from the past, she would have felt envious, then sad and disappointed. But now, Gao Wenyue's heart was completely calm. Some feelings can't be gained just by envy. If they aren't yours, there's no need to force them. At this moment, Huang Li turned and said, Wenyue, come home for dinner tonight. I'll make dumplings for you. Sharing a meal of dumplings was a traditional way to welcome guests. Gao Wenyue was about to speak when Lu Wanting interrupted. No, Uncle said he wants to take us out for dinner tonight. Mom, you're late. Huang Li was surprised and asked, Did you meet your uncle? I heard he's been very busy lately. How does he have time to eat with you? Lu Wanting looked at Gao Wenyue and said, Wenyue asked us to go to a tea house for tea and snacks. We ran into Uncle there. Gao Wenyue stepped in at the right moment and said, Uncle Lu said he's grateful for how I took care of Wanting and insisted on treating us to a meal. Aunt Huang, I can't accept such thanks. The Gao Foundation was successfully established, and Wanting was a great contributor. Honestly, I should thank you all for raising such an excellent daughter. She is very adaptable and quick to understand many things. She has helped me greatly in the border areas. Gao Wenyue praised Lu Wanting highly, and her praise was very genuine, which made Huang Li smile happily. As parents, they all think their children are the best. Hearing others praise their child naturally made Huang Li very happy. At the same time, Huang Li also felt grateful to Gao Wenyue. Lu Wanting's transformation was obvious, and Gao Wenyue played a big role in it. So Huang Li said, That's simple. Just call your eldest uncle back for dinner tonight. Let's all eat together at home. Huang Li initially wanted to say that her eldest uncle was alone, and that inviting him to dinner at home would be more convenient and plentiful than eating out. Seeing that Gao Wenyue and Zhou Qing were also present, she decided to hold back that comment. After all, Lu Chonghong was a person of status, and it was better to show him some respect outside. Wanting, I'll inform your eldest uncle. You all take advantage of the good weather to go out for a walk. Remember to come back early for dinner. After leaving this message, Huang Li hurried to the market. Lu Wanting waved cheerfully and said, Got it. Today in Beijing, the sun was warm, and it was a winter without cold winds. Gao Wenyue had just noticed that at every alley entrance, there were elderly people and children sitting outside, enjoying the sunshine. As the new year approached, Beijing was filled with a joyful atmosphere, and many families were already preparing for the holiday. Lu Wanting tilted her head and asked Gao Wenyue, Boss, where are we going next? Outside the phone booth, Zhou Qing and Lu Wanting looked at each other. Gao Wenyue was inside the phone booth, talking on the phone with Lu Xiangye. The sunlight shone perfectly on the booth, adding a touch of warmth for those making calls inside. Xiangye, I've already arrived in Beijing. Wife, is it cold over there? Remember to wear more clothes. Not cold. It's a sunny day today, very warm. Good to hear. They talked for a long time, and suddenly Gao Wenyue said, Xiangye, sorry for delaying our checkup day. Originally, they had planned to go to the hospital together for a checkup. Lu Xiangye and Gao Wenyue are both action-oriented people. Since they decided to go to the hospital for checkups, they naturally wanted to finish quickly. Gao Wenyue, being proactive in her career, thought about promoting in Beijing and immediately took action. Lu Xiangye let out a quiet laugh and said, "Wife, it's not a big deal. You can do the check anytime. Just focus on your work." Hearing Lu Xiangye's words, Gao Wenyue's smile grew wider. This time, Gao Wenyue went to Huang Li's house for dinner. Besides bringing new fruit can products, she also prepared other things. Condensed milk, Matai liquor, Deqing men liquor, pastries. "Boss, that's enough, that's enough." Lu Wanting kept saying it was enough. She knew her boss was generous, but Gao Wenyue bought too much. Lu Wanting could imagine that when Huang Li saw all this, she would start to complain. But Gao Wenyue said, "It's almost New Year. Just consider it a New Year gift." Gao Wenyue has a habit of giving gifts during festivals to maintain her relationships within her social network. This was also a reason why she was so successful in her previous business. She kept her connections well, and all her clients were very satisfied with her. Gao Wenyue believed that maintaining contact regularly was important, not just when there was a need. Otherwise, waiting until a real need arises to contact clients might be too late. Zhou Qing and Lu Wanting thought that Gao Wenyue prepared so much because Huang Li and Lu Changyi had helped her a lot with the Gaokin food business before. Gao Wenyue did have this consideration, but deep down, she also regarded Huang Li and Lu Changyi as elders and was preparing New Year gifts for them. Even though Gao Wenyue had only visited Lu's house once, she felt genuine warmth there and liked the family atmosphere. Boss Gao is always generous to people she cares about. Her way of showing kindness is by spending money on them. Gao Wenyue stood in front of a coat. The style of the coat was simple, but the cut looked very nice, and its quality was obvious at a glance. The three of them arrived at the gate of the office compound. The security guards still followed the usual procedure, asking Gao Wenyue to register her entry and exit. Zhou Qing glanced at the office compound and softly said, "Boss, you and Wanting go have dinner." "I won't go. I need to arrange tonight's accommodation at the municipal guest house." Zhou Qing was considerate. The dinner was arranged for Gao Wenyue and Lu Wanting. If he, a stranger, joined, it might spoil the mood. Lu Wanting immediately said, "Brother Zhou, what kind of guest house? Let's go back together to eat. You are my first colleague in the frontier." When Lu Wanting first arrived at the frontier, everyone took good care of her. She was grateful to all the seniors who helped her. Among many people, Zhou Qing's care left the deepest impression on Lu Wanting. Zhou Qing and Lu Wanting were both new employees at the Gao Corporation. When they first arrived at the new company, they felt unsure and lost. They even encouraged each other privately. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, let's go together." From one person to another, we all start from unfamiliar to familiar. Hearing this, Zhou Qing no longer hesitated and replied cheerfully, "Okay, let's go together." The three of them headed toward the government compound. On the way, they met many people greeting Lu Wanting. "Wow, Wanting is back. Wanting, I heard you work in the frontier now. How is it over there?" "It's been a long time since I saw Wanting. She's grown so much more beautiful." Lu Wanting stayed behind to greet everyone one by one, while Gao Wenyue and Zhou Qing quietly waited on the side. The sky was hazy, and smoke from cooking fires rose from every household. The smell of fried meat drifted in the air, making the chatting crowd swallow their saliva unconsciously. "Is everyone here?" A voice came from behind Gao Wenyue. He turned around quickly and saw Lu Changhong, who had just finished work. "Director Lu is back?" "Perfect timing. Your family's Wanting is also back. It's rare to see Director Lu today. It's been a while since I last saw you." "That's right. Our families are neighbors. I rarely see Director Lu. He's probably been working overtime a lot lately, right?" The Lu brothers were both from the government compound. With Lu Changhong's current status and position, as soon as he appeared, everyone greeted him warmly. Lu Changhong kept a gentle smile and nodded politely to everyone. He didn't say much, but his kind and approachable manner made everyone feel at ease. Gao Wenyue thought to himself, no wonder he is a senior leader. Even when faced with a group of enthusiastic elders, Lu Changhong remained calm and composed. After chatting casually for a while, Lu Changhong said, "You all be busy. I'll take the kids home for dinner." With those words, everyone's attention shifted to Gao Wenyue. Someone had already noticed Gao Wenyue just now. The people in the Jigan Dayun, official compound, are very familiar with the children in their yard. Naturally, they immediately noticed the stranger who suddenly appeared. Moreover, Gao Wenyue is quite attractive, and everyone had been glancing at her intentionally or unintentionally for a while. Someone tentatively asked, "Director Liu, do you know this young comrade?" Lu Changhong replied calmly, "She's a younger family member." The three young people followed Lu Changhong back home. As soon as Lu Wanting entered the house, she loudly exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good. You're back? Play for a while first. Dinner will be ready soon," Lu Changyi called out from the kitchen. Gao Wenyue and Zhou Qing both headed toward the kitchen at the same time, both wanting to help. Huang Li was quickly stirring the dishes in the pot and said without looking back, "No need for your help. Go play outside. There's food on the table, help yourselves." Lu Changyi directly pushed them out the door. When Gao Wenyue stepped out, she saw Lu Wanting lounging casually on a noble chair, already turned on the TV. Lu Changhong was standing by the living room table, peeling an orange for Lu Wanting. Lu Wanting, watching TV, mumbled, "Sweet, uncle, peel another one." Lu Changhong softly chuckled, "Here." In his palm was a peeled orange. Seeing this, Gao Wenyue's lips curved into a gentle smile. When Lu Wanting was in the frontier, her work was becoming more efficient, but that didn't stop her from returning home to be a little princess loved by everyone. Gao Wenyue thought that if she and Lu Xiangye could have a daughter, she would spoil her like a little princess and give her all the love she hadn't received herself. Lu Changhong, who had been in a high position for many years, was very skilled at reading people's expressions. He saw a hint of envy in Gao Wenyue's eyes, which were full of smiles. This hint of envy, perhaps Gao Wenyue herself didn't even realize, but Lu Changhong caught it. Unknowingly, Lu Changhong extended the peeled orange toward Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue's eyes suddenly widened. Was that orange meant for her? Lu Changhong was also stunned, not understanding himself why he had reached out. For a moment, only the sound of the TV filled the silent living room. Everyone remained quiet. Lu Wanting first looked at the peeled orange, then turned her gaze to Lu Changhong. Finally, she looked at Gao Wenyue. Lu Wanting reached out and took the orange from Lu Changhong's hand, then walked straight toward Gao Wenyue. Lu Wanting said, "Wenyue's sister, try this orange. It's really sweet." Gao Wenyue nodded and replied, "Okay." This small incident quickly passed, and a rich dinner officially began. Huang Li said she was making dumplings, and she really made dumplings. Of course, there was a table full of hearty dishes. Lu Wanting looked at the table of food and said, "So many dishes. On my first day in the border area, Wenyue's sister also prepared a big table of food for me." This was clearly a way to show the elders in the Lu family that Gao Wenyue was caring for Lu Wanting in the border area. Huang Li and Lu Changyi exchanged glances and simultaneously raised their glasses to stand up and say, "Wenyue, we toast you." Gao Wenyue quickly stood up and said, "Uncle, aunt, please sit down." "You shouldn't stand." Huang Li said, "It's okay, it's okay. Thank you for taking care of Wanting during this time." Lu Changyi said, "This girl has caused you trouble. Aunt Huang and I are truly grateful." In just a short while, Lu Changyi and Huang Li learned what had happened at the tea house. They knew Lu Wanting's personality well, and the fact that she could say such words showed she had truly grown. Lu Changyi and Huang Li were genuinely grateful to Gao Wenyue as she had helped their daughter grow. In their view, educating Lu Wanting was their responsibility as parents, but they had never been able to bring themselves to train her strictly. Now Gao Wenyue had done it. Huang Li said, "Wenyue, your new products are getting good feedback. The union plans to order more as New Year benefits." Lu Changyi said, "Today I was in a meeting with the factory director of the steel plant. They also want to order New Year gifts. I recommended Gao's canned food to him. Wenyue, find time to visit Director Zheng." When peach cans became popular, among the many orders, there was no order from the steel plant. Large factories like the steel plant had many twists and turns, and their procurement department was quite complicated. Last time, Gao Wenyue failed to secure an order from the steel plant. Now Lu Chang'e had helped Gao Wenyue get a chance. Gao Wenyue's eyes lit up, and she slightly bowed and said, "Thank you, uncle. You've really helped me a lot." Lu Chang'e waved his hand and said, "It's too early to thank me now." Lu Chang'e said, "Director Zheng only agreed to see you because of me. Whether the cooperation will succeed depends on your ability." Despite everything, Gao Wenyue still feels very grateful to Lu Chang'e. Without Lu Chang'e's help in making connections, she wouldn't have even entered the steel factory. China is a country that values personal relationships, especially in procurement, where the network of favors is very complex. Gao Wenyue, with no strong backing in Beijing, has worked her own and achieved quite a lot. However, some barriers cannot be overcome just by effort, like the access pass to the steel factory. Gao Wenyue quickly said, "I understand. I am already happy to have this opportunity. Whether I succeed or not, I will remember your kindness." She always believed that relying on oneself is better than depending on others, a principle she also shared with Wang Xiuli. Gao Wenyue went over and helped Huang Li and Lu Chang'e sit down. She raised her glass and said, "Uncle, Aunt Huang, I toast to you. Thank you for your care." There are many people selling things, but they chose to work with Gao Wenyue. She saw this as a kind of care. Lu Changhong quietly watched the scene in front of him. His impression of Gao Wenyue grew more favorable. "Come on, everyone eat. Hurry up and start." After the first glass of wine, Huang Li began urging everyone to eat. Lu Wanting was the first to pick up her chopsticks and reach for the sweet and sour pork ribs. She asked while eating, "Grandpa and Grandma?" I was just about to call them to eat, but no one was home. Lu's old grandfather was a retired government official. The entire Lu family lived in a government compound. After Lu Chang'e married, he moved into the current allocated house with Huang Li. Lu Changhong had originally lived with his parents. In those days, the rule was that no matter how old the children were, if they weren't married, they were still considered children and should live with their parents. However, Lu Old Master and Lu Changhong didn't get along, and they often argued when living together. Later, Lu Changhong moved out, as he had his own housing standard. Hearing Lu Wanting's question, Huang Li instinctively looked at Lu Changhong, who was calmly talking to Lu Chang'e. Lu Old Master and Lu Changhong argued again. The nearly 70-year-old old man suddenly left home, taking his wife with him. Huang Li didn't feel comfortable talking about this in front of the younger generation, so she could only say, "They went out visiting. I'll call them tomorrow and tell them you're back. When they find out, they'll come right away." Lu Wanting was no longer as carefree as before. She keenly sensed that something unusual was happening. Now, she quietly remembers the details she observes, a skill taught to her by Gao Wenyue. Lu Chang'e and Lu Changhong, who are talking, notice that this time Lu Wanting does not ask too many questions, and they look at her in surprise. Then, Lu Chang'e and Lu Changhong simultaneously glance at Gao Wenyue, showing their approval. At the dinner table, Gao Wenyue skillfully drinks with everyone. She also takes the opportunity to toast Lu Changhong several times. "Uncle Lu, I toast you." Lu Changhong looks at the wine in his glass, which Gao Wenyue just poured for him. Although Gao Wenyue tries to hide her intentions, her bright, lively eyes reveal her feelings. Lu Changhong is good at judging people. He quickly sees that Gao Wenyue has a plan for him, and he can roughly guess what it is. Faced with Lu Changhong's gaze, Gao Wenyue stands confidently, allowing him to look her over. Later, Gao Wenyue no longer hides her purpose and starts talking directly with Lu Changhong. She is very perceptive. Tonight is the Lu family's gathering and also a welcome party for Lu Wanting. She doesn't mention any cooperation at the dinner table. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone gradually stops eating. Lu Wanting pulls Huang Li mysteriously into a room. "What are you doing, girl?" "I still need to clean up the dishes. The kitchen is waiting." Huang Li's chatter suddenly stops when she sees a coat. Its color is like the brightest stars in a deep night sky, mysterious and charming, It also resembles a tranquil blue in the deep sea, exuding calmness and elegance. Huang Li asks in surprise, "Did you buy this? Why are you spending this much money?" Lu Wanting quickly shakes her head and says, "Mom, stop. This is what Wenyue's sister bought for you." When Gao Wenyue was called into Lu's bedroom, she saw Huang Li holding money. In just one glance, Gao Wenyue understood what was happening. She says, "Aunt Huang, I won't take this money. The clothes are for you, they're yours." Huang Li was about to speak, but was pushed by Gao Wenyue and Lu wanting to try on the clothes. The coat feels soft and smooth, and a gentle touch reveals its fine texture. Its cut is very fitting, perfectly highlighting a woman's graceful figure. The shoulder lines are smooth and natural, with slightly padded shoulders that give the overall look more dimension and strength. The sleeves are long and straight, and the hem length is just right, reaching the knees or slightly longer. Whether paired with high heels or flats, it can show a unique charm and style. The moment Huang Li put on the coat, she fell deeply in love with it. Huang Li has to admit that Gao Wenyue's coat really touched her heart. Seeing how much Huang Li liked it, Gao Wenyue and Lu Wanting exchanged a glance. Lu Wanting said, "Mom, if you really feel guilty about accepting this coat, then help us with a small favor." Huang Li snorted softly and said, "You two were waiting here for me, huh?" Gao Wenyue quickly replied, "And Huang, the thought behind giving the coat is sincere. Even if you don't help, I still want to give you this coat. When I saw it, I thought it would suit you perfectly." Huang Li smiled but said nothing, only asking, "What do you need me to do?" When Gao Wenyue saw Lu Changhong at the tea house, she was thinking about how to get him to help promote her products. If the new product from Gao's Can Goods could be promoted or even sold at the tea house, it would definitely boost its popularity. That was something Huang Li and Lu Wanting never dared to imagine, selling fruit canned goods in a tea house. Lu Wanting shook her head and said, "Boss, how is that possible? Tea houses only sell tea." In everyone's mind, a tea house is just for drinking tea, sitting there to enjoy tea and listen to stories. It's not a general store. But Gao Wenyue didn't think that way. She believed that things others thought were impossible often turned out to be extraordinary once done. The next morning, Gao Wenyue got up early and had a full schedule for the day. Zhou Qing saw Gao Wenyue ready to go and knew that today wouldn't be an ordinary day. When they appeared in the lobby of the guest house, they saw Lu Wanting sitting and chatting. "Hey, you're out already?" Lu Wanting exclaimed in surprise. Then she turned to the woman behind her and said, "Let's chat again next time. We should meet up when we have time." Seeing Lu Wanting, Zhou Qing finally felt at ease. Just moments ago, he was hesitating whether to tell Lu Wanting something. After all, the three of them had gone out together for promotional work. Last night, everyone had a little too much to drink, and Gao Wenyue had mentioned the next day's schedule. Since Beijing was Lu Wanting's home, she naturally stayed at the government compound after returning home. Zhou Qing suspected that Gao Wenyue would take action today, but he didn't expect it to happen so early in the morning. He didn't even have time to notify Lu Wanting to come to work. From the recent situation, it was clear that Lu Wanting had arrived at the guest house very early, which showed she was a responsible employee. Zhou Qing quietly noted this detail. At the same time, Lu Wanting felt very lucky. She had planned to sleep in at home today. After dinner last night, it was already late into the night. Having traveled to Beijing in a rush and spent the whole day running around yesterday, Lu Wanting thought everyone would rest well today. However, last night Lu Changhong told her to wake up early and wait at the guest house for Gao Wenyue. Her boss would definitely go out today, and her presence would help Gao Wenyue. This is the advantage of having family around. Lu Changhong and Lu Changyi understand workplace rules well and can remind Lu Wanting of important details. When Gao Wenyue saw Lu Wanting, she was surprised because Lu Wanting had no task scheduled for today. Gao Wenyue wanted to make friends with Lu Changhong, and since Lu Changyi had helped her yesterday, she wanted to return the favor. For a middle-aged man who spoils his daughter, nothing is better than giving her a few days off. It also allows the Lu family to have a family gathering. Gao Wenyue remembered that Huang Li had mentioned the Lu family elders would be returning home today. Someone who wasn't expected to appear suddenly showed up, and Gao Wenyue was naturally surprised and very pleased. Since Gao Wenyue and Zhou Qing were unfamiliar with Beijing, it was much easier to have a local guide rather than wandering around asking people. Lu Wanting saw the satisfaction in Gao Wenyue's eyes and took the opportunity to speak confidently. "Boss, you're going to the steel factory, right? I can take you there. Last year, Uncle Lu visited my family for the new year, so he should remember me." Zhou Qing glanced at Gao Wenyue, feeling very pleased. Before Gao Wenyue could speak, Lu Wanting continued, "That woman just now is a former colleague of mine. Her sister-in-law is a procurement officer at the steel factory. I was just talking to her, and she said her sister-in-law has been busy buying New Year gifts for the factory these days." Gao Wenyue's eyes showed admiration. This information was important because it meant the steel factory's New Year gifts hadn't been decided yet. The Gao family's canned goods business still had a chance. Seeing Gao Wenyue show a satisfied smile, Lu Wanting couldn't help but deeply admire her uncle. These were all advice from Lu Chonghong last night. At that moment, Lu Wanting realized how naive and innocent she used to be. It turned out that many talented people surrounded her, and those elders she thought of as ordinary were actually remarkable figures worth learning from. The three of them arrived at the entrance of Beijing steel plant with their new product. The cold wind bit into their faces, but their hearts were warm. Tonight flew by so quickly. In 3 more days, I'll start the day shift. Not just tonight, the year is almost over. Exactly, the new year is coming soon. Happy New Year. The children are all waiting for it. At the steel plant entrance, a few people were walking out, those finishing their night shift. Once production starts at the steel plant, the line never stops. Some workers do day shift work, others do night shift work. Even after working all night, these workers looked full of energy. Every face was smiling, showing their positive attitude towards life. Gao Wenyue was very touched when he saw this scene. People in this era are very hardworking. As long as you try, life won't be too bad. With Lu Wanting around, Gao Wenyue quickly met Director Zheng from the steel plant. Wanting is looking more and more beautiful. Has she found a boyfriend? Director Zheng asked kindly. Gao Wenyue noticed that older elders always asked about her relationship first. Last time, Su Qinghua did the same.
Lu Wanting was used to this.
Yesterday, someone secretly asked her about marriage plans at the government compound, and early in the morning, someone came to her home to introduce a match. Now, Lu Wanting was focused on building her career. She said, "Uncle Zheng, I'm still young and not thinking about that for now." Director Zheng chuckled and replied, "You're not young anymore. You can consider it." He carefully looked at Lu Wanting, growing more satisfied the more he looked. His family had a son of the right age. Lu Wanting thought quickly and said, "Uncle Zheng, I just want to do my job well now. Maybe after I succeed, you can help me find someone? Once I sign this big deal, I'll sneak back to the borderlands." Lu Wanting thought to herself. This plan pleased Director Zheng, who immediately said, "Wanting is working at Gao's company, right? I've heard of it. It's a very good company." The only youngest granddaughter of the Lu family resigned from her job to start her own business. In Beijing, everyone already knew about this, and anyone paying attention understood the situation. Most people saw this as just Lu Wanting's rebellious side. They believed she would have fun outside for a while and then return to Beijing. Given Lu family's influence, anyone could easily find her a good position. Later, it was discovered that Lu Wanting was in charge of the foundation work for Gao Corporation. Her image quickly changed from a rebellious girl to an ambitious young woman. Director Zheng was still thinking that the Lu family had 3 men in government roles. Even though old Master Lu had stepped back, his former subordinates still visited often. This was a valuable resource, not to mention Lu Chonghong and Lu Chongyi's connections. Suddenly, Director Zheng wondered if Lu family was trying to train Lu Wanting for a political career, which was why she was working at the foundation. The border region was now a focus of attention from higher authorities. The poverty there was well known, but Gao Corporation was like a powerful beast ready to move, pushing the local economy forward. Lu Wanting going to the border would naturally earn people's goodwill. Gao Wenyue keenly noticed that Director Zheng's eyes suddenly showed excitement, a sign of desire for power. Gao Wenyue was sure she hadn't been mistaken. What she didn't realize was that her decision to recommend Lu Wanting had unexpectedly helped her greatly. Director Zheng was very polite to Gao Wenyue. He said, "Boss Gao, I understand your intention. I've also heard of Gao's canned products." Gao Wenyue kept a smile on her face, but thought to herself, However, our factory's procurement plan for this year was set long ago. Even the New Year gifts are ordered. It's really unfortunate." As Gao Wenyue thought this, Director Zheng suddenly said the very word she feared, but Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing instinctively looked at Gao Wenyue. Recently, they learned that the steel factory hadn't yet purchased their New Year gifts. But now, Director Zheng claimed they had already been bought. Gao Wenyue remained calm and said, "Director Zheng, when I recommended canned peaches to the General Union, Director Huang also said their procurement was already decided. If the General Union's procurement is settled, then your steel factory, which is much larger, must be very efficient." Gao Wenyue first complimented Director Zheng a little. Since he managed a steel factory with thousands of workers, he could handle this praise easily. Director Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Although he spoke words of refusal, his attitude appeared relaxed, as if he was uncertain and waiting for Gao Wenyue and others to persuade him. However, Gao Wenyue changed the subject and said, "But I believe good things are tested by the people. Last time, I convinced Director Huang to change the order. This time, I believe our fruit cans will satisfy the workers at the steel plant. Director Zheng, in the end, the New Year gift is for the steel plant workers. It must be something they like." At first, Gao Wenyue didn't understand what excited Director Zheng in his eyes, but now she realized. Because when Director Zheng said "but," he instinctively looked at Lu Wanting. Director Zheng was waiting for Lu Wanting to ask him, planning to do her a favor. He even wanted to do a favor for the Lu family. Realizing this, Gao Wenyue immediately stopped Lu Wanting from speaking further. She began to focus on the wishes of the steel plant workers. Director Zheng didn't expect his hint to be so obvious, yet Gao Wenyue didn't follow his lead. As they left the steel plant gate, Lu Wanting's expression was the most complicated. She asked, "Boss, why? Why, when there was a good opportunity right in front of us, do you choose to miss it?" Gao Wenyue only shook her head and said, "Wanting, we both understand what Director Zheng wants. I can roughly guess your little thoughts. They are not enough to impress him. If you rashly promise, it will only put you and the Lu family in a difficult position. Since ancient times, the relationship between officials and businessmen has been very complicated. They depend on each other, but also compete. If Lu Wanting rashly used the Lu family's influence to secure this cooperation, it would be effortless for Gao Wenyue. But Gao Wenyue didn't want that. She looked into Lu Wanting's eyes seriously and said, "Wanting, you don't need to promise anything to Director Zheng." Gao Wenyue really wanted the steel plant's order, but she didn't want to sacrifice the workers' interest to get it, especially since it might cause trouble for the Lu family. Lu Wanting was surprised to hear this. She didn't expect the final reason to be this. This reason was unexpected but also reasonable. All along, Gao Wenyue had shown a broad vision in business. Director Zheng's intention was simply to get Lu Wanting to agree to a blind date with his son, the husband of little Princess Lu's family. Many young officials in Beijing are watching this position closely. Before, Director Zheng didn't dare to think about this role for his son. But when he saw Lu Wanting, Director Zheng suddenly realized that Lu Wanting is now just a businesswoman. How could their Zheng family compare? As long as Lu Wanting is willing to meet Director Zheng's son for a date, whether it works out or not, it would strengthen the bond between the Lu and Zheng families. This would be very beneficial for Director Zheng. Lu Wanting said, "Just one date. After meeting, I can say if it's not suitable." Gao Wenyue shook his head and said, "That method won't work. Reputation is very important for a girl, especially in this era." Gao Wenyue didn't want Lu Wanting to agree to that, because who knows what might happen afterward. Gao Wenyue looked serious and said, "Wanting, I've already used your connections to get the pass. The rest is up to me. Even without your promise, I can secure the steel factory's order." In that moment, Lu Wanting suddenly realized that Boss Gao is still Boss Gao, and his business vision remains high. She smiled and said, "Boss, I trust you." Seeing Lu Wanting so touched, Gao Wenyue explained, "It's not just for you. We have many deals to discuss in Beijing. Do you think I need to take you out for a date every time I close a deal? Lu Wanting reached out and linked arms with Gao Wenyue, saying, that's fine too. If I can help our Gao company, I'm happy to work hard. Gao Wenyue smiled and shook his head. What kind of impression is that? I'd be like a matchmaker.
Ha ha ha.
Laughter came from outside the steel factory's gate. Director Zheng paced inside his office, thinking. Now he was secretly regretting. When Lu Changyi mentioned Gao's canned food business before, he had intended to favor that side a little. Since the steel factory's purchasing department needs to buy many New Year gifts at year's end, ordering a bit from Gao Wenyue would be enough. But when he saw Lu Wanting, he wanted to show off and also try to get his son a marriage opportunity. Who would have thought that Gao Wenyue, a businessman, wouldn't agree? In the scene just now, Director Zheng noticed that Lu Wanting seemed willing to agree, but Gao Wenyue stopped her. As Zheng secretly regretted, he also became very interested in Gao Wenyue. What is this person really thinking? Does he no longer want to sell canned food? At dusk, Gao Wenyue brought Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing back to the factory gate. Gao Wenyue's repeated visits puzzled Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing. Didn't they refuse Director Zheng's suggestion? Gao Wenyue smiled and said, refuse, yes, but if one path is blocked, take another. There's always a way out. Lu Wanting exclaimed, our second road is just a table and a broken board? She was referring to the two items lying on the ground. One was a table, and the other a wooden board, borrowed from the municipal guest house, just brought over by Gao Wenyue. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, exactly. Don't underestimate these two things. When I first started doing business on the frontier, I relied on these two tools to set up my stall. Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing exchanged looks. They knew Gao Wenyue's success story with preserved dishes was legendary, but they had only heard the tales and never realized how simple her early tools were. Seeing their expressions, Gao Wenyue understood what they were thinking. Let me tell you. Just as Gao Wenyue was about to speak, she saw a crowd rushing out from the factory gate. She clapped her hands and said, business is coming. Set up the fruit can stand. Gao Wenyue set up a canned fruit stall at the factory gate. She watched the approaching workers and then glanced at the cans of fruit on the table. Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing immediately understood. Gao Wenyue was planning to attract the workers, and they thought it was a good idea. However, Gao Wenyue frowned tightly. She was unhappy with what she saw, feeling something was missing. She thought carefully and decided to rearrange the cans. Placing the most popular products at the front was the safest approach. Lu Wanting quickly moved the apple and orange cans forward, trying to make the best-selling items more prominent. Zhou Qing hurried to help, and the two rearranged the cans several times. Yet, Gao Wenyue's brow remained furrowed. Finally, Lu Wanting asked curiously, boss, is something wrong? Suddenly, Gao Wenyue had a bright idea. She clapped her hands and said, yes, something is wrong. Lu Wanting's forehead showed a big question mark. She asked puzzled, is it right or wrong? Unfortunately, Gao Wenyue didn't answer Lu Wanting's question. She had already run toward the security office at the factory. She knocked on the door, and the security guards inside politely welcomed her in. These guards had seen Gao Wenyue meet with the factory director that morning, so they naturally treated her with respect. Gao Wenyue reached into her pocket and took out a pack of cigarettes. It's her habit to carry cigarettes when she goes out. Big brothers, I want to borrow something from you, she said. As she spoke, Gao Wenyue handed over the pack of cigarettes. The security guards each had a pack of cigarettes. They looked at the pack in her hand and exchanged glances. Wow. 1 pack of cigarettes per person? As guards at a steel factory, they often received favors from visitors. In the past, they also received cigarettes, usually 1 or 2 at a time, as a sign of goodwill. But now, she was offering a whole pack of cigarettes. The guards were unsure what Gao Wenyue wanted to borrow. Why was she so generous? Gao Wenyue smiled and said, big brothers, I want to borrow your coal stove for a while. Just then, Gao Wenyue suddenly realized that her plan had some flaws. She wanted to let the factory workers taste canned fruit to win them over with delicious food. She had used this method before in the border areas and received good feedback. Now in Beijing, she wanted to try it again. However, she sensed something was wrong. The weather in Beijing is different from the border regions. Although the border winters are cold, they are warm at noon. In Beijing, the cold is piercing, with biting wind that chills to the bone. Now it was nearing evening, and the temperature was below freezing. How could factory workers stand outside to taste canned fruit in such cold? After all, canned fruit is best enjoyed warm, but it's usually cold. Gao Wenyue was determined not to let her plan fail because of such a big flaw. If she was going to do it, she would do her best. She came up with an idea. She would warm the canned fruit on the coal stove. The security guards didn't expect that Gao Wenyue was only here to borrow the coal stove. 1 pack of cigarettes for a coal stove. Of course, she was borrowing it. The guards not only lent her the coal stove, but also lent her some plastic sheeting left in the office by the union. Comrade, you must be cold sitting here. This plastic sheeting was used for union activities. You can borrow it too, said the team leader. Feeling sympathetic, the guards quickly set up a small shelter for Gao Wenyue. Just moments ago, Lu Wanting had been shivering from the cold, but now she felt a wave of warmth. Gao Wenyue smiled at the guards and said, "Thank you, big brothers. Please don't leave yet. Try some of our canned fruit." Under Gao Wenyue's signal, Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing warmed the fruit cans on the coal stove, while Gao Wenyue was outside the shed greeting the steel factory workers. "Everyone, please don't leave yet. We are employees of Gao's canned goods in the border area. To promote our new product, we are offering free tastings and would like you to try the flavor." Gao Wenyue finished shouting in front of the shed, and the people walking by stopped. Actually, everyone had already seen the shed when they just finished work, but since it was built by the security guard of the steel factory, they didn't think much of it. They assumed it was just another event organized by the factory's union. After hearing Gao Wenyue, they realized it was not what they initially thought. Someone asked, "Gao's canned goods? The same Gao's that sold yellow peach cans last time? The Gao's from the People's Daily article about the Gao Foundation?" Gao Wenyue nodded and said, "Yes, that's us." Suddenly, everyone started chatting excitedly. People who knew a little about current events knew that Gao's canned goods was connected to a Gao Foundation. The Gao Foundation still updates its reports once a month in the People's Daily. Each update shows how many cans Gao's sold last month and how much money they donated to help others that month. Some people cared about politics and current affairs, others about food and daily needs. Someone asked, "Comrade, this canned food isn't cheap. Are you really giving it away for free?" Gao Wenyue confidently replied, "Yes, free tasting.
Look."
She then pointed at the security guards inside the shed and said, "Your factory security guards are all trying the cans. What are you afraid of?" Hearing Gao Wenyue, a few men immediately walked into the shed. "Exactly. What's there to be afraid of? Just eat." "That's right. I work all day, tired and cold. What's wrong with eating a can? I can buy it if I want to." Led by someone, others also started to go into the small shed. As the factory workers entered, they immediately felt a warm sensation. Compared to the cold wind outside, the temperature inside the shed felt like heaven. The heated fruit cans released a sweet aroma that lingered on their tongues, making a few security guards say it was delicious. Yummy, no wonder Gao's canned goods is good. It tastes just as good as yellow peach cans. Delicious. Delicious. Everyone quickly try this. This canned food is really free to taste, and it tastes very sweet. Encouraged by the security guard, the workers at the steel factory gathered around. People are like that. No matter how much Gao Wenyue says, they remain suspicious, but when they hear the security guards speak, they instinctively believe. Because security guards are familiar to the workers, people tend to trust those they know. Under the security guards' influence, more and more workers come to the small stall, eager to try the free fruit canned food. Someone said, "Boss, I'll buy a jar of orange canned fruit. It's so cold today, and it's not easy for you to sell things." Only then did the people trying the food realize what was happening. They all started shouting that they wanted to buy canned food. Gao Wenyue looked at the lively crowd and couldn't help but feel that people in this era are simpler. After tasting, they feel shy and understand that it's hard for the seller. She smiled and said to everyone, "There's no need to feel shy. I'm not here to sell canned fruit today. Someone asked confusedly, "Then what are you here for?" "We have so many people, one bite each, and we've eaten quite a few cans. That costs money." Gao Wenhua took out the board she prepared and pointed to it, saying, "Of course, we want to sell things. But we're not selling the canned fruit to you, we're selling it to the steel factory." Everyone looked confused. Selling to the steel factory is the same as selling to them, right? Gao Wenhua asked, "Let me ask everyone a question. If the canned fruit was given to you as a New Year's gift from the steel factory, would you like it?" The crowd immediately understood. They nodded and said, "Of course we would. Last year, they gave us some crispy biscuits. They were so hard, we couldn't bite them, but we didn't want to throw them away." Exactly. Eating such sweet canned fruit on New Year's Eve would be wonderful. The workers at the steel factory agreed, and there was one important point they didn't say out loud. If they bought the canned fruit themselves, they would have to pay for it. But if the steel factory gave it as a New Year's gift, it would save them money. Gao Wenhua wanted this effect. She pointed to the large wooden board and said, "Please help me sign an intention letter for a New Year's gift." The workers quickly moved forward and signed their names. Just signing meant they could get to eat the canned fruit. Such a good deal. The wooden board was soon filled with signatures, one after another, with names appearing all over it. Soon, news spread that free canned food samples were available at the factory entrance. Just sign your name to get free cans, and during the new year, you might even receive fruit cans. Workers shared the news quickly, from one to many. The factory entrance became lively, with more and more people gathering. Director Zheng, resting at home, heard about this on the phone. His first thought was that Gao Wenhua had gone crazy. Offering free fruit cans for workers to try, could a businessperson really do such a thing? When Director Zheng arrived at the factory gate, he became very angry. As a major heavy industry factory in Beijing and a key national industrial site, Zheng was used to being treated with respect. Wherever he went, he was a well-known figure, always receiving courtesy. Now, Gao Wenhua was forcing him with a letter of intent from 10,000 people. Gao Wenhua and Director Zheng stared at each other for 3 seconds. Both seemed to be smiling, but only they knew how intense the underlying tension was. Lu Wanting, worried that Gao Wenhua might suffer, started to step forward but was stopped by a large hand. "It's Zhou Qing." Zhou Qing softly said, "The boss can handle this himself. Don't let her kindness go to waste." Lu Wanting listened and smiled again. In front of the factory workers, Gao Wenhua held up a wooden board and said, "Director Zheng, I was worried these cans wouldn't sell at your factory, but now I'm not. Look, the workers still like our fruit cans." Director Zheng approached kindly and said, "Let me see. If everyone likes them, we'll give out cans as a New Year gift." Once the letter of intent was announced, Gao Wenhua won. Under the cheers of the workers, Director Zheng happily agreed to produce 30,000 bottles of fruit cans. Lu Wanting excitedly grabbed Zhou Qing's sleeve, exclaiming, "Great. Our boss is so bold." Zhou Qing looked down at his sleeve, calmly pulling it back. In front of the factory workers, Director Zheng politely invited Gao Wenhua into his office. Same place, same spot. This time, Zheng kept his eyes fixed on Gao Wenhua, not sparing a glance for Lu Wanting. After a long moment, Zheng's smile faded as he said, "Boss Gao, what do you mean? Making such a big fuss at my factory gate. Are you trying to embarrass me?" In the morning, Director Zheng subtly hinted to Lu Wanting about the order, suggesting she should consider marrying his son. Later that evening, Gao Wenhua arrived with a worker intention letter, pressuring Director Zheng. Faced with pressure, Gao Wenhua always responds with revenge. Even if they are her own employees, she still seeks retribution. Because Boss Gao is very protective of her people. When Director Zheng questioned her, Gao Wenhua calmly replied, "Director Zheng, I don't mean anything bad. I just want to let you hear the workers' voices." Director Zheng snorted heavily. He hadn't felt this kind of pressure in a long time. He didn't expect that, after so many years, this feeling would come from a young woman in her 20s. Gao Wenhua stepped forward, showing a sincere expression, and said, "Director Zheng, I'm doing this for your good, for the steel factory's benefit." Suddenly, Director Zheng let out a cold laugh. He glanced at Gao Wenhua and asked, Oh really? I spent 86,400 yuan, and you say it's for my good? The total order was for 30,000 cans of fruit, costing over 80,000 yuan. Director Zheng clenched his teeth when he thought about it. He had initially planned to order only 1,000 bottles. Gao Wenyue made a big fuss about the intention letter, creating a tense atmosphere that pushed Director Zheng to sign a large order. Now, only a few people were left in the office. Director Zheng was no longer as kind as he appeared outside. Seeing Gao Wenyue still pretending to be innocent, he sneered. Boss Gao is still too young. Business isn't done like this. Forcing sales like this, you might make money, but not keep it, Director Zheng said coldly, looking at Gao Wenyue.
You.
Lu Wanting was furious. She was about to rush out and argue with Director Zheng. Gao Wenyue reached out to stop her. She lifted her eyelids and looked at Director Zheng across the table, saying, "It seems Director Zheng has taken a dislike to me?" Director Zheng forced a smile and said, "An old man over 50. What would I care about whether you young girl holds a grudge?" Though he said he didn't mind, his angry eyes betrayed his true feelings. Gao Wenyue sighed and said, "If I had known Director Zheng wouldn't appreciate it, I should have worked with Director Zheng. It's my fault for thinking Wanting could call you uncle. We should have partnered with an old acquaintance first." She looked regretful, making Director Zheng suspicious. When he heard Director Zheng, his mood suddenly became very agitated. What does this have to do with Deputy Factory Director Zheng? Do you still know Deputy Factory Director Zheng? The so-called Deputy Factory Director Zheng is the assistant director of the steel factory. In the morning, Lu Wanting was chatting with a former colleague and heard that the two factory directors, one main and one deputy, don't get along well. Director Zheng is getting older. In a few years, he will be ready to retire. Many older employees in state-owned companies are rehired after retirement, including former leaders. Director Zheng is considering re-employment, holding tightly to his power at the steel factory. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Zhang is middle-aged and eager to climb higher. Zhang has always been eyeing the director position, and there is deep conflict between them. Their rivalry is no secret in the steel factory. After learning about this, Gao Wenyue decided immediately to work with Deputy Director Zhang. However, they didn't reach an agreement, but that didn't stop Gao Wenyue from fooling Director Zheng. She half-truthfully said, "After leaving the steel factory this morning, we went to see Director Zhang. He is very interested in collaborating with our Gaocan goods. He said that ordering Gaocan goods is like supporting a charity fund. It's a good way to buy New Year gifts for the factory workers and help ordinary people. It's a win-win situation, and he's very happy about it." Gao Wenyue glanced at Director Zhang and said, "This letter of intent was drafted by me for Director Zhang. After the workers sign it, Director Zhang will come to sign the contract with me. Tomorrow, we will promote it in the People's Daily newspaper, which will boost the factory's image." Unintentionally or not, Gao Wenyue kept calling him Director Zhang, and those 3 words sounded very harsh to Director Zheng. He snorted coldly and said, "What factory image? It's all for his own reputation." In just a few seconds, Director Zheng thought a lot. He was sure Deputy Director Zhang was eager to get ahead, so he used the order form to cooperate with Gao Wenyue. Working with Gao Wenyue could not only do charity work and improve the factories and his own image, but also help him make a good impression on the Lu family. That was also why Director Zheng was initially willing to meet with Gao Wenyue. But when he saw Lu Wanting, he changed his mind again. Ultimately, he was just too greedy. Realizing this, Director Zheng was furious. He angrily said, "Shameless. Still want to advertise for self-promotion. It's just like a gossiping woman bragging about herself." Although he spoke angrily, there was a hint of envy in his words. When Lu Wanting heard this, she couldn't help but curl her lips. To her, even the swearing Director Zheng wasn't a good person. Lu Wanting realized she had been blind before. She used to think Director Zheng was a kind elder, but now, as a colleague, she saw his true, unpleasant side. Director Zheng clearly wanted to get publicity in the newspaper, but he didn't say so directly. At this moment, Gao Wenyue needed to step in. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Director Zheng, that's not right. Getting publicity in the newspaper isn't just for personal gain. It's for the honor of the steel factory, and it sets a good example. When your factory does something good and it gets promoted, more people will see it and want to contribute too. He emphasized this kind of announcement should be made loudly and widely. Director Zheng's eyes sparkled. With the new year approaching, if he could get his name in the People's Daily a few times, this spring festival would be even more meaningful. Thanks to Gao Wenyue's efforts, Director Zheng went from being very angry to calming down. In the end, he smiled and saw Gao Wenyue out. When the three of them left the steel factory, it was already late at night. Lu Wanting came out trembling and said, "Boss, I really admire you. You helped me get revenge." Gao Wenyue smiled and replied, "Of course. You're my person, and I won't let anyone bully you." Lu Wanting said, "It's just frustrating that he always acts so arrogant. I used to think he was a kind elder." Gao Wenyue explained, "That was in the past. Back then, you didn't have much contact with him, so you didn't see his true nature. But aside from that, he's very good at business because he cares about profit. He learned that making money depends on valuing profit. However, making money the right way is Gao Wenyue's principle." Lu Wanting nodded, seeming to understand, but not completely. She sighed and said, "It's a pity we have to promote him, so he benefits from it." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "Being friendly brings wealth. If he benefits, we make money too. Why not?" He continued, "When doing business, losing an enemy is a gain. If you can avoid offending people, do so. But we're not afraid of trouble. When oppressed, we must stand up and fight back."
Got it. Got it.
Zhou Qing and Lu Wanting said together. On a cold winter night, three people walk excitedly through the darkness. Occasionally, laughter echoes in the air, accompanied by wisps of white mist, which is their breath steaming as they talk. Gao Wenyue and Zhou Qing take Lu Wanting back to the office compound. At this time, Lu's house is still brightly lit. Huang Li and Lu Chang'e are waiting for Lu Wanting to return home. Gao Wenyue, looking apologetic, says, "Sorry, Uncle, Aunt Huang. We were delayed at the steel factory, so Wanting got back late." Huang Li quickly replies, "It's okay, it's okay. My husband and I can't sleep either. We're getting older and sleep less, so we sit in the living room talking and wait for Wanting." Gao Wenyue is now Lu Wanting's boss. She pays Lu Wanting 100 yuan a month, which is normal even if Lu Wanting works late into the night. After all, Gao Wenyue herself works overtime late at night. As a boss, she often stays late, so why shouldn't her employees do the same? Moreover, Gao Wenyue personally takes Lu Wanting home. She doesn't delay anything at Lu's house and quickly leaves with Zhou Qing. Before leaving, Gao Wenyue notices that the light in the neighboring house is still on. That is Lu Changhong's house. Zhou Qing looks back and feels silently that no success is easy. Gao Wenyue, busy with orders at the steel factory until late, and Lu Changhong, a high-ranking official, are both still working hard with their lights on. Back at the guest house, Gao Wenyue immediately picks up her pen and notebook to write. As her writing flows onto the pages, a news report about the Gao Foundation's donation appears. It praises the steel factory for supporting the foundation by ordering 30,000 bottles of fruit cans. The Gao Ken Food Company will donate 3,000 yuan as aid for the foundation. The next morning, Gao Wenyue gets up very early again. Having learned from the previous day, Zhou Qing also wakes up early. While having breakfast, Zhou Qing asks, "Boss, where are we going today?" This is Zhou Qing's daily question. He is Gao Wenyue's bodyguard, but he doesn't want to just do that job. He wants to know Gao Wenyue's schedule in advance, so he can prepare accordingly. Zhou Qing is also learning. He wants to become someone who can help Gao Wenyue, not just a bodyguard. Gao Wenyue replies, "Today we will first visit the People's Daily, and in the afternoon, we will go somewhere else. Brother Zhou, bring a can of fruit in the morning, and bring more in the afternoon." This was Gao Wenyue giving instructions to Zhou Qing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing quickly agreed. Last night, before leaving, Gao Wenyue specifically gave Lu Wanting a day off so she could stay at home and spend time with Huang Li and Lu Chang'e. Lu Wanting had been away from home for many months. After returning, she went out again for overtime work until midnight. Even if she didn't consider Huang Li and Lu Chang'e's feelings, Gao Wenyue would still let Lu Wanting rest for a day to be with her parents. So today, only Gao Wenyue and Zhou Qing went out together. Gao Wenyue first went to see Li Yu and handed him the article she wrote last night. Zhou Qing's eyes widened instantly. The incident had just happened last night, and now Gao Wenyue had already written about it. She returned to the guest house late at night. Li Yu excitedly took the article, knowing Gao Wenyue's good writing skills. He was looking forward to reading her report. However, the smile on Li Yu's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of deep disappointment, as if he felt greatly betrayed. Li Yu looked at Gao Wenyue and said, "Boss Gao, I'm afraid I can't publish this article." Gao Wenyue kept a smiling face and said, "Editor Li, don't rush to reject me. Can I tell you the reason I wrote this article?" In her report, Gao Wenyue mainly praised the steel factory and director Zheng for their strong support of the Gao Foundation. She used many words of praise.
Li Yu was confused.
Could such a flashy but superficial report really be written by Gao Wenyue? After all, she had previously written such good advertisements. Gao Wenyue explained, "Editor Li, that's the difference between a businessperson and a journalist. You are a reporter for the newspaper, and you can write an objective report. Your goal is to serve the public, without personal bias. But I am different. I am a businessperson. My goal is to make money. I want to earn from the steel factory, so I naturally follow their wishes, especially when." She paused and looked at Li Yu, then said, "I want to use this report to boost other orders and even create a wave of purchasing enthusiasm." Li Yu realized he had underestimated Gao Wenyue. She openly expressed her desire to make money. Her ambitions were clearly displayed for everyone to see. She never hid her purpose. Sincerity is always the strongest weapon. Li Yu opened his mouth but suddenly didn't know what to say. Gao Wenyue cares about money, doesn't she? Of course she does. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep coming to Beijing to discuss orders. Ultimately, it's all about making money. But while earning money, Gao Wenyue also gives back to society. She has donated a lot of money to impoverished people. To this day, the Gao Foundation has donated over 10,000 yuan in total. Gao Wenyue continued, "Editor Li, you have your principles and persistence. But I don't. As long as I can make money, I am willing to write this report. Please consider the donations and the help needed by the common people behind it and help us publish the story." Gao Wenyue lowered her stance, knowing that if she truly insisted on publishing the report, even Li Yu would have no choice but to agree. After all, People's Daily had received positive feedback because of the series of reports on the Gao Foundation. It was a win-win situation. If Gao Wenyue insisted on publishing, even if Li Yu was unhappy, he would have to publish it. Li Yu understood this well. At that moment, Li Yu felt a mix of feelings. He disliked the idea of flattery, but Gao Wenyue's sincerity touched him. It was a sign of respect. If Gao Wenyue didn't respect Li Yu, she could have asked him to write a flattering report instead of doing it herself and trying to persuade him. Li Yu suddenly remembered something their boss often told him. "Li Yu, you are too honest. That's a rare quality for a journalist. But you need to learn to be flexible. The world isn't just black and white. There's gray area too." Li Yu thought Gao Wenyue was that gray area. Zhou Qing saw Li Yu hesitating. From their earlier conversation, he could roughly guess the situation. Soon, Zhou Qing said, "Editor Li, our boss only feels uncomfortable about writing this report." Li Yu was surprised and asked, "Where does that come from?" Zhou Qing glanced at Gao Wenyue. Seeing she didn't stop him, he explained what happened yesterday at the steel plant. Li Yu looked at Gao Wenyue in surprise. Business people are adaptable. After suffering such pressure, she still sincerely praised Director Zheng. Gao Wenyue smiled faintly and said, "It's just a small matter. He earned his reputation, and I earned money. Most importantly, we also received a donation of 3,000 yuan from this. Isn't that something you, Editor Li, would be happy to see?" Li Yu suddenly smiled and said, "Boss Gao, I will help you publish this report." "And it was published under my own name," he silently added in his heart. Gao Wenyue nodded with satisfaction. She had not mistaken Li Yu. Although he had a strong scholarly aura, he pursued a simple life free from fame and profit. But he cared about the common people. For their benefit, he was willing to slightly change his principles. Ultimately, he was not overly stubborn. After the issue was resolved, Gao Wenyue said, Editor Li, what are your plans for the next report on the Gao Foundation? Hearing this, Li Yu immediately straightened his posture and said confidently, Boss Gao, I was just about to bring this up. Publishing reports that show donation amounts can attract attention, but over time, readers might get bored, especially if... Li looked down at the report in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then continued, especially with reports like this. Once published, they can easily cause readers to lose interest. Gao Wenyue nodded and said, I understand. I have a suggestion. You can see if it's feasible? Recently, Liu had been worried about this. He wanted to continue the series of reports on the Gao Foundation because they could truly help many people. But he didn't have a good idea yet. How could he keep the report's popularity going? When Liu heard Gao Wenyue had an idea, he immediately said, Go ahead. Gao Wenyue explained, Our foundation mainly helps people through donations, but currently, the aid is limited to border regions, and it's based on our own selection. In reality, donations come from all over the country, and the aid should reach people everywhere, not just those in border areas. There are many people in need across China. People have always thought of border areas as poor, but China is so big, especially in this era, there are poor people everywhere. Gao Wenyue's foundation isn't just helping border residents. She earns money outside and spends it helping those in border areas. That's understandable. After all, Gao Wenyue sells specialty products from Xinjiang. But now, Gao Wenyue clearly states that her goal is to help all the people in China. That is her original intention. Liu was excited and said, You. Gao Wenyue smiled and said, Although I'm full of greed for money, I also want to do my small part to help the people nationwide. At this moment, Liu was deeply impressed by Gao Wenyue. When I first saw Gao Wenyue, I only thought she was very beautiful. Now I realize I judged her by her appearance back then. Gao Wenyue said, Editor Li, you can gather stories for the Foundation series by inviting ordinary people to write applications, regardless of their location. Having these applications will also give you material for your stories. Liu suddenly understood and patted his forehead, exclaiming, Why didn't I think of that? Gao Wenyue reminded him, Editor Li, in your reports, you should mention that the application forms you submit will be written about anonymously. This way, people will understand, and it will also protect the privacy of the applicants. Liu quickly agreed, Yes. His 3 quick affirmations showed how pleased he was. Liu was very happy with this suggestion. He could already imagine how lively the people's daily would be once this news spread, and how eager the public would be to participate. Gao Wenyue smiled knowingly and said, It seems this idea has been accepted by Editor Li. Liu replied with a smile, Of course, such a good idea shouldn't be ignored. Before leaving, Gao Wenyue added, There are more ways to promote than just print media. You can also use TV or radio to spread the message. After all, in this era, only a few people can read. Most of those who truly need help are poor common folks who often don't even have the chance to learn to read and write. Just being able to read and write can be the first big step for many. Radio and TV are different. They can reach even those who can't read just through listening. Liu's eyes suddenly lit up, and countless ideas for promotion flashed through his mind. Gao Wenyue returned to the tea house. Today, the storyteller was talking about economic reforms. The new year was approaching, and new policies had been introduced to boost economic development. The storyteller was explaining these new economic systems on stage. The crowd below listened passionately. The better the policies, the more opportunities there seemed to be. Gao Wenyue tapped her fingers and listened for a while. She looked around but still didn't see Lu Chonghong. Zhou Qing whispered, Boss, it seems Mr. Lu isn't here. Gao Wenyue also wanted to find a way to connect with Lu Chonghong. She was just here at the tea house hoping for a bit of luck. Since she didn't find him, she quickly left. Unbeknownst to her, just as Gao Wenyue left, Lu Chonghong entered the tea house. As Gao Wenyue guessed, Lu Chonghong was indeed the behind-the-scenes person running the tea house. This tea house is backed by a state-owned enterprise, and the person in charge behind it is a government official who collects and spreads information. Recently, Lu Chonghong often visits the tea house, using it to share economic news about reform and opening up. Lu quickly learned that Gao Wenyue had just left the tea house. Her behavior there left a deep impression on many, including the storyteller and the owner, who naturally reported this to Lu. Lu paused while drinking tea, realizing Gao was coming to see him.
He believed they would meet again soon.
Remembering that Gao Wenyue was Lu Wanting's boss, he said, "Don't worry about her. Next time she comes, charge her tea money to my account." After leaving the tea house, Gao Wenyue first called Lu Xiongye, who was far away on the border. Lu said, "Wife, don't worry, leave this to me to handle." Then Gao Wenyue took Zhou Qing to the first military-style rest station in Chaoyang district. This was a top-tier military rest station, known for its excellent medical and living services. People living there were mostly retired personnel from the military and government agencies, a great honor for the older generation after a lifetime of hard work. Zhou Qing looked at the station in awe. If he hadn't been discharged due to injury, he would also have lived there in his old age. Gao Wenyue softly said, "Brother Zhou, even if we can't live in the rest station, we can buy a big house with our money." Staying close to Gao Wenyue, she could help everyone make big money and eventually live in a large house. The guards at the rest station checked Gao Wenyue and Zhou Qing's introduction letters and then let them in. Recently, they received a call. The call was from Lu Xiongye, who called Commander Jiang to help Gao Wenyue smoothly enter the rest station. Far away on the border, Commander Jiang was pacing in his office, angry. He kept shouting, "Are you my nanny? Your wife wants to go to the rest station, and you want me to call and smooth things over? Why come to me with this?" Lu Xiongye kept silent, knowing his leader was straightforward and sometimes nagging after work. When Lu received Gao Wenyue's call, he immediately agreed, confident that Commander Jiang would make this call. As expected, Commander Jiang immediately made a phone call after hearing the news. The head of the Chaoyang District Leisure Office, who is also a military leader, has connections with other military units. It was easy to get a military wife into the leisure office to promote products with just a phone call. However, Commander Jiang kept complaining afterward. He thought Gao Wenyue was incredible. She actually set her sights on the leisure office. Could ordinary people even think of doing that? Most people sell things on the street, and some are even too shy to shout about their products openly. But Gao Wenyue was different. She, as a military wife, wanted to go to the leisure office to sell things. Lu Xiongye stood silently beside them. He was used to this situation and knew he just needed to stay quiet. Commander Jiang talked for a while, but got no response. He snorted and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Commissioner Wang quickly said, "What do you want him to say?" "Old Jiang, I think I should be the one in charge. You're just a top officer in a military unit, and you're still fussing like a girl?" Jiang's eyes widened immediately. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Commissioner Wang. Wang continued, "Look, you've already made the call. Why are you still nagging? Gao Wenyue is just doing business. Didn't we agree to support her? We have so many military wives working in our family compound. What's wrong with you helping her make connections?" He added, "And don't forget, there's Zhou Qing over there. You don't know who Zhou Qing is? He's a soldier who was injured and discharged from our military. If you don't help him, who will?" A series of accusations made Commander Jiang blush with embarrassment. He quickly retorted, "We already discussed this. Now you're acting like a good person? Why didn't you say anything just now? Her office leader is a former classmate of yours, isn't he? Not mine." "Humph. So, what if I ask for help? What's wrong with that? Can I say a word?"
"Of course I can say something."
Lu Xiongye didn't say much either, did he? Amidst the argument between Commander Jiang and Commissioner Wang, Lu Xiongye quietly left the office. The Spring Festival was approaching, and red lanterns hung everywhere. The festive atmosphere spread to the military units. Even the two senior leaders were affected and started joking around. Lu Xiongye walked down the corridor, thinking to himself. There were only 8 days left until the new year, and his wife would be coming back soon. After Gao Wenyue and Zhou Qing entered the retirement home, a management staff member greeted them. "My name is Yuan Jing. I am in charge of the living services department here. I mainly handle daily life services for the residents. Today, I will be your host, she said with a smile. Yuan Jing is herself a military family member. She was recently assigned this task on short notice to welcome the two visitors. One of the visitors is a military spouse, and the other is a retired soldier. Gao Wenhua smiled and said, "Comrade Yuan, thank you for your help." Thanks to Gao Wenhua's introduction, Yuan Jing learned that the two visitors were here to promote Gao's canned food. Everyone in Beijing knows about Gao's canned food. Today, Gao's canned food is closely associated with the border region. When people think of the border, they think of Gao's canned food. At the retirement home, the elderly staff often discuss current politics. Recently, they have been talking a lot about Gao's canned food. Yuan Jing didn't expect that Gao Wenhua was actually the legendary boss Gao. Gao Wenhua noticed that Yuan Jing's gaze changed when she looked at her. Yuan Jing also realized her eyes were too eager. She blushed and explained shyly, "Sorry, I got too excited. I never thought I would meet Boss Gao in person today." Although Gao's company is becoming more famous and more people are interested in Boss Gao, Gao Wenhua usually only reveals her surname and never her full name. This is her way of protecting herself. Gao Wenhua said casually, "It's okay. It's my honor to be looked at by such a beautiful person like you." Gao Wenhua just discovered that the environment of the retirement home is very good, with complete facilities. It's truly a top-notch place for elderly living. This also shows that the residents are all remarkable people. She said, "I'm just here to promote our new product, not to sell it to everyone." Yuan Jing breathed a small sigh of relief. She was really worried Gao Wenhua would say she was here to sell something. Since the retirement home is for retired leaders, letting salespeople in to sell things would seem like they're making money off the elders. That wouldn't sound good. Wise as Gao Wenhua, she naturally thought of this too. She took the opportunity to ask, "Can we take a few photos later?" For the cover of People's Daily. Yuan Jing's eyes lit up. She excitedly said, "Of course." She couldn't ask for more. Yuan Jing thought to herself. Then, Gao Wenhua and Zhou Qing arrived at the busiest part of the rest area. Under the pavilion, in the chess area, it was crowded with elderly people. Small groups gathered around tables, some playing chess, others watching, creating a lively scene. "Hey, old Lu, you're probably going to lose," someone said. "Humph, not until the last move. You can't be sure who will win or lose yet. You're just stubborn. You're already at a dead end, but you might still turn things around." The argument immediately drew everyone's attention, and people started walking toward the chess table. Suddenly, the pavilion became very quiet. Everyone was thinking about the game in front of them. It was a hopeless position, with no chance of winning. "TSK, TSK, TSK, old Lu, just admit defeat," the player in charge of the game said proudly. The elderly man named Lu frowned and refused to give up, still thinking hard about how to escape the situation. The player in charge of the game felt proud and said arrogantly, "Can anyone solve my chess problem? If someone can figure it out today, I will treat them to breakfast for a month." People dared to be confident because they had the skills to back it up. The crowd in the pavilion didn't speak because they couldn't solve the puzzle. At that moment, a voice came from the back of the crowd. "I can." As the voice sounded, everyone turned to look. They saw Gao Wenhua standing there, lively and bright. Everyone burst into laughter. Someone teased, "Little girl, do you know how to play chess?" Just shouting here. "Go on, go eat some candy." Lu Guohua was instantly disappointed, having just hoped for a moment of success. Gao Wenhua looked serious and said, "I really can. Grandpas, please give me a chance to try." At first, Gao Wenhua didn't see the whole chessboard clearly, but luckily her good eyesight helped her understand the situation. She believed she could turn the game around from this hopeless position. Everyone suddenly stopped laughing. They were confused about this young girl, who suddenly appeared. Someone asked Yuan Jing, "Little Yuan, where did this young lady come from?" They didn't know Gao Wenhua, but they knew Yuan Jing. The two stood together, clearly familiar. Yuan Jing smiled and explained, "Elder leaders, this is Boss Gao. She's here today to promote our company's new product, Gao's canned goods." At that moment, it felt like time had stopped. Everyone in the pavilion was stunned, staring in surprise. Among these people, some are outstanding soldiers from the military district, while others are high-ranking officials in government agencies. These elders have lived most of their lives, and they never expected to see the day when they would be mistaken. The old man who initially told Gao Wanyue to go eat candy shook his head and sighed, saying, "Perhaps I was wrong. As I grow old, I realize I judged by appearances too easily." This statement expressed everyone's feelings, and they all agreed. At the same time, everyone was surprised to see that the well-praised boss Gao was actually a young girl. Among these people, only Lu Guohua remained calm, showing no surprise on his face. "Didn't you say you wanted to try? Why not come over?" A voice rang out from the crowd, reminding everyone that there was still a game in progress. The old man opposite Lu Guohua asked in surprise, "Old Lu, are you really going to let her try?" People who knew Lu Guohua well understood that he was particular about how he played chess. No interruptions, no talking, no switching players midway, and so on. Because Lu Guohua had strict rules for playing, everyone was surprised when he agreed to let Gao Wanyue have a try. In everyone's eyes, Gao Wanyue's identity was just a little surprising. After all, there are always people better than others and mountains beyond mountains. People had read about Gao Wanyue's abilities in the newspapers. They didn't know Gao Wanyue well, so their surprise was brief. What truly amazed them was Lu Guohua's attitude. Then, after thinking for a moment, they understood what was going on. Someone chuckled and said, "Comrade Gao, please." Everyone moved aside voluntarily, making way for Gao Wanyue. She walked confidently toward the front. Her calm and modest attitude instantly earned everyone's admiration. They all thought that this was how the founder of the Gao Foundation should act. The people in the crowd nodded secretly, showing their appreciation for Gao Wanyue. In this world, there are many wealthy and talented entrepreneurs, but Boss Gao is memorable because she founded the Gao Foundation. Her vision is different from other entrepreneurs. When Gao Wanyue approached, Lu Guohua, who had been sitting, suddenly widened his eyes.
Clack. A chess piece fell to the ground.
It was the black piece in Lu Guohua's hand. "Old Lu, how did you drop your piece?" Everyone asked in confusion. Only Gao Wanyue could see that the old man was surprised. In his eagle-like eyes, there was a sense of age and experience, but at this moment his black and white eyes were full of shock. Gao Wanyue's eyebrows slightly furrowed. She was quite sure she did not know the old man in front of her. She asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" Lu Guohua finally came back to himself. Just a moment ago, he thought he had mistaken someone. He thought to himself, he really was getting old, his eyesight was failing, and he was starting to mistake people. Seeing Gao Wanyue still waiting for his answer, Lu Guohua stood up and said, "It's nothing.
You can go now."
Gao Wanyue suppressed her curiosity and sat down on the stone bench in front of her. Then, an intense game officially began. Everyone gathered around to watch this match between an old man and a young girl. Time passed second by second, and everyone was surprised to see the white pieces on the chessboard decreasing. Gao Wanyue always appeared calm and composed. In contrast, the old man across from her frowned in deep thought. A tense atmosphere surrounded the two, and the onlookers behind them couldn't help but sweat nervously. The outcome depended on this critical moment. "Old man, stop playing. Didn't we agree to go home today?" Dong Chueying kept nagging as she appeared in the pavilion.
Sure.
Everyone immediately signaled her to be quiet. Realizing this, Dong Chueying quickly closed her mouth. The old man Dong Chueying was referring to as Lu Guohua. Because Lu Guohua loved playing chess, Dong Chueying also knew a little about it. She leaned forward and looked at the game, which was at a crucial point of battle. At this moment, it was Gao Wanyue's turn to place a piece. She looked up at the old man opposite her. As she placed her black piece, Gao Wanyue modestly said, "Old sir, I concede." The man's eyes widened. He had lost.
Ha ha ha.
A burst of laughter came from the pavilion. Everyone clapped and cheered. Excellent chess skills. It's been a long time since I saw such an exciting match. Young comrade, you shouldn't be underestimated. I didn't expect someone so young to have such skill. Comrade Gao's chess skills are indeed impressive. This game was really thrilling to watch. Everyone began praising Gao Wanyue. Su Chueying couldn't help but praise as well. This young comrade's chess skills are really superb. When will our rest home have someone like her? Someone laughed and said, Chuang, this young comrade is actually Mr. Gao from Gao Kin Food. That person winked at Dong Chuang with a very obvious hint in his eyes. Dong Chuang suddenly became very excited. She reached out and held Gao Wenyue's hands, asking, Are you Boss Gao? Gao Wenyue looked suspiciously and nodded. Even though no one said anything, Gao Wenyue could guess that the others weren't surprised by her identity. There must be other things she didn't know. Soon, Gao Wenyue understood why Dong Chuang was so excited and why Lu Guohua looked so surprised. Dong Chuang smiled warmly and said, My name is Dong Chuang. This old man is Lu Guohua. We are Wanting's grandparents. At that moment, Gao Wenyue suddenly realized everything. It turned out they were Wanting's elders. No wonder everyone looked at Gao Wenyue that way before. The elders from the retirement home all knew that Lu's only granddaughter had quit her job at the municipal guest house and was working alone in the border area. The company she joined was Gao Wenyue's Gao Foundation. Lu Guohua and Dong Chuang looked at Gao Wenyue with kind smiles. Such a capable boss, and Wanting's good judgment. Gao Wenyue smiled brightly at the two elders. After some polite chatting, she reminded everyone of her purpose. She looked at the crowd and said, Hello, grandparents. Today I am here to promote Gao's new canned products. Please try our new products. Before she finished speaking, Dong Chuang quickly said, Try, everyone, try some. Gao Wenyue couldn't help but smile. With Dong Chuang's enthusiastic help, the promotion went very well. The elders from the retirement home cooperated by taking photos, and many even said they wanted to buy the new fruit canned products. This apple canned fruit is so delicious, I want 2 bottles. The orange canned fruit is tasty. I want 5 bottles to take home for my great-grandchildren. The hawthorn canned fruit is good. It helps with digestion and boosts the stomach. That's right, I just ate 2 pieces of hawthorn canned fruit. Now I feel like having dinner. Yuan Jing, standing nearby, remembered this comment. Faced with everyone's enthusiastic purchases, Gao Wenyue smiled and said, Grandparents, I told you earlier, today is just for promotion, not selling anything. The elders, who were discussing excitedly, stopped and looked at each other, unsure whether Gao Wenyue's words were sincere or just polite. Sometimes, when someone speaks, people can't tell if they're being honest or just being courteous. Seeing this, Gao Wenyue took it very seriously and said, I really am not here to sell things. I don't want to make money from you all. These elderly people have dedicated their lives to the country and the people. Gao Wenyue did not want to take their money, even though they are not short of money. Everyone else had no choice but to accept. After everyone left, Gao Wenyue approached Yuan Jing and said, Comrade Yuan, later we will send over 100 cans of food. Please help me distribute them for everyone to enjoy as dessert after the meal. Yuan Jing was immediately stunned, realizing that Gao Wenyue truly meant to give away the items, not sell them. She quickly said, That's too kind. We can. She was about to suggest buying them herself, but Gao Wenyue interrupted her. Gao Wenyue said, Without them, we wouldn't have our peaceful times now. Giving a little food is nothing. It's my pleasure that they like our fruit cans. What Gao Wenyue didn't know was that her kind act strengthened Yuan Jing's resolve even more. When Lu Changhong went to pick up someone from the retirement home, he saw a person standing beside his parents. Xiao Gao. Lu Changhong called out in surprise. Even though Lu Changhong was sure he and Gao Wenyue would meet again soon, he was still shocked to see her now, especially here at the retirement home. Many thoughts raced through Lu Changhong's mind. Was she willing to do anything to achieve her goals? Gao Wenyue smiled and nodded, saying, Uncle Lu, it's me. Lu Guohua saw Lu Changhong and immediately looked unhappy. He had been watching Lu Changhong in the government compound and wasn't in a good mood, which is why he and Dong Chuang moved to live at the retirement home. Wenyue, come with me, Lu Guohua said, turning to call Gao Wenyue, who had just been invited to his home as a guest. Gao Wenyue nodded slightly to Lu Changhong and then followed Lu Guohua away. Dong Chuang quickly stepped forward, took Lu Changhong's hand, and said, Don't mind your father. He's like that. Why is he free to come today? Lu Guohua was upset about Lu Changhong's refusal to get married. He was annoyed whenever he saw Lu Changhong in the government compound, so he simply stopped paying attention and moved to the retirement home. At the retirement home, the elderly residents were about the same age and had similar life experiences. They talked happily every day. Since Lu Guohua moved to the retirement home, his spirits improved. Dong Chuiying also decided to move there herself. After all, since Lu Wanting resigned and went to work in the frontier, their family had become very quiet. Other families in the government compound were either busy working or taking care of their children. Only the Lu family, with few members, Lu Guohua and Dong Chuiying, have nowhere to stay busy. Their children are all very busy and spend their days at home with no hope for the future. Lu Changhong carefully looked at his mother and said with a smile, "Mom, you look much better now." He then turned to glance at Lu Guohua's back and added, "Dad is also full of energy." At the retirement home, Lu Guohua has old friends to chat with and chess buddies to play with, while Dong Chuiying has friends to gossip with and a small group to exercise with. Both of them have things to do, so they naturally feel happier. Dong Chuiying smiled and said, "It's really good. Since we moved here, there's always something to do every day. Life feels full." However, at first, Dong Chuiying didn't want to move to the retirement home because she was worried about what others might say. She thought that she and Lu Guohua were not without children. They had a son, a daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, and they also had a house assigned in the government compound. In the end, when they were old, they had to go to the retirement home to live. How would others see them? What would their children say? Lu Changhong and Lu Changyi, the two brothers, both work in government offices. No one understands better than Dong Chuiying how important reputation is. Moreover, Huang Li, who works at the General Trade Union, often visits and comforts retired officials. But in the end, her father-in-law and mother-in-law moved to the retirement home, which could harm her reputation. Dong Chuiying thought a lot. She kept trying to stop Lu Guohua's idea, but later, her eldest son persuaded her to move to the retirement home. In Lu Changhong's view, as long as it's good for his parents, it's okay to do it. Given the current situation, the three adults in the Lu family are very busy with work. They cannot always be with the elderly, and the younger generation, like Lu Wanting, isn't at home either. Living in the retirement home actually has more advantages than disadvantages. As for reputation, some people will say good things, others will say bad things. Lu Changhong smiled when he heard this. As long as his parents are getting better, he feels a little more at ease. He felt guilty for not taking better care of his parents and sighed softly in his heart. Dong Chuiying smiled and said, "We're doing well here. You don't need to worry. But you, with such cold weather, why are you dressed so lightly?" In the eyes of parents, no matter how old their children are, they are still their children, children who need care and concern. Dong Chuiying nagged for a long time before she remembered the main point and asked, "Changhong, my husband and I are living here comfortably. Why do you want to bring us back? There's no one at home either." Dong Chuiying swallowed the last words, realizing that saying them might make Lu Changhong uncomfortable, so she chose not to speak and just kept quiet. Lu Changhong chuckled softly and said, "Wanting to bring you back for the new year, Wanting has returned. There are only 8 days until the new year. Some people at the retirement home have already gone home one after another. These elderly folks, some truly have no children, while others, like Lu Guohua and Dong Chuiying, have busy children and prefer to stay at the retirement home where it's lively. They all share the same idea. They can stay at the retirement home normally, but for the new year, they want to go home because it's the most important holiday of the year." Yesterday, Huang Li already thought about bringing the two elders back from the retirement home, but Lu Changhong stopped her. He said Lu Wanting was just back in Beijing and would be busy, so she should wait until she finished her work before bringing the elders home. But delaying just one day makes a big difference. Today, Lu Guohua and Dong Chuiying have their granddaughter with them. If they had gone home yesterday, they might have felt lonely again, missing their previous life at home. Lu Changhong is usually very thoughtful. Sure enough, when Dong Chuiying heard that her granddaughter was coming home, she immediately became very happy, her smile growing wider. "Child, why didn't you tell me earlier?" I just saw when you with a young man, and thought One Ting was still on the frontier. Dong Chueying quietly scolded. Just now, Dong Chueying wanted to ask Gao Wenyu about something, but she was busy helping promote a new product and forgot to ask. If your dad knew One Ting was back, he might not be mad at you anymore, Dong Chueying added. Lu Changhong looked at Dong Chueying but didn't speak. His eyes said everything. Dong Chueying instantly understood and stomped her foot in anger, shouting, "That old man. He didn't tell me." Lu Guohua had already guessed that Lu Wanning was back, so he ran so quickly. Gao Wenyu returned to the government compound, this time going to Lu Changhong's house. Lu Changhong said, "You all rest at home first. I'll go next door to tidy up." The government compound has 4 houses in a row. The Lu family lives in 3 of them. However, Lu Changyi and Huang Li live in the house on the left, and Lu Changhong lives in the middle. There is also a household in the middle, where a government official's minister lives. To the right is Lu Guohua and Dong Chueying's home. This layout shows Lu family status. Not everyone can be assigned 3 houses in the government compound, especially since these houses are well located with good lighting, forming a row of 3. Lu Guohua and Dong Chueying have been living in a retirement home for several months. Their house has become dusty, which is why Lu Changhong suggested they go next door to clean. Because Lu Guohua definitely does not want to live with Lu Changhong. Gao Wenyu quickly rolled up her sleeves and said, "Let's clean together. More people, work goes faster." Dong Chueying hurriedly said, No, you can't let a guest do the work." Gao Wenyu smiled and said, "Grandma Dong, it's just some cleaning. Besides, I plan to stay for dinner tonight at your place." Dong Chueying playfully said, "What do you mean stay for dinner?" "Stay and eat with us. Grandma will make something delicious. I tell you, my cooking skills are excellent. Everyone in the big yard says so." Gao Wenyu raised an eyebrow and said, "All right then, I'll do the work, and you'll serve dinner tonight." They stood at the gate of the yard, talking and laughing, which made Lu Guohua momentarily stunned. Lu Changhong asked confusedly, "Dad, what's wrong?" Lu Guohua muttered, "Don't you think, they. Halfway through, Lu Guohua turned around and saw Lu Changhong talking to him. Humph. Lu Guohua snorted loudly and turned away, leaving Lu Changhong to touch his nose in confusion. Then everyone started cleaning. With Zhou Qing and Lu Changhong, 2 strong men, helping, the cleaning was finished quickly. During the cleaning, many people came to watch. Someone said, "Hey, old Lu and old Dong are back?" Dong Chueying smiled and said, "Yes, we're back. It's almost New Year, and my granddaughter has returned. Changhong went to the retirement home to pick us up for the New Year." Someone else said, "This district chief Lu is so filial, he even came to pick you up himself." Next to them, Lu Guohua snorted and said, "What kind of filial piety is that? It's only natural for a son to bring his father home." That person shook his head and said, "My brother Lu, it's not that simple. Look at old Li, from that family. No one has gone to pick him up yet. Furthermore, your family's deputy director Lu is very busy with work. Every night, his house is brightly lit, probably because he is working late to finish his tasks so he can spend a day with you at home." No one dislikes hearing kind words, not even Lu Guohua. In earlier years, Lu Guohua was not like this. In recent years, his temper has become more childish. Dong Chueying tugged at Lu Guohua's sleeve, signaling him to look toward Old Man Li's house. Everyone in the government compound knows Old Man Li's sad story. He lost his wife in middle age and is left with only a son. Old Man Li did not remarry. He focused on raising his son. Eventually, the young son grew up, married, and had children. However, the house could no longer accommodate an elderly person. People tend to compare, and with comparison comes a sense of difference and satisfaction. Lu Guohua stood silently. His children are busy, but they're still respectful and caring. Gao Wenyu spoke at the right moment. "Grandpa Lu, I left Aunt Huang's house last night around midnight. Uncle Lu was still working at his desk then, probably trying to find time to spend with you and Grandma Dong." Among the 36 strategies, the feigned madness tactic is most effective for parents. Sure enough, after that, Lu Guohua's attitude toward Lu Changhong improved a lot. After the big cleaning, Dong Chueying started busying herself in the kitchen. Wenyue, go play now. You're not needed here. Dong Chueying pushed Gao Wenyue out. Gao Wenyue stood at the kitchen door, quietly watching Dong Chueying busy inside. This scene reminded Gao Wenyue of Li Sufeng, who was also like this at the Lu family. But at the Gao family it was different. Zhao Hong only hid in the living room with Gao Hongyan, eating sunflower seeds, while Gao Wenyue was often alone in the kitchen working. Gao Wenyue's lips curled into a smile. Now, she has gained many sincere friends. Just then, Lu Changhong approached and said, "Little Gao, come with me for a moment." Gao Wenyue was not surprised at all. She simply nodded slightly. Behind her, Lu Wanting saw this and followed. Lu Changhong turned back and said, "Wanting, stay in the living room and keep your grandfather company." Lu Changhong had something to discuss with Gao Wenyue, so he took his people directly into the study. His study was filled with many books, with several shelves and books everywhere, which suited his personality perfectly. "Sit." Lu Changhong pointed to the desk in front of him. Gao Wenyue walked straight toward the chair and asked directly, "Uncle Lu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Changhong raised an eyebrow and smiled quietly, watching Gao Wenyue without speaking. Gao Wenyue also looked at Lu Changhong, noticing that his eyes were full of curiosity. After a long pause, Lu Changhong finally spoke. "I thought you had something to tell me. It seems I was wrong, so it's nothing. You can go play with Wanting." Gao Wenyue was surprised, then smiled helplessly. She wanted to talk about the tea house, and she guessed that Lu Changhong was also thinking about that. After all, Gao's canned food needs the tea house for promotion, and the tea house also needs new advertising information. Last time, the storyteller talked about economic reforms, and yesterday, they mentioned new economic policies. This shows that the tea house's recent focus is on the economy. Since it's related to the economy, it naturally involves Gao's company, which was established after the reform opening. Basically, Gao needs the tea house's help, and the tea house needs Gao's company to promote itself. Just now, Gao Wenyue guessed Lu Changhong's goal and quickly wanted to control the situation, hoping he would take the lead. When two people share the same goal, whoever speaks first can gain the advantage. Gao Wenyue wanted to be the one with the advantage, but unfortunately, Lu Changhong didn't let her. At that moment, Gao Wenyue secretly regretted. Her reaction was instinctive, but she underestimated Lu Changhong's personality. After all, he is a person of high status and power, so it's natural for her to lower herself a bit. Soon, Gao Wenyue put on a smile and said, "Uncle Lu, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Changhong raised an eyebrow and said, "Go ahead." The two quickly started talking in the study, and they soon reached an agreement. Lu Changhong agreed to Gao Wenyue's request. Over the next 8 days, the storyteller at the tea house would talk about the people's daily articles on Gao's foundation, which would promote Gao's canned food sales. Lu Changhong quickly accepted this. Gao Wenyue then said, "Uncle Lu, I also want to sell fruit canned food at the tea house. I can discuss the price." "That's impossible." Lu Changhong directly rejected her. Gao Wenyue didn't give up. She smiled and said, "Don't rush to refuse. Can I explain my reasons first?" Lu Changhong helplessly said, "I guess you will say, when the tea house promotes the new economic policy, it should start with itself. Inside the tea house, changes should be made to respond to the new policy and introduce new products." Gao Wenyue's eyes flashed with surprise, which was exactly what she was about to say. Lu Changhong is very clever. He guessed Gao Wenyue's thoughts perfectly. Lu Changhong said, "Xiao Gao, your idea makes some sense, but the tea house is different. At least, that tea house is not like others. Profit has never been its main goal. This tea house has a history of over 100 years. During the war, it was the largest intelligence network within the organization. Its structure cannot be broken just by a family business." Gao Wenyue was not surprised. If Lu Changhong was so easily convinced, then the tea house wouldn't be a real tea house. The flow of people and spending power in the tea house are among the best in Beijing. Many people are interested in it. But based on its current operation, no one has ever succeeded in taking it over. Gao Wenyue understands the importance of taking things step by step. She also kept Lu Chonghong's words in her mind. Gao Wenyu said, "Uncle Lu, I will remember what you said." Lu Chonghong nodded with satisfaction. He still admired young people like Gao Wenyu. To him, they are the hope for the country's future. When Gao Wenyu returned to the living room, she heard someone chatting at the kitchen door. Specifically, it was Dong Chueying talking while cooking, and the person chatting was the neighbor from that afternoon. "Old Dong. Who is that fair-skinned girl with red lips? I saw her visiting your second house a lot lately. Chairman Lu said she's a relative of yours." Dong Chueying paused her vegetable picking and said without hesitation, "Old Da was right. She's a young relative of ours, family." Despite only one meeting, Dong Chueying already liked Gao Wenyu. That young comrade is smart and capable. Dong Chueying could tell that Lu Guohua and Lu Chonghong's relationship was easing. The key to this was Gao Wenyue's mediation. The young girl has a kind heart, and Dong Chueying likes Gao Wenyu very much. Most importantly, Gao Wenyu is Lu Wanting's boss, which made that liking even stronger. "Oh, has she already found someone? You know, I have a nephew." Dong Chueying quickly said, "She's already married. Don't go matchmaking her." During her time at the retirement home, Gao Wenyu clearly introduced herself as a military spouse. Thinking that Gao Wenyu was already married, Dong Chueying thought of her own granddaughter, Lu Wanting, who is still single. She felt very disappointed. Seeing Dong Chueying lost in thought, she decided to focus on Lu Wanting. "Old Dong, your Wanting isn't seeing anyone yet? She's grown up, she can start dating."
Look.
Dong Chueying didn't like this. Her good neighbor, whose son had a good job as a minister, had no relatives with strong backgrounds in her family. That nephew wasn't a good match for Lu Wanting, let alone Gao Wenyu. "Grandma Dong, Uncle Lu asked me to see you when dinner is ready," Gao Wenyu called out loudly from outside. Dong Chueying was just thinking about how to refuse this neighbor, but Gao Wenyu appeared just at the right moment. She quickly said, "It's the last dish, almost ready. Lao Xia, stay and eat a bit, we can chat more." "No, I have something to do, I'll go now," the person replied and left. After he left, Dong Chueying smiled and said, "Wenyu, thank you." Gao Wenyu smiled slightly and shook her head to show it was nothing. That evening, Dong Chueying prepared a rich dinner. When Lu Chongyu returned, he brought a roast duck and some rolled pancakes. When they finally sat down at the table, Gao Wenyu realized that the entire Lu family was gathered together, except for her, an outsider. On the way back from the retirement home that morning, Gao Wenyu had asked Zhou Qing to send the film to Li Yu. Lu Guohua was very happy tonight. It was the most complete gathering of the Lu family in the past 6 months, especially because he met a friend from an older generation. "Where's the wine? I want to have a good drink tonight." "Wenyu, you're really good at chess. I wonder how your drinking skills are?" Lu Guohua asked Gao Wenyu. Gao Wenyu stood up to pour him a drink, smiling as she said, "I can have a couple of drinks with you." Lu Guohua burst out laughing. He took the glass Gao Wenyu handed him and cheerfully drank the first glass. After dinner, Lu Guohua also pulled Gao Wenyu to play chess with him. Everyone could see that Lu Guohua was very happy today. Gao Wenyu naturally joined him in playing chess, and the Lu family members gathered around to watch. Gao Wenyu's chess skills were developed in her past life, while working in sales and closing deals. Back then, she often went for walks early in the morning in the park, where many elderly people played chess. After an exciting game ended, everyone present couldn't help but admire Gao Wenyu. Lu Wanting directly asked, "Boss, how come you're so good at chess too?" Gao Wenyu modestly replied, "Just luck." In her past life, Gao Wenyu's chess skills were not as good as they are now. Later, when people developed computer chess programs, they summarized thousands of opening moves and strategies. She memorized all of them in her mind. She spent a long time studying these strategies and understood the tricks very well. Every move Lu Guohua made, Gao Wenyu would see a pattern of the game in her mind. At the same time, she would think of a way to solve the game. When Gao Wenyu left the agency compound, she saw Zhou Qing come out from around the corner. "Brother Zhou?" Gao Wenyu called out in surprise. Zhou Qing simply said, "Boss, I'm here to take you back." The weather was very cold. Gao Wenyue didn't know how long Zhou Qing had been waiting here, but he was clearly a good bodyguard. The next day, the People's Daily was published as scheduled. Readers who often read the People's Daily knew his writing style. He always reported facts clearly. This was the first time many readers saw Liu praise someone so openly. Readers were surprised by Liu's change in writing style. They quickly bought that day's newspaper. Later, they saw Liu add information about the Gao Foundation's recruitment for aid programs at the end of the report, which shocked everyone again. That day, the People's Daily sold out quickly. At the People's Daily office, everyone was busy and hurried. "Hello, printing house? Please print an additional 10,000 copies of the newspaper." "Yes, People's Daily." "No, 2,000 more copies." "Sorry, I mean help us print 2,000 more copies." "Hurry up. Where is Liu?" Liu entered the editor-in-chief's office, where the person inside greeted him with a happy expression and announced some news. When Liu appeared again in the office, he was now the team leader of the People's Daily editorial department. Thanks to the series of reports on the Gao Foundation, Liu became one of the main editors. Of course, with this came greater power. Liu's voice in the newspaper increased, and he could now make a bigger impact with the foundation reports. Many organizations in Beijing saw the newspaper. They couldn't believe that Gao Wenyue had managed to secure the difficult steel plant contract. Getting orders from the steel plant is known to be very hard in Beijing. Gao Wenyue's success in obtaining their orders shows she is truly capable. At the same time, this also indirectly shows that Gao's canned food products are very good. So, many organizations started placing orders for the new products. Gao Wenyue had expected this outcome long ago. In the guest house, Lu Wanning asked curiously, "Boss, why are you not surprised at all?" Just earlier, they received many order calls from the frontier region. The orders were coming in non-stop. Hearing this, Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing were very happy, but Gao Wenyue remained calm, as if she had already foreseen this. She explained to Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing, it's only a matter of time before all the organizations start buying. Although they are not the same organization, they have always been secretly competing with each other. Since the steel plant led the way with so many canned food orders, along with the newspaper publicity, those organizations would be seen as falling behind if they didn't follow suit. When Gao Wenyue wrote that report, she was essentially forcing other organizations into a tough spot, pushing them to buy Gao's canned food. Moreover, employees also compare with each other. Steel plant employees say they have fruit canned gifts for the new year. Can other organizations' employees accept being left behind? Lu Wanting immediately gave a thumbs up and said admiringly, "Gao, you are truly brilliant." Zhou Qing quickly caught on and added, "Yes, it's definitely clever. Now, everyone has to buy our canned food. The most important thing is, those people are only fighting with Director Zheng openly, while secretly criticizing him behind his back." Gao Wenyue glanced at Zhou Qing and nodded with satisfaction. What Zhou Qing said was right. Those people only see Director Zheng as a thorn in their side. After all, they are doing the same work, but only he benefits the most. Gao Wenyue smiled faintly and said, "To wear the crown, one must bear its weight." He has gained a good reputation, but naturally, he will also face others' jealousy. This was also the reason Gao Wenyue decided to support Director Zheng. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing exchanged glances. They thought their boss was truly cunning. They both liked this kind of scheming. Then Zhou Qing said to Gao Wenyue, "Boss, about those 100 bottles of Hawthorn canned fruit you mentioned, the base shipped them here yesterday afternoon, and they should arrive in about 2 days." Gao Wenyue nodded. She had told Yuan Jing yesterday that she would donate 100 jars of Hawthorn preserves to the retirement home, and of course, she wouldn't go back on her word. Lu Wanting immediately asked, "Why only give Hawthorn preserves? Aren't they a bit sour?" Older people often have dental problems and can't eat too many sour foods. Gao Wenyue explained, "That's common sense, but it's also a misconception. You see hawthorn as just a sour food that might harm their teeth, but its ability to stimulate appetite and strengthen the stomach is much more important than the sourness." Hearing this reminder, Zhou Qing suddenly understood and said, "Yesterday, those elderly people said that after eating hawthorn preserves, they felt like eating more." Lu Wanning added, In the border areas, hawthorn preserves are not sold much, but the customers are mostly elderly. Just as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. All three looked back toward the door. Who was visiting Gao Wenyue? The room where they were talking was Gao Wenyue's room. Gao Wenyue calmly said, "You'll find out when you open the door." Zhou Qing quickly stood up and opened the door. When the door opened, a woman was standing outside. It was Yuan Jing from the retirement home. Yuan Jing smiled and said, "Boss Gao, I'm here to order fruit preserves." Yesterday, Gao Wenyue said she didn't want to earn money from the old officials, and Yuan Jing was deeply touched. She relayed Gao Wenyue's words exactly to Jiang Kai, the leader of the retirement home. Jiang Kai listened silently and decided to meet this legendary boss Gao. Business coming to her doorstep was something Gao Wenyue eagerly welcomed. She immediately put in her best effort to handle the new customer. Jiang Kai was in charge of the retirement home. He was an active soldier, and his cold, commanding presence was intimidating. He stood in the hall of the guest house, surrounded by an aura of quiet authority that made passers-by step aside. Only Gao Wenyue kept a gentle smile on her face as she stood opposite him. "Commander Jiang, hello. I am Gao Wenyue, owner of Gao's Preserves." Jiang Kai nodded slightly and asked, "I have a question for you." Gao Wenyue smiled and said, "I will answer honestly. Let's go over there and sit down to talk." She gestured toward the lounge area of the guest house, indicating they could talk there. Jiang Kai looked where she pointed and saw a few people sitting in small groups, either chatting or resting in the lounge. The people there were noticeably fewer than in the main hall, which also reduced Jiang Kai's attention on them. Under Gao Wenyue's watchful gaze, Jiang Kai nodded. When Gao Wenyue sat down in the rest area, Jiang Kai spoke first. "From what I know, making hawthorn jam is quite complicated, and your sales haven't been very good. Why do you still sell hawthorn jam?" Gao Wenyue wasn't surprised. She wasn't shocked that Jiang Kai knew about the sales of Gao's canned goods. After all, he was a high-ranking leader, and it was easy for him to find out some information. Facing Jiang Kai's question, Gao Wenyue said, "I make hawthorn jam because I see potential in the elderly market. It's also to help with their appetite." When she mentioned the elderly's purchasing power, she didn't mean ordinary old people. Usually, poor seniors struggle just to eat enough, let alone snack. Fruit canned goods are just a kind of snack food. Gao Wenyue looked at Jiang Kai and said, "I believe hawthorn jam has future market potential. Our country is aging rapidly. Many elderly people have experienced more difficult times, and their stomachs are often not in good shape. Even if they want to eat, they might feel weak. Hawthorn jam is inexpensive to make, but it is time-consuming and labor-intensive. First, hawthorn is hard to clean, and before making it, the pits need to be removed, which adds to the labor and time costs. Since the target group for hawthorn jam is elderly people who are older and might accidentally swallow a pit, it could cause problems." When Gao Wenyue decided to keep making hawthorn jam, she had already considered these issues. That's also why, when others wanted to stop producing it due to poor sales, Gao Wenyue opposed it. She had already designated hawthorn jam for a special group. Then, Gao Wenyue talked about the benefits of hawthorn jam, things she recently discussed with Lu Wanting. Jiang Kai on the opposite side remained silent, but his calm eyes gradually showed some change. Sometimes, not speaking up is a silent approval. After a long while, Gao Wenyue said everyone has different tastes. As the saying goes, different strokes for different folks. Hawthorn jam will find its own loyal customers. Lu Wanting, nearby, watched anxiously. From her perspective, the leaders at the retirement home were very difficult to deal with. Her boss had said so much, but the other side hadn't said a word. Yuan Jing smiled and said, "Comrade Lu, don't be in a hurry. Our Commander Jiang is here to buy things, and he means no harm. He just looked a bit colder." Yuan Jing added silently in her mind. Lu Wanting chuckled. "Honestly, I can't tell. Buying stuff looks more like robbing than shopping." After Gao, when you were finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai said without hesitation, "The rest home wants to order 10,000 bottles of hawthorn jam." Jiang Kai's main goal was to confirm Gao Wenyue's idea. He wanted to know if the hawthorn jam was made especially for the elderly. When Yuan Jing mentioned that the seniors at the rest home enjoyed eating hawthorn jam, Jiang Kai started to suspect. Later, when he heard Gao Wenyue donated 100 bottles of hawthorn jam for the seniors, his suspicion grew stronger. As the person in charge of the rest home, Jiang Kai cared deeply for the elderly. They had worked hard for the country and the people all their lives. But in old age, their health problems appeared. Some had issues with their bodies. Even though the rest home had advanced medical technology, nothing beat having a good appetite. Only when they ate well could their health improve. The seniors' appetite problems had long been a big challenge for the rest home. Thinking of this, Jiang Kai stood up and said seriously, "Boss Gao, thank you for everything you've done for them. Thank you for remembering them." Gao Wenyue replied, "Commander Jiang, I can't accept your thanks. After all, my goal was to make money. Or to earn your money." Gao Wenyue thought to herself. Her original intention for making hawthorn jam was for the elderly. She felt she didn't deserve their thanks. Jiang Kai shook his head and said, "That doesn't matter. As long as the result is good." The 10,000 bottles of hawthorn jam led to a deal worth 28,800 yuan today. Most importantly, the market for hawthorn jam has opened up. It's not just Beijing that has rest homes. There are similar institutions all over the country. With the lead from Chaoyang District's rest home, the hawthorn market will expand more and more. Gao Wenyue looked at the contract and smiled. The profit from these 10,000 bottles of hawthorn jam was higher than from other fruit jams. Because in border areas, hawthorn grows everywhere, and its purchase price is very low. Lu Wanning also understood this. She couldn't help but feel admiration. "I'm so impressed by the boss. No wonder she insisted on making hawthorn jam. Turns out she was waiting for this moment." With the effect of the steel factory in mind, Lu Wanning is confident that the order from the rest home will also spark a wave of purchasing enthusiasm. Only now did the new products from the Gao canning factory truly ignite a purchasing frenzy. Articles about it kept appearing in the People's Daily, showing how popular the new products were. Major organizations began ordering fruit canned goods one after another, proud to give them as New Year gifts. At this moment, the Gao factory was bustling with activity. The workers were busy making canned fruit. Chun Fong said, "The boss just called. Orders are increasing, so we need to work overtime to catch up. She's giving everyone a raise." The workers cheered happily, eager for more orders. Chun Fong set up a shift schedule for over 20 employees. Half worked during the day, half at night. While some steamed the cans, others packed and moved goods. Lu Anning smiled and said, "That's a good idea." The steaming pots are working nonstop. At Gao's base, the number of steaming pots for making canned fruit was limited. Before, even if workers wanted to stay late to work more, there weren't enough pots. The shift system maximized the use of the steaming equipment. Chun Fong pointed to the steaming pots and said, it was the boss's idea. Lu Anning suddenly understood, and the couple exchanged a knowing smile. Actually, both Lu Anning and Chun Fong came from a machinery factory. They had seen busy times there too, with night shifts to meet production goals. But they automatically thought of the machinery factory as a big company, which was normal. Gao's canning was just a small private business. Did they really need a night shift? However, Gao Wenyue proved with her strength that Gao's canning was needed. Gao's canning was growing rapidly. In just a few days, everyone in Beijing was talking about the Gao Foundation. By the way, did you see the newspaper today? Yes. It's all about Gao Foundation these days. That boss Gao is really a kind person, doing a great deed for the people. Alright, today let's talk about Gao Foundation and Gao's canning. The storyteller tapped the bamboo clapper and began today's story. Gao Wenyue held her teacup in one hand, gently tapping it with the other hand resting on the table. Lu Wanting rested her chin on her hand, listening intently. Over the past 2 days, her ears were filled with praise for the Gao family's canned food and foundation. The voices criticizing her previous stubbornness had disappeared, replaced by compliments. People in the government compound spread the word that Lu Wanting truly was a descendant of the Lu family. Even when she resigned and went into business, she was clearly capable. Lu Wanning said, "Boss, it seems like everyone has forgotten what they said about me overnight. Gao Wenyu glanced at her and replied, because they only see the results. Now, Lu Wanting was closely linked to the Gao Foundation. The more famous the foundation became, the more it meant she was doing a good job. Her achievements were clear. Lu Wanting realized this, and suddenly the smile on her face disappeared. She gently bit her lower lip. Over the past few days, she had been praised so much, she felt like she was floating. It was a pride she had never experienced before. She attributed this pride to her sense of success. Suddenly, Lu Wanting understood that everyone was giving her all the credit. But only she knew that her success wasn't just hers alone. It was the effort of all the Gao Foundation staff. She tilted her head and said, "It's not just me." Gao Wenyu reached out and held her hand, saying, "That doesn't matter, Wanting. You just need to know that now you represent the Gao Foundation. If it prospers, you prosper. If it suffers, you suffer." This was Gao Wenyue's plan for Lu Wanting's career. She intended to entrust the Gao Foundation entirely to Lu Wanting to manage. Seeing Gao Wenyue's confident expression, Lu Wanting was initially stunned. Then, she slowly smiled. Lu Wanting said, "Boss, I will definitely not let you down." Zhou Qing watched quietly from the side, happy to see Lu Wanting being fully trusted. Gao Wenyu turned to Zhou Qing and said, "Brother Zhou, I need you to do something." Zhou Qing immediately replied, "You just say it." At this moment, Zhou Qing instinctively used a respectful title because everyone had their own role. Zhou Qing knew it was his turn now. As expected, Gao Wenyu said, "Our transport team is still too small. After this trip, I plan to expand it. Help me recruit some capable drivers." Gao Wenyu paused and added, "Preferably retired soldiers, skilled and with good anti-surveillance abilities. The salary should be no less than 100 yuan. Regarding Boss Gao's attitude, Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing are no longer surprised. While offering high salaries, the expectations are also quite strict. In this era, skilled ex-soldiers usually have good jobs. Like Zhou Qing, who was assigned a nice position after leaving the army. Gao Wenyu wants to recruit ex-soldiers into Gao's company, so she must offer high wages to attract them. Zhou Qing immediately thought of a few old comrades, as he still has some veteran friends. Among these friends, some have good jobs, but their situations are similar to Zhou Qing's. Poverty in a family can't be changed by one person alone, especially for those with heavy burdens. Like Zhou Qing, who gave his job to his younger brother and himself got a position at Gao's company. With two family members working, the poor Zhou family slowly started to get out of hardship. Zhou Qing happily said, "I believe they will be very happy when they hear this news." Gao Wenyu smiled and said, "Then you can take charge of this. When you return to the frontier, also register Gao's transport company. If you have questions, ask Chinfeng." During the trip to Beijing, Zhou Qing's work improved. His conversations with Li Yu and his performance at the retirement home all showed his progress. Gao Wenyu thought she could let Zhou Qing manage Gao's transport company. Since the company mainly employs ex-soldiers, it's fitting for Zhou Qing to lead. Also, the company isn't very big, so there's room for trial and error. Zhou Qing noticed this and secretly decided to do his best. After everything was arranged properly, Lu Wanting and Zhou Qing thought it was time to part ways. It was only 5 days before the new year, and everyone should go home to celebrate. But Gao Wenyu still sat quietly in the tea house unmoving. "Boss, isn't it time to go home?" "Not yet, there's one more thing to do."